Say it clear. Say it right. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. We FBAs, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Yeah. They wanna be us, from the style to the hair, from the lips to the hips, body shaped in our glare. They cross borders, profit off the fight, civil rights paid in blood just to stand in this light. Asia to Africa, you walk through the door, but this land got a history you can't ignore. FBI fought it, still fighting today. Made room in the system that kept us away. You praise the same power that never chose you. Turn your back on the ones that broke chains just to move you. Say we don't know where we come from, that's wild. North to the south, this land raised my child. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBA, foundational Black American. You want us to fight. Every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. We were renowned, check the glow for proof. Streetwear in Japan still mirror our roots. K-pop chase the cave, study how we move. Rapper world language, everybody fluent. From Atlanta blocks to Mumbai lanes, Hannah McCann spitting bars, connected to the flame. That ain't hate, that's impact, that's reach. Culture travel worldwide when the source run deep. They copy the look, they borrow the sound, but skip the respect when we still hold the ground. Love the rhythm, ignore the pain, celebrate the wave, won't say the name. This was home, before permission, before approval. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. We benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBA, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight. Every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Say our name, say our name, say our name. 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 Don't need your respect. Never needed permission. We built everything when we weren't even seen as human. Biting the hand that fed you. Surviving on scraps. FBA stopped begging. We learn to build from scratch. Say our name. Say our name.
Y'all don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave. Hey.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. While you benefit from doors we kicked down with our last breath. Now you spit on the architects who stared down death. disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face to only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind and we outside on it. Why y'all fools on the outside looking? Y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, take your dues back just like home.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, take your dues back just like home. Passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma did march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing. You lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? That energy style discussing is whack. So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation. Facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground. Y'all just tenants on a leash.
Or get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, taking your business second just like home.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, taking your business second just like home.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. The soil is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
for y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far away from here. Bye bye little birds.
They thought we forgot, but we never forget. This one's for the rules. We built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, no disguise. The spirits woke, we realize all we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our ride. We happy. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been here all along. Foundation of Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, to fight the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound but not our scars. We the backbone, we the scars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know it's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up, rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our flames are power, our roots are trees. We know worlds. It's rhythm and grace, sounds, and now we're reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans. Still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the rule, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Showing the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never mattered. Hip-hop.
Mike, Larry. Now this shit here, it's what see it is. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you're born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You used our culture like an access card, backstage pass, a straight facade. But now the mirror's in your face, no disguise. And you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't know. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, but scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. Ease came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You wave that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, fighting not to go back home. We waving arms where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Mike Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go. Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound. How you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that? Do you like that? You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copies, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi. Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Still in my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in disguise. Y'all hate, y'all still hate us outside. Study doctor, vampires, the blood of our guilt. They copy the flavor, sip the juice. Love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound. How you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBAs, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a proof face. The agent type, the prune face, like 50 and Jim. It's a cold game, throwing stones cause we build our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean, smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from, where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid. You can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference. That's the card. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Do you like that? Point made. No edit. No care.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, what they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundation of Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live in resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black grassroots for the Black grassroots. Free to use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
Greetings, Black family. Greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Front Line Blacc News. I'm your host, Shane Krummer. I'm joined with the other host, Lady Tricc. And we're joined with Michael, our Asian ally. Greetings, Michael.
Hey, greetings, Jesse. Greetings, Jesse. How you doing?
All right, and on this season 6, episode 33 of Trey, part 2, part deuce of the Frontline Blacc News, we'll be discussing several topics we didn't get to in part 1, and that is there's a new Lego video out, y'all, and the new Lego video exposes the evil going on in the White House right now. Then what to the FBA? It's July the 4th. Then storms wreck July 4th fireworks across multiple states. Arie, who's from Denver, calls out Young Miami, and Tricc Daddy responds. France's extreme heat wave fatalities just hit 2025, and it's still rising. White supremacist group Patriot Front marched through D.C. on holiday weekend. LA City approves $2 billion development project. Venezuela's sky turned blood red 6 days after the 2 major earthquakes And apparently they just had another earthquake. Then we got Haitians rush to Canada after Trump ends their temporary protection status. After the Supreme Court ruling, Trump isn't backing down. That Trump just exposed the Democrats with the babies of slaves line. Did the Supreme Court ruling just strengthen the case for FBA delineation? Did African callers just expose their real agenda with birthright citizenship? And mother shares grief after 13-year-old dies while riding e-scooter. And more proof we are not African. We are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. We get the news from a Front Line Blacc first perspective. We are a part of the New Black Media and also the signal boosters of the New Black Media. We have been around for 6 seasons now and counting. And we have several platforms that are part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Blacc News, one of the first, which we started back in 2020, 2021. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced is based off the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. Started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 12 seasons now. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers Black experience from the beginning in time until 10 minutes ago. Is also part of the Frontline campaign and has recently, within the last 2 to 3 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. If Michelle would like to share the broadcast from me, please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Blacc News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Blacc News. Frontline Blacc News 2, our backup channel. Make sure y'all subscribe to that, just in case they try to take Frontline Blacc News down again. We have backup. Let me put that link in the chat so y'all can sub up to the backup channel, please. Then we got my main page, Jesse Parrish, aka Chain Kruma. Make sure y'all sub up to that so y'all be abreast to what's happening here in Denver in regards to Denver politics, Denver City Council, overall City Council, community events such as Black Arts Festival, Juneteenth, and the Sunday morning food bank, which I've been doing for the past 10 years. And I did this Sunday as well. And you can find all that on that YouTube channel. Then we got Lady Che's backup channel, Seduction Doll. Make sure you sub to that. So Lady Che can start going live on that channel as well. Post that link for y'all as well. All these links are in the description. Then we got her main channel, the RBA, the Revolutionary Agenda. Make sure y'all sub to that as well. She just did an RBA the other day. Make sure y'all check that out. And she should be doing another RBA this week. So stay tuned for that. These are the main channels y'all should be summing up to if you haven't already. We got Shabaka's YouTube channel, Jeanette 1. Make sure y'all sub to that so Shabaka can start going live again on YouTube. The link is also in the description. Then we got Cuzzo, our local out the Bay Area, Jay Militant. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well. Let's continue with Jay Militant. The link to his channel is also in the description. Then we got our brother Kukizi out the Mile High. He came up with the FBA culture reports and used to do the intro track for Frontline Blacc News. We shall sub to his channel as well, Kukizi 5100. Then we got my brother from another mother, Breeze Omega, who was live earlier. Make sure y'all check him out, Breeze Omega on YouTube. He is originally from Hempstead, Long Island, but is now in Houston, Texas. Excuse me, not Houston, Texas. I'm tripping. In Leesburg, Virginia. So make sure y'all sub to his channel. Then we got our brother Church of Black Power, who's originally from Watts, California, but is now in Houston, Texas. That's who's in Houston, Texas. Our brother Church of Black Power. Make sure y'all sub to him. He just was live. So make sure y'all check him out as well. Then we got our brother Twin and Rain Reloaded. who's been around for a decade plus and put Lisa Cabrera on, amongst other things. So make sure y'all check him out, Touring and Rain Reloaded on YouTube. And then we got our brothers, Black Alpha Network, Afro Elite, Sincere Love to Godcast, and Black Truth United. Make sure y'all sub Black Truth United as well. Brother came up with the B1 Rolodex, which is a modern day green book for FBA and B1 businesses alike. Get Down Khalifa, Bad Khalifa. Then we got the link to the FBA Rolodex, or FBA B1 Rolodex is in the description. The link to the Rolodex itself is in the description. The link to submit your business to the Rolodex is in the description. And the link to the FBA threat database is also in the description. Then we got the FBA, the Freedmen Reparations Party merch. Shout out to Church for putting that together. That link is also in the description. Then we got Council of the Congressional Black Caucus. They create a foundational Black American caucus. Long overdue. And the link to that is also in the description. That's right, fresh to New Black Media. Then we got Sister Brooke. Make sure I say Sister Brooks' channel. Brooks. The link to her channel is also in the description. Then we got the reparations for the Citizenship of Slaves Act, the RDAS Act, the Change.org petition is in the description. Then we got Lady Chase GoFundMe. Donate to that if you haven't already. Then we got Joshua Fox, a brother who put hands and feet all over that Nabisco, Chat the Bussy, Chat the Builder, whatever the hell. Dalton, Earth, and Etherly. Make sure y'all donate to our brother Joshua Fox's GoFundMe. Help him smash the goal of 300K. Then stop Netflix from releasing a damaging docuseries about Michael Jackson. The link to that is in the description. And shout out to Dr. Randy Short for putting that together. Then we got myself, as you can see from the background. We got Church in the building, Certified Salute Church. Vote me, Jesse Parrish, for Colorado House of Representatives. I am on the ballot here in the state of Colorado for House District 8. And the link to my website is also in the description. And then we got Khalifa, who wants to apparently get on camera. Hi, Khalifa. Hi, baby Khalifa. Then we got a copyright disclaimer on the Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else that you think you understand will only confuse you. And all 9 are 10 areas of human and people activity. And that is economics, as education, as entertainment, that is labor, that is law, that's politics, that's religion, that is sex, and that is war. And some say health and nutrition. And all 9 or 10 areas of human and people activity. And that was by Mr. Nelly Fuller Jr., who passed away exactly a year ago at the age of 95, ProduceJustice.com. And when you, a black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court, also by Mr. Nelly Fuller Jr., ProduceJustice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got racism, white supremacy, which is the only racism that exists on this planet and in this realm, is conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that was by the late, great master teacher, Dr. Francis Cress Wilson, who transitioned exactly 10 years ago at the age of 80. It would have been 90 as of 2 months ago. And shout out to our FBA brother, Tricc Nasheed, for paying for her funeral, along with several others. So those are the topics. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button. We got Church in the building. We got Fresh in the building. We got Michael in the building. and whoever else is peeking and not speaking. So, Michael.
Hey, Jesse. Sorry. Hey, what's up?
Got a Lego video to play. What are your thoughts on the Lego videos that I've played thus far?
Oh, okay. I didn't see the Lego videos. But I'll say this. This is the perfect time. For foundational Black Americans. To continue to accelerate the trend, right? Because you guys are always the culture of this country, innovators, builders,
Sure.
creators in this country, right? And this is a lesson for other groups of people, Asian, Hispanic, white people, if they really want to show that they really have friends, because friends will tell them to order to maintain a strong friendship. Solidarity has to be a two-way street. It can't be one-sided. And this is my message to be clear to non-FBAs, meaning Asian, Hispanic, and white people. And definitely for sure they got to put in the heavy work just like me. For FBAs to get a break, because you guys definitely need time to heal, relax, deep process, right? And spend quality time together, because your health definitely comes first
Right.
over other non-FBA's health. Oh, is this the
Right.
video you're talking about earlier?
Yes.
Okay, let me see.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Angela Navana was making a great point. Sorry, Jesse.
They lied to you. The truth behind the White House. These are not opinions. These are documented actions, dated, signed, and filed. This is what the United States government did to its own people and to the world starting January 2025. They said they would protect you. They said the border was the danger. They said the money would go to the people.
None of it was true.
They lied to you about protection. 500,000 Haitians lost their legal status in one signature. They lied to you about safety. Families with 5 years of history were told to leave. They lied to you about fairness. A wealthy foreign national can buy entry for $1 million. Oh, yeah. They lied to you about the people's money. $1 trillion.
$100 billion.
In federal grants was handed to political appointees, not experts. On the 20th of January 2025, over 200 executive orders began to reshape the government. The National Law Enforcement Accountability Database was deleted, removing the record of officers with histories of misconduct. Federal funding for national public radio and the public broadcasting service was ended. A new employment classification, Schedule G, was created, allowing career civil servants to be replaced with political loyalists. Temporary protected status for Haiti was partially revoked in February, placing hundreds of thousands of people at risk of deportation by August. United States Citizenship and Immigration Services began reviewing social media activity, labeling certain speeches anti-American or anti-Semitic and using it against applicants. A Religious Liberty Commission was established in May, raising questions about the separation between church and government. The name Department of War was restored as an alternative title for the Department of Defense in September. Independent regulatory agencies, including the Federal Election Commission, the Federal Communications Commission, the Securities and Exchange Commission, and the Federal Trade Commission, were ordered to submit the major regulations to the White House before enforcement.
New H-1B visa petitions were burdened with a fee of $100,000, restricting access for skilled foreign workers relied upon by universities and hospitals. The State Department planned a reduction of visa processing posts across the continent of Africa, limiting legal pathways for travel and study. They said the wealthy would follow the same rules.
They said the courts would stop what was wrong.
They said the workers were protected.
None of it was true.
They lied to you about equal treatment.
The Gold Card program
allows entry
for $1 million
from an individual,
$2 million from a corporation.
They lied.
They lied to you about accountability.
Over 100 lawsuits
were filed against a single immigration policy in 1 year.
They lied.
They lied to you
about democracy.
Federal agencies were ordered to submit their regulations directly to the White House for approval.
They lied.
They lied to you
about the world. The United States reduced its military support to NATO forces in Europe in the middle of rising global conflict. By April 2026, 254 executive orders have been signed, alongside 59 memoranda and 136 proclamations. Tariffs on imported goods were raised, adjusted, and reversed multiple times, increasing costs for ordinary consumers with every change.
In May 2026,
the Office of Management and Budget proposed a rule giving political appointees control over more than $1 trillion in annual federal grant funding, previously overseen by agency experts. Civil rights organizations documented the rollback of executive orders protecting racial equity, fair policing, and accurate census counting. The Defense Production Act was invoked in June to address a shortage of weapons following continued military operations overseas. United States support for the North Atlantic Treaty Organization was scaled back with reductions to fighter aircraft, maritime reconnaissance, and refueling support across Europe.
A memorandum of understanding was signed with Iran, releasing $12 billion in frozen assets and lifting the blockade on Iranian oil sales.
Even as questions remained over
how those funds would be used,
restrictions on the sale of advanced fighter
aircraft to Turkey,
a nation operating a Russian missile defense system, were reconsidered.
Despite years of congressional objection,
more than 100 lawsuits and 50
restraining orders
were filed by federal judges across the country,
challenging
a single visa policy before it was reversed. Every one of these actions is on public record,
filed
with federal agencies, and challenged in federal court. This is part 2 of the record. New dates, new orders, same pattern. Nothing here is opinion.
It's definitely Democratic propaganda. Well, bringing to the stage our brother Church of Black Powers in the building. Certified salute.
Certified salute, my brother. How are you doing?
How are you, Church? You just got done doing, what, a 6-hour stream?
Yeah, man. You know, it is one of those situations. I was just going to watch in the background and, you know, finish my work, but god dang it, this is my first time seeing this actual video, so I really wanted to address it since you're playing it.
Yeah, go ahead, Church.
Yeah, I just wanted to say real quick, and I thank you for allowing me up, that this is the reason why we spend so much time calling out propaganda on all sides, whether it's by the Republicans, whether it's by the Democrats, or whether it's by Iran. And really, the Legos propaganda video from Iran wasn't from Iran. It was from somebody who was a Iran supporter and was anti-American, but they were here in America. You get what I'm saying?
Yep.
These videos are dangerous because there's a lot of people that really gravitate towards these videos thinking that just because you don't like Donald Trump, that you don't need to work through the sense, right? Most of these videos don't make sense at all.
what they'll do, like you just saw in this video, they'll take a list of things that they have compiled of what they feel Trump did wrong, and then they will put it in the AI creator to create this video. And that's why most of the lyrics didn't rhyme. None of it really made sense. You know, all it was a list of things that they didn't like that Donald Trump did and what happened in that situation. So I just want to make sure everybody understand that for me, it isn't about Donald Trump. It isn't about the Democrats whatsoever. It's about propaganda in itself and how it can mold the mind to believe whatever the hell they want you to believe. And this is how you create these brain dead zombies who are on the plantations on both sides, right? It's political propaganda. And at the end of the day, they didn't make a Lego movie or a Lego music video about everything that Joe Biden did before Trump got into office. You get what I'm saying?
Understand.
Yeah. Understood. Yeah, I hadn't watched it before I played it, so
yeah.
And see
Mike,
that. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Black Church. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry. Bido, how are you doing today?
Oh, thank you. I'm doing well. And how are you doing?
You know, pretty good. Just been busy, you know, emailing political candidates about reparations for pledge as Jesse familiar with, and got a couple of responses, especially one coming from a Republican candidate for office. Yeah, so yeah, sorry, I don't want to interrupt, but I'll make it quick. But it's been a lot of exchange with him, you know, asking about the details about reparations, how much it's going to cost, and it's just basically like playing chess. And it was not an answer for either yes or no reparations. So my safe bet is that the Republican candidate is probably not going to sign the reparations pledge. But I'll say this: the reparations pledge. I will say this: it's putting a lot of pressure on political candidates to think twice and really take reparations very seriously, especially heading towards the midterms, gubernatorial, and state assembly elections in 2026.
Well, I want to give you a shout out for being the boots on the ground and doing some feet work for our good brother. Trust me when I say the street team is very important, especially when you're in the middle of fighting to become someone who can actually implement something within your community, you know. So I give you much love and appreciation for that. Our good brother needs that. Let me also give a shout out to Lady Che. I did not know that she was also Seduction Doll. So shout out to her because she's been rocking with the church for a while. And I was like, wait a second, when I saw you posted in the chat, and I was like, wait a second, Lady Che is really Seduction Doll? I didn't know that. But shout out to her. Shout out to you, my warrior brother. But I definitely just wanted to touch on that. I definitely wanted to address that if these Lego music videos aren't speaking to your direct interest, these videos ain't worth the goddamn water that it used to make these videos.
Right.
And the major thing about it, and the reason why I have a huge pet peeve for these videos, particularly the Lego videos, is because they think that just because Legos are popular, and they think that just because the first Lego music video got a great reaction because it was anti-Trump, they think that they can reprogram us with these Lego videos, right? There's a lot of people who has childhood ties to Legos that see these and they automatically just take it as fact. Like, oh my God, they just stomped on Trump. And some of it is about the hatred of Trump, the Trump derangement syndrome. And some of it is about them and their love of what they're seeing because of the Lego situation.
Yeah.
Lastly, I'll say this. even if you don't like Donald Trump, you need to be able to look past this type of propaganda, because if you fall into it, that means you're easily manipulated.
Yeah.
You're easily manipulatable.
Mm-hmm.
And you're proving the point when I say the Democratic Party loves to keep you emotional so that they can control the way you think. They can control your mindset. And once they can control your mindset, then they won't have to worry about where your vote is going to go.
Right.
The Democrats have successfully intertangled themselves with quote unquote the Black community. So when you bring up the Democrats, some people think the Black community, and when the Black community thinks about a political party, they're 9 times out of the 10 are going to think about
the Democrats.
Democrats, yep.
The people who understand propaganda and understand that how these two parties move, which is really one party, it's a unisex party.
Yeah.
When this unisex party moves the way that it moves, people such as us who are not on the plantation, who understand the propaganda, we can see it and call it out.
Right.
But a lot of other folks, they tend to just run with the narrative. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you very much, my brother, for letting me say that. I'll stick around for a hot second.
Yeah, man, because you've been off for a minute. Appreciate you chopping in, Church.
Much love to you, my warrior brother.
Oh yeah, Jesse.
Every line can be verified.
I was gonna say the video. You know, when I was watching the video, right, most of these Lego people getting laid off is mostly Mozungus. Just want to let you know.
Right? Oh yeah.
Right, especially the white employees. They look very sad, depressed, and I was thinking, I was like, man, gosh, you know, these former white federal employees, they need to really contact the members of Congress and leave FBAs out of it. You know what I mean? Because majority of the federal workforce is Mozungus.
Yeah.
And I know the Democrats are using this Lego propaganda. FBAs, we need your help. We need you to come to the rescue. Please rescue federal employees. Look what Donald Trump is doing. And the FBI is like, I'm sorry, Brad, Becky, we got nothing to do. And plus, as fundamentalist Black Americans, majority of us don't work for the federal government, and we're the last hired, first fired in the federal workforce. And you know what Brad Becky's like, please,
any
workforce. Right. Please. And you know, and the fire federal employees are going to cling on to Tyrone and Keisa so badly, like asking for aid, right? And especially Tyrone's like, get off of me, Brad. And then he aggressively lets go of Brad, and then Brad falls on the ground, almost comatose. Yeah, I know it sounds a little exaggeration, but the point I'm trying to make is that I know to Brad and Becky who are watching probably or listening, yeah, please leave FBAs alone. And Brad and Becky, please form your own group to lobby Congress and the White House to stop federal cuts, because FBAs have nothing to do with it, and FBAs don't control the government. And also Brad and Becky, they have a lot of white privilege, so their needs are more likely going to get addressed.
And also, Brad and Becky, you voted for this.
Yep, that is true.
They did. Sure did.
Just because you don't like the way that it's turning out, don't mean that you can bring us into it now. You voted for this with the explicit thoughts in your head that it would be detrimental to foundational Black Americans, and what you're finding out is it's detrimental to everybody. If we all can't understand the fact that Black Americans aren't allowing people to live comfortably without us living comfortably anymore, then
uncomfortable. Exactly. Like
there
what
you go.
It's like what Phillips. Yeah, it's like what Philip Scott said. If everybody's hungry, then everybody's gonna go hungry in this country as a whole.
Mm-hmm. They didn't have no problem with us suffering, so now everybody got to suffer.
Hey, at least we're suffering together.
Right.
Ain't that American?
Right.
Exactly. Yeah, and also because it's been a century. It's always been like this in a century, right? And I guess because for those like Beck and Brad's, and I also got to include the Asians, Hispanics, especially those two other groups, because they never thought that by voting for Trump, this was going to hit them so fast, like a 98 98 miles per hour fastball.
Remember,
And
you
that
played
home
the
run.
video, Church, of them. I will vote for Donald Trump.
Yes, sir. I played that. I didn't play the video with the Haitians now. I didn't play the video with the Latinos, and they all didn't got what they voted for.
Mm-hmm.
Love it.
What a remorse now.
You know what? I'm gonna be honest with you. I love when people get what they voted for. I love it. You know, you wanted it, and you know, you voted. You went out to the voting booths. You placed your votes. At the same time, placing your bets, and you know, your vote went through and your bet didn't. I love it. It's all good.
Yeah, it's a definitely good call.
Next. We're supposed to be next.
Yeah, it's definitely a good wake-up call for Asians and Hispanics. We know for white people, they're like split, right? But definitely for Asian Hispanics who almost who almost voted for Trump almost at 60%.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to be clear about that too. Let me just say
go
this.
ahead.
This isn't about who you voted for, but if you voted for the person that is doing what he's doing, we don't want to hear you complain. It's that simple. You know, I don't care whether you voted for Trump or I don't care whether you voted for Kamala. At the end of the day, foundational Black Americans voted for foundational Black America.
Right.
And everybody else voted for whatever party that they feel near and dear to.
Yeah.
So when you get whatever you voted for, all I could do is sit back and slow clap. Let it happen. You asked for this.
They sure
You
did.
just thought it was going to be us on the hot seat.
It's actually them, meaning the Asian Hispanics and white people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They thought that we was gonna get deported. That shit was hilarious. They're still
Right.
talking we next.
Yeah. Especially coming from Becky's who say that. Oh my gosh. When they say it's like so passionately, as if they're about to have a high blood pressure.
All right, I'm done with the Lego.
But good video, Jesse.
Church
Good
completely
video.
turned me off from this video. I was already turned off from it, but now I'm just like, I'm gonna move to the next topic, and that is what to a FBA is the 4th of July. Or they're still popping fireworks outside my window. So Professor Black Truth gonna give us an update on that.
If you're not already subscribed to this YouTube channel, go ahead and hit the subscribe button now, along with the bell icon, so you can be notified whenever a new video is posted. And if you're already subscribed, check and make sure that YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. And of course, be sure to give the video a like, as well as share it on your social media. The white supremacists hate that. And now, the Sunday address. You know, there was a large part of me that actually wanted to post this yesterday, you know, as part of the regular 4th of July address. But the problem that I had basically was the entire premise behind it is that the 4th of July is just another day for us. And well, if I were to take out time to do that, well, we're treating it as if it has some sort of importance. And well, this is one of those cases of you could believe whatever you want on that front and still be right. Maybe it's worth kicking it, or maybe we just say, you know what, it can wait till tomorrow. I chose to go with the latter. So yesterday was July 4th, America's 250th birthday. But you know, it is fitting that we're doing this today on July 5th, that I'm giving this little statement of mine, because it was on July 5th, 1852, that Frederick Douglass gave his famous "What to the Slave is the 4th of July" speech. The question today would be, what to a foundational Black American or freedman is the 4th of July? Well, I'll tell you exactly what it is. It's 250 years of lies, genocide, lies, brutality, lies, injustice. Oh, and did I forget to mention lies? Oh, we're celebrating the history of America. Oh, you're celebrating freedom and democracy, freedom that you've never had and democracy that you've never been able to exercise. Paul Mooney said that we are stolen property. Well, I would say the equal crime to that is that we are a people who have been stolen from. We have been robbed on a grand scale. By far, the main things that we've been robbed of is the produce of our own labor and the basic human right to enjoy whatever formal opportunities exist. That's supposed to be just the bare minimum of being human. And yet this sick, evil, anti-Black society dedicates itself to making sure that Black people have none of those things. The ones who robbed us have been all around us every day. We see the perpetrators of the crime on a daily basis, and we see them setting up a system where they are allowed to enjoy what they robbed us of. And they resent the fact that we refuse to co-sign their theft. In a world of white lies, the greatest crime is to speak the Black truth. They hate the fact that we refuse to go ahead and say, well, all that stuff you did, we're going to make nice today as if you didn't do it. They hate the fact that we will not sit there and bless their theft even for one day. Why? Because everybody else does it. Everybody else knuckles under. Everybody else sings the song and tries to get along with Master Charlie, but not us. Never us. They know they can never finalize the lie of their legitimacy until and unless we agree to it. And we have told them time and again that we do not and will not. And that is what forms their resentment at us at times like these. We don't just make it awkward for them to be calling themselves celebrating. We expose it and them for the moral frauds they are. We put the lie to all of it. They want to be unapologetically proud of their white supremacy, but we make it where they can't. And as powerful as white supremacy is, it failed to break us. Now, with everybody else, it broke everybody else. It broke all these other folks. But us, no. Everybody else, they didn't even really get broken, truth be told. They surrendered without a shot fired. They just threw up their hands and said, Master, we give up. But us, we said, nah, we don't bend. These knees don't bend. And this will does not break. They failed to make us collaborators with their evil, and they failed to get us to accommodate their savagery. All their power, and they can't make us do the simplest thing, which is to repeat a lie. Everybody else has, everybody else does, but us, never. Now, that's something worth celebrating. You want to be proud of something, be proud of a people who stood up to the greatest evil the world's ever known. And while everybody else has been bowing and scraping and doing everything they can to be adjacent to white supremacy, we've done everything we can to be opposed to white supremacy. The fight that's been going on has basically been about many things, but mainly it's about the idea of America. That's where the term Constitution comes from. That's why it's called the Constitution of the United States. It comes from the root term constitute. Constitute means to form or make something. In this case, a nation, so-called nation. What is it that forms or makes up this particular nation, the United States? Well, they wrote it down. And the foundation of the Constitution, the thing that makes the United States what it is, the indispensable element that this nation must have, is anti-Black racism. The artificial racial pyramid that the white society invented to justify and unify itself and to assign themselves a superior place over us, that is what constitutes the United States of America. That is the end all and be all of it. It is not based on anti-Latino sentiment or anti-Asian anything or anti-Semitism. It is based on one thing and one thing only: anti-Black racism. We are the only racial group mentioned specifically by name in the Constitution, and they did it explicitly to make it crystal clear that in this country, the idea of the United States, the totality of it, is that Black people are inferior. That is what the Constitution is about, because that's what the United States is about. A 250-year-long experiment in anti-Black racism. But every time we fight, every time we stand up, every time we revolt, every time we point the finger at truth at these liars, and that we speak the words that they don't want to hear, which is the reality, because that's what truth is. Truth is reality. The longest and strongest freedom struggle in the history of the world has been waged by our people, the foundational Black American struggle. And as a result, this 250-year-long experiment in Black oppression basically has to be declared experiment failed. Because the main thing the experiment was meant to do was to break us and make us say, okay, well, we're going to go along with it too. And it's okay, Massa, it's okay. And we said, hell no. They know exactly who and what we are. And they absolutely need us to sign off on this. They need us to. Why? Because white privilege is simply too weak and too feeble an idea to try to base a country on. The culture that produced white supremacy is weak and feeble, as are those who depend on it for every crumb of their daily bread. A nation, a real one, requires a strong foundation if it's going to exist and endure. And the foundational Black Americans who literally laid the cornerstones of this country from Wall Street to the White House to the Capitol building to the folkways, music, art, language, and most importantly, the moral ideology that this country keeps appropriating, that came from us. It damn sure didn't come from them. Slave owners and their beneficiaries could never have built this country. They were literally too lazy to build a wall or a White House or the very plantations that they depended on. Hell, they tried to make their own farms. We know what happened to Roanoke. They starved. We were the game changer. We were the ones who did all that. The American identity, such as it is in fact a bastardized and whitewashed perversion of our FBA identity. Everything they claim as theirs was cast off European culture that was dying anyway, or what they stole from us, which is the only thing that had the pulse. So much of the very language that they speak originated with our culture, or at the very least, it arose directly from our condition in this oppressive society, because you cannot separate the two, except that's what white power has had to try to do to justify itself. The struggle that white society has had against Black empowerment is ultimately about defining what America means, what the idea of America is. And if there's going to be a definition, then the single most important thing to the dominant society is that they must be the ones to define it. Sure, the definition can be cobbled together from what they stole from us, and they can lie through their teeth about where it came from and try to palm off this phony, stupid lie that, oh, we're all just one big melting pot. This is someone eating at a table after we cooked the food, after we laid it out. They just sit down and afterwards claim that they did as much to prepare and cook and present the meal as we did. If America is going to have a definition, then that definition is as much about who defines it as it is the definition itself. When you look at our history, you see every single one of the pieces and cornerstones of what constitutes this phony masquerade of a nation that wants people to see it as honorable. All of the things, the good things that people actually like and claim are actually decent about this country begins and ends with us and no one else. No immigrant from anywhere else brought it here. Not from Europe, not from Asia, and not from Africa or the Caribbean. Like white society, the immigrants also laid claim to our culture and then tried to afterwards falsely say that they had something to do with it. Those of you who have followed me from the very beginning, you know that I initially started off doing videos about the history of ancient Kemet. Some of you might have heard it called Egypt. The Europeans cannot lay claim to it because there's nothing in Europe that came before Egypt. Inside of Africa, starting in the Great Lakes region, you can find like perfect breadcrumbs the archaeological and historical and cultural antecedents coming northward, showing the evolution and development of the things that would ultimately culminate in the Nile Delta. Stone masonry, obelisks, the conical crown of Egypt, the worship of their gods, all those things began south of Egypt and made their way north. None of it was in Europe or Asia at all, and none of it came from either of those places. That's why when the Europeans came into Egypt, their first impulse was to use the Sphinx for target practice. When the Arabs came to Egypt, they dismantled the pyramids' limestone shells and used the stone to build their mosques. And when the Europeans came in, they used dynamite to blast the tops off the pyramids of Nubia, modern-day Sudan. And both the Europeans and the Arabs plundered everything they could from the tombs of the dead. They showed no respect for these places because they were aliens there. It wasn't their culture and never could be. All they could think to do was to destroy it because they are destroyers. When you look at the attempt to lie and claim that others were involved in what we created and what we brought into being, you see the exact same thing. You can't claim that Haiti invented the culture of New Orleans, but there are those who have tried, because of course, Haiti is what gave the world jazz. Don't you know? New Orleans didn't give the world jazz. It started in Haiti. Where in Haiti do you find anything that shows the Haitians had any form of music or expression that was similar to anything that would have given rise to jazz? Part of what came out of setting the record straight on the real history of hip-hop is that people brought receipts on where every single component of hip-hop culture originated from, here with us. Everything from the slang and the mannerisms to the dance and floor work, we showed how everything people saw in the 70s and 80s had already existed in foundational Black American culture way back in the early 20th century, when hip-hop wasn't even a word yet. People like Brother Tricc showed the birth, evolution, and maturation of the culture here in our hands. Nobody else can do that. The only way you can believe these things came from Puerto Rico or the Caribbean or anywhere else is that you have to believe that culture just springs out of the ground. That culture doesn't begin somewhere, and there's certainly no record of its development or growth. The same way that the only means the Arabs and Europeans can use to lay claim to Egypt is to start off from the false premise that the culture of the Nile just simply sprung up out of the ground. No, if we're going to have a discussion about history, then you have to bring the facts. And if your only fact is that there were some Puerto Ricans who were standing on a street corner back in 1989, and that somehow makes them the creators of hip hop, or if your fact is that some Haitian in 1978 claimed that their father visited the French Quarter back in World War II, so that means jazz, which had already been in existence long before that, somehow was Haitian in origin, then that means you don't have any proof. You see, the struggle of our time, the struggle that we have been waging for centuries, is a struggle between truth and lies, a struggle between white supremacy on the one hand and justice on the other. Every alleged good thing about this evil, wicked country has come exclusively and only because of us. You literally can't name anything else because every other thing about this country has been the same old corruption and evil at worst and trivial and meaningless at best. These anti-FBA immigrants who come here, they don't even have a frame of reference for themselves outside of us. They can't conceive or express an identity without us because we are the only example of group pride, self-determination, and individual affirmation outside of white society. Everyone else is trying to become some model minority or the good black immigrant or some other version of white adjacent. And now they're starting to see what we've said all along. White power never had any permanent plans for any of them. And that's the reason why July 4th is not a day that I'm going to be running around celebrating and going, oh, I've got tears in my eyes because of how great this land is. No, the people who built it, us, we are great. But as for all of those sorry slave owners and their beneficiaries, not a chance. We cannot and will not stop fighting. So long as this country is ruled by anti-black racists who set up a society where their lives are based on depriving us of ours. July 4th is not some great august occasion. It is a day that should live in infamy. This time of year, the white media, corporate America, they can always be counted on to put some portrait up there showing these so-called founders of the United States and hoping that your heart will go pitter-pat for them. Oh, you're going to look at these guys as being individuals to look up to. Let me tell you something. I have nothing but contempt for that gang of slave owners, rapists, and genocidal lunatics. When you look at the portrait of the so-called founders of the U.S., that's not some picture of great statesmen. This is Philadelphia's 10 Most Wanted. It's a collection of rapists, murderers, thieves, human traffickers, and serial killers. And the people who deify these scum are the exact same way. They didn't found this country. They couldn't have founded it because the country was here before they were. And they weren't the first ones here. Our ancestors were. And it wasn't their sweat and toil that built anything. It was ours. What the hell did they found? What the hell did they lay the foundation for? Other people built the farms and worked the land. Other people built the White House, built the great structures that they call the cornerstones of their government. Other people did the labor that created the economic wealth. What did the founders found? What the hell did they contribute other than sitting back and telling themselves how great they thought they are? The so-called ideals, every one of the laws that white society pretends to revere so much about this country, none of that came from them. It didn't come from any of these immigrants. All of it, every single bit of it came from us, from one source and one source alone. The same way that you can only trace the origins of hip-hop back through our lineage and history, everything white people claim is good and honorable about this country can only be traced back through our lineage and history. We are the founders of the United States, at least what people claim is good about it. The things that white society actually is willing to brag about in polite company are all the things we did. That's why they spend all their time trying to appropriate it. Same way we see them trying to appropriate our culture across the board. So no, I'm not celebrating the United States birthday. This country cannot have my allegiance or my respect until it earns it. It must earn it through policies that benefit and affirm me and mine. And it must also earn it through tangible benefits because that's the entire point of having a society in the first place. A social structure that makes it where the members of that society as a group are afforded every opportunity to make the most of their lives, and that this is baked into the cake. You look at this satanic funhouse mirror of a society, you see none of that. This is what white power created, because the core tenet of white privilege is destruction. If they can't rule someone or something, then they kill it. If they cannot rule a city, then they'll destroy it. If they cannot rule a person, or in our case, if they cannot rule a people, then they will destroy them. This country has no right to throw itself a party when its hands are stained with centuries of our innocent blood and its coffers are lined with the fruits of our labors. This country will not have earned the right to anything other than pure contempt until the true founders of this country are in their proper place of esteem. This nation was established as a criminal enterprise and deserves neither celebration nor even a sniff of respect. They hate that we keep bringing this up because they know we're right about all of it. About all of them. There is no and has never been a substitute for the moral legitimacy of the foundational Black American lineage. Everyone imitates us because they know this. This country has no moral legitimacy unless we say so, and we do not say so. We do not give any sort of legitimacy to it. We stand 10 toes down on that. Everybody else, they couldn't wait to roll over until massa all was forgiven, but not us. We're not forgetting anything, nor are we forgiving anything. We understand the nature of what we're up against. We know better than anyone that the only antidote to the 4th of July is Black First Truth. Good evening, and be one.
Thank you, Professor. Cannot have said it better myself. And we got Black Joe on the building. Salute, cuz. What are your thoughts, Church, on what the good professor just laid out for us about the 4th of July? Michael.
My bad, family. For the most part, I believe and I agree with everything that he said, especially since it's basically everything I said earlier.
Yeah.
And just so people know, me and the professor, I tend to go around 3 o'clock, and then it's on until I'm finished. And then the professor, he does his Sunday address in the evening as well. So I didn't see that yet, right? So I'm seeing that now. But I'm saying he said the exact same thing I said at the beginning of my broadcast today, which was basically, whether you choose to celebrate the 4th of July or not, don't let it be for them.
Right.
You choose to celebrate the fact that you are the 4th of July. Without you, there is no 4th of July, because there would be no independence from Britain.
Right.
They needed you in order to fight the battle that they couldn't fight themselves. And once they fought that battle and they won that battle, they put those same people that fought in the battle with them back into slavery, even though they promised them freedom. So yeah, I totally understand everything that our good brother is saying. Do not allow yourself to celebrate them on the 4th of July. They're not worth being celebrated.
Right.
If you're going to celebrate, make sure you're celebrating the right people, the people that fought for you to become what you're supposed to become, the people that fought for you to have a fair shake in this country. The people that fought the country to change the laws, to change the dynamics, to change the social norms, to change all the things that makes America great. That's the people that you celebrate, not these freaking so-called founders that wasn't really the founders.
Right.
That is the most important self-loving thing that you can do. Don't allow these people to give you a narrative and say, this is what you're celebrating. If you are going to celebrate the day, and I don't care whether you say, I'm going to celebrate it, and I don't care whether you say, I'm not going to celebrate it. You have your choice to make. You are an individual person. However, when it comes down to you choosing to celebrate, just make sure that it isn't because of the Nabiscos. Make sure it's because of your contribution and your blood and the way that your blood created the ability to have a 4th of July. Or, in the words of our good brother, our good brother, Professor Black Truth, Shout out to him. The 4th of July.
Yep. That's right. All right, Michael, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, so my thoughts is like what Professor Black Truth said, and the church and what the Black Church said. I definitely concur. And yeah, really is that when white people say July 4th is about freedom, equality, liberation, right, independence, they couldn't do it without FBAs, which is a fact, right? And also the American flag is really blue and red. It's not these stripes, stars, stars dispersed to show freedom. There's no freedom if America still continue to unalive FBAs, right? And for white people, and of course Asian Hispanics, they get too excited, too hyped up. For me, it's like not too focused on July 4th, because if July 4th is going to mean something going to have a lot of value, then it needs to have a financial value, like a dollar attached to it. In other words, pay the debt to American freedom title slave, because they fought in so many wars, during slavery. And then white America so many. I mean, white America has always lied about. You see, Foundation of Black Americans, we freed the slaves, and the FBS know that white America never freed the slaves at all after America gained independence from England. And the professor and the Black Truth, and it's always been a lie like that. It's been whitewashed. And of course, white America does not want to hear the horrific truth, but the horrific truth is necessary to come out. And also July 4th, like at Donald Trump's event, I'm sure there are a lot of fighting there between Brad and Becky over little stuff.
100 or something degrees outside.
Yeah, 110 degrees DC. I didn't go, right?
They had to evacuate, and they had to take them to the African American History Museum.
Oh man, I wonder how the staff at the African American Museum reacted when they had tickets.
I had watched her briefly, and when they said that, I was like, "Them crackers ain't going. They ain't going. They're not going to the African American History Museum. Which needs to be changed to the Foundation of Black American
Museum." Right. And I say to the Foundation of Black American Museums, do not take in the Mzungus. Let the white museums take them in for shelter.
Right. That shit was hilarious. We also get on that, as a matter of fact. The fireworks shows in the Northeast got canceled or delayed due to all the storms. After it was 100 and some degrees outside.
Can I say one more thing before I drop, because I gotta really finish the last of my work and then take a shower and get ready for bed.
Right.
But let me say this as well. And I wanted to make sure everybody understood this as well. The 4th of July as well could be looked at as a Jubilee Day, because technically it is.
Yeah.
The same way that the 5th of July is a Jubilee Day.
Yeah.
And so when dealing with this situation, you have to understand you also have a nuanced situation for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And for me, I celebrate it. Not for any reason that anybody ever said to me. I celebrate it for the core reason that there were people freed on the 4th of July as well. And that's why I read the article from the Freedom Digest on my broadcast earlier. For the most part, if you remove yourself, then nobody should be celebrating the 4th of July.
Yep.
No one. So if you decide you don't want to celebrate it, that's fine and dandy. You have that right. But for those who continue to do so, make sure that you're making reparations a part of the conversation in every shape, form, and fashion.
Right.
Make sure that you're making policy for foundational Black Americans a part of the conversation in every shape, form and fashion. And I say that because it's real easy to go out to celebrate and come across all these people that's like, yeah, we all love America. Really, you love America? How about paying America's debt? Watch everybody get quiet.
Yep.
When you talk about America, you talk about America as a place that you built, and everybody else talk about America as a place that they actually leech off of. So when we talk about the 4th of July, the 4th of July, if you want to call it the 4th of Jubilee and the 5th of Jubilee, it's all right with me. Whenever we're in these situations and spaces, make sure that people understand that technically there really is no Independence Day for you folks until you guys pay the bill that's due.
That's right.
Until then, you guys are still a slave.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately for you, you're a slave to the debt that you owe to us.
That's right, Church.
Yep, you're right. 100%. You're 100% correct, Church.
Much love to the both of you, family. Thank you for having me up. I'm gonna still be listening. I'm gonna have it playing while I'm in the shower and stuff. Not pause, not to say that like that, but I'm still gonna be listening until I go to sleep. So shout out to you, family. Much love.
Much love, Church. Appreciate you.
All right, thank you so much, Church. Thank you.
Make sure y'all sub to Church. His link is in the description and in the chat. All right,
and Joe very quickly has a great point. Set a deadline for reparations.
Oh yeah, well that's where the pledge come in.
My pledge, yep.
And then if they don't respond to that in a timely manner, then they're gonna get a deadline. And if they don't meet the deadline, then they're 86. They're gonna lose their seat.
Yep.
It's just as simple as that. As Lady Che would say, we're gonna play political musical chairs. Okay, so Lisa gonna give us an update on the fireworks displays getting canceled across multiple states due to storms in the area.
Shalom. They had to come to an abrupt stop because they were supposed to do a speech, and then fireworks were going to be on. Supposed to do a speech, and then fireworks were going to be on display. Well, and supposed to do a speech, and then fireworks were going to be on display. Well, instead, the event was canceled. Everybody had to leave. Some places they actually started the fireworks, like here in New Jersey. They actually started the fireworks, and they had to come to an abrupt stop because the winds were blowing. The winds were blowing at 50 miles an hour here.
Yeah.
The rain was heavy. There were lightning strikes and loud thunder. Boy, you would have thought a hurricane moved in. Yeah. And y'all, the Most High was doing everything to disrupt this thing. They had triple-digit temperatures during the day and a wild behind storm at night. I tell you what, they didn't plan this thing well at all. Usually places will have like a secondary date that you can come to just in case there's inclement weather, because you know you're having this event outdoors.
Right.
If you're having it outdoors, you need to make additional plans just in case the weather is not good. They didn't even bother to do that, y'all. So much for those high IQs. So I remember it was kind of calm. And then when it got close to 9 p.m. last night, all hell broke loose. Even where I was, I saw that wild storm that came in. And I was like, you know what? The Most High means this. He means this. He wants this fireworks stuff shut down. I think it's at the point where he doesn't want all this Gentile stuff going on anymore. That's why, if you notice, he's been ruining these things all the time. I mean, it seems like every Memorial Day it's raining, where people have to go out in the rain and barbecue. And, you know, other holidays as well. And I'm just saying, he doesn't want this Gentile stuff going on anymore. These holidays. And I mean, talk about ruining something that's been planned for 10 years. 10 years. And all it take, you know, think about it. All it took was raising the temperature and bringing a major storm to shut it all down. Oh yeah, it was loud. That storm was loud. It was people around here playing music, cooking out, having their good time. And I tell you what, after that storm came, I looked outside, them cars were gone. They were gone. Whoever was having their party ended at that moment, because it was cars all up and down the street, and you could hear the loud music, and you could hear them popping off fireworks. Then when that storm moved in, everything went silent. And at one point I got up to look outside, and all them cars that were parked up and down the street, they were gone. They were gone. People got the hell up on out of here. For real. But yes, see, like I said, I have no fruit. The Most High used the weather to make the fruit trees barrenness this year. Never seen nothing like this before. But see, fruit trees cannot withstand the cold. So if you have a few 50-degree nights in a row, you ain't gonna have no fruit. And every day those folks were out there at the fair, and I was reading every day this past week, they had an ambulance constantly coming up there because people were passing out in those hot temperatures. And when it started raining, they had designated buildings for people to go in, government buildings, and one of them was the Black Smithsonian. I said, look at how ironic that is. The Black Smithsonian, you know, where he was taking exhibits out because he doesn't want us told in the history anymore. The only history Donald Trump wants spoken in this country are history glorifying white men. That's the kind of history he wants told in this country. And I was looking at a lot of the exhibits that were there. I didn't see nobody melanated. Every exhibit or picture they had up were white men, mostly white men. And that's fine with me. I'm happy you did not include us in your disastrous America 250 anniversary. I'm proud to say I'm glad my people were not included. I'm glad you had a display in sea of white. That's what should be there, because we should not be included. Thank you very much. I would never want our faces displayed on this embarrassment that y'all put on. So no feelings are hurt over here. So y'all, I want y'all to see what this weather was really, truly like. And you cannot tell me the Most High did not have a hand in this entire week and did not have a hand in shutting down the fireworks last night. In fact, there were a few people that shot them off until the rain kicked in, and then it went silent outside. And then one person I could hear, like maybe a few blocks away, were still trying to fire them off. And the rain got heavy again, and I didn't hear another peep out. I said, Most High don't want all this crap going on. he's shutting it down. So y'all, let me go ahead and share my screen so we can get started. Okay, y'all, give me a 1 if you can see my screen. You're going to see how wild this storm was. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, no fireworks for an amazing Connecticut. No fireworks. They were about to start when this storm broke out. Too bad.
Hey guys, Logan Hall here with WPC News, and we are at the Boston Pops Fireworks Spectacular, where just moments ago, officials came over the intercom and asked everybody in the area to evacuate because of potential lightning storms in the area. You can now see thousands and thousands of people making their way to the exits and seeking shelter. This entire area behind me here was flooded with people just moments ago. There are state troopers and EMS on the ground here working to help people gather their belongings and make their way to an exit. Thousands of people will be seeking shelter underneath tunnels on Storrow Drive and waiting this storm out. The storm is set to touch down here any minute and brings the potential of lightning risks in the area, especially with the stage that they built behind me here and a lot of these high rises that you see across the Esplanade. So we'll keep you posted on the status of this storm, and when this show will be back up and running.
Nice, man. See how David do? Sky Valley, Sky Pot, Storm. Woo!
Okay, just watch this. Donald Trump is melting down in the Oval Office right now with tears in his eyes because severe weather just wrecked his big America 250 celebration on the National Mall. Mother Nature slammed the event with a massive storm, forcing the total cancellation of his speech and fireworks festival in a humiliating disaster. The chaotic evacuation turned into pure madness that took over an hour with zero order or structure. People pushed toward the Jefferson and Madison sides, crowded in confusion, grew furious, and many families simply went home, their day completely ruined. Trump called into Fox News sounding sad and disappointed, yet claimed he was energized and determined to deliver his speech no matter what, even at 2 a.m.
Cardenas.
He compared himself to
Salute.
D-Day veterans storming the beaches, saying if they could face that, he could speak through the rain. On Truth Social, he posted that storms bring luck and make events more exciting, vowing to wait it out. This malignant narcissist lives in a total fantasy world, making everything about himself while screwing over his supporters yet again. Truly insane and pathetic.
I just want to tell y'all, this is New Jersey. When the storm hit us, it started out with these crazy, freakish winds. The winds were like, oh man. I was like, what is going on? I mean, the winds were crazy. There were all kinds of downed trees here in New Jersey from this storm. So yes, it was bad. And I think this is probably one of the worst I've seen. And you're going to see limbs flying. I mean, that's how bad it was here in New Jersey last night. It was bad. So let's get to it. So this is Camden County, New Jersey.
Pathetic.
No fireworks for 2026 was a fail. We are literally drenched. It's pouring rain right now. It's bad.
Yeah, thank you, Ed. And take a look at this. This was the scene at the riverfront in Harrisburg. You could see people holding hands there while they took cover under tents, and those tents barely staying put under the heavy wind gusts. Some trees down along North Front Street taking down that sign with it as well. And some of our own folks at CBS 21 were at the event today and say that at one point they even saw a tree branch fall and shatter a car's back window. The fireworks that were supposed to kick off at 9:15 there were canceled. The city says the decision was made to prioritize people's safety and announced that those fireworks will be rescheduled to a later date. And the Harrisburg Senators also canceled tonight's game and postponed the fireworks as well. People who had tickets for that game can get refunds through the Senators' website.
So yeah, it's official. My 4th of July fireworks are canceled. The whole city of Elgin, the whole party canceled because of the storms. There's every single year something happens where we can't see these fireworks. That's all I'll do is I'm going to go to Indiana next year and get my own, because that's all I want to do is just see some fireworks tonight. And hopefully Elgin shows out and shows up what's up. Because, man, canceled fireworks again. It's a killer, man. It's your boy John, and it's going to be okay. We still got some fillets to grill. We're just waiting for this rain to let up, and then we can put some food on the grill. We got some zombie dust in the bottle. We're good to go. What are you guys doing on your 4th? If it's as good as mine, let me know in the comments. Peace.
Yeah, John here looks lit. Okay, he looks lit and sounds lit. So anyway, y'all, that's how bad it was. That's how bad it was. When I went to look at the local news, they said the wind gusts were 50 miles an hour where I was. And it really did sound like, you know, I'm like, wow, Most High, where did you pull this storm out? Because some places were like, they didn't even see it coming. But look, we are in those times, y'all. All of the things they used to get pleasure from, they're not going to get that pleasure anymore. They're a form of entertainment. All of that's coming to an end. And I saw the Most High's hand in this from early in the week all the way up until the storm last night. I said, no, I see your hand in this, because he made it so difficult for them to enjoy that event. It was not even funny. And then on top of that, I said, see, that was him speaking through Donald Trump. You were not allowed to bring any chairs. You were not allowed to have a cooler. You were not allowed to even have your own bottle of water. They literally wanted you to stand up in that baking sun for whatever concerts they were having. And I was like, well, damn, you see the weather. You mean no ice, no water, no nothing? Yeah, I guess people were passing out. Yeah. What kind of rules are those? You're in the dead of summer.
Right.
But that was the rules they had, y'all. They couldn't have their own water, their own cooler, their own chairs, nothing. They literally had to just stand there and bake and watch whatever concerts they were putting on.
Mm-hmm.
I said, no wonder why it was every time you saw the concert area, you saw people performing on the stage, but when you looked out, it was nobody standing there. Yeah, because they knew they were going to bake out there and possibly pass out. So, yeah, I think the time of celebrating these Gentile holidays, y'all, I see it. It's over. It's over. And that's what he was showing you. Damn. So during the day, you were roasting out there, and then at night, he brought a powerful storm in there. So no matter what, you were not going to enjoy yourself. Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly. G. Bowman Jr., thank you for the 27-month membership. The storm sounded powerful in my sound system so far. Google Tube isn't covenantly adding fake electrical analog interference to a digital fiber optic transmission. And you know what? Speaking of that, thank you so much for your support for my channel. Do you know my Comcast is still out, y'all? My Comcast has been out for 2 days. This is the second day. It's been out. I have an old router that I've kept as a backup. Thank goodness I have that. If I did not have my old school router, I wouldn't be on here at all.
Okay.
I just decided, you know, before I got Comcast, I would keep that router because I never had a lot of problems out of it. It was just old, that's all. But you can still connect with it.
Yeah.
So I said, you know what, I'm just going to keep it. And I kept it, and it's serving its purpose now, for real. It really is. And I'm not the only one. It's a lot of people that have Comcast that are out nationwide, y'all, all over this nation. And this is like day 2. And I don't know, I cannot connect, but I can connect to my old router. So this is right now telling me I need to keep my old router. There were times when, a couple of occasions, I thought about getting rid of it altogether. And then I decided, no, I'm not getting rid of it. I'm going to keep my router. I'm so glad I decided to do exactly that. So he cut off communication too.
Chat.
Mm-hmm.
Said I didn't know.
Wow. And just think, on the 4th of July, 250 years ago, they wrote in their Constitution that we were 3/5 of a human being.
You lies.
And to this very day, they never made any attempt to change it. It's still there.
They're on a Lego video.
Why? Okay.
Said,
G. Bowman
So-
Jr., thank you so much for
he was showing
your super chat. Yahuwah El Adonai.
No.
Hello. Hi. Telepathy wins every time. It sure does. I tell you what, he was on the money with the heat, and he was on the money with the storm. They could barely fire off one firecracker before the storm was bringing it. I was like, wow. Wow, if people can't see the judgment in all of this, you just didn't want to see it. You didn't want to see it. Keith Cunningham, thank you so much for the super chat. And they had to take shelter at the African American Museum. How ironic. Yes, I said that a little earlier. I said, yeah, the exact museum where he removed displays, and a judge told him he had to put everything back. Because that history is also American history. And he pretty much told Donald Trump, you can't remove history just because you don't like it. It's still history. And he was ordered to put it back up.
You know what?
I'm sorry. I would have locked the door and put up the "we're sorry." Sorry, we're closed. Yes. Yes. Yeah. They have no business being in there. But yeah, from what I understand, they opened up a couple of the different
Jesse, I'm here. I'm listening. Yep.
For people to, have shelter away from the storm. That's what they did. And yeah, the Black Smithsonian was one of those buildings that they opened up. Yes. And I believe the Commerce Building, I don't know, I don't think they opened up the Treasury, but the Commerce Building was open, and it was a few other buildings that they were talking about that were open for shelter. Yeah, I mean, the rain did eventually stop, but like they said, nobody went back up to that same location in Washington, D.C. People just said, well, forget it, and from what I understand, most people left, especially the ones that came in from out of town. They just left. So Donald Trump never got to give his speech, y'all, in D.C. He did not get to give his speech. And they did not have the fireworks show they wanted to have. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. And it didn't take but a storm to bust up everything. All right, y'all. I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much. And I deeply appreciate your support. Don't forget to pick up your hair products. And remember, the sale will end on the 7th at 11:59. So as long as you can get your order in before then, you can enjoy that 45% off discount. Shalom, family.
Shalom,
Lisa. Hello, Lisa.
Yeah, that was a crazy ass storm, yo.
Yeah, in July 4th, last night when I came home after the movies, my gosh, I saw people popping up fireworks
Everything
in
has a
Virginia
frequency. People are like, it's just a song.
when it was raining last night in Virginia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It just came out of nowhere, huh?
Yeah, it came out of nowhere, and I thought like last night people are not going to pop fireworks because of the weather, right? Especially with rain last night, because I didn't come on until like almost 10 p.m. Right?
Yeah.
And then I realized that Muzungus, they really don't care about the temperature or the weather. Even the forecast would say
they gotta celebrate regardless.
Right. As if like climate change did not happen, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, I mean that's Muzungu's, issues, right?
They say that's a hoax.
Yeah, you know what it is? I know why Muzungus are so obsessed with July 4th every year because they gotta celebrate, you know what I mean, with the open chest. They feel like if they don't go every year, it gets canceled. It's like, oh my gosh, we're gonna miss this for the rest of our lives. I'm like, guys, I mean, Brad and Becky, July 4th happens every summer. Every year. It's not like it's going to be over. You know what I mean?
Right.
Oh man, sometimes they don't really care. Not only just they don't care about people's safety, but they don't care about the health.
They don't fall off the bed.
Yeah. Hey, Lady Che, how you doing?
Oh, I don't know why. I had a mushroom, but not a mushroom.
Yeah.
Earlier. I'm telling you about this. I had to look at me telling you about it. I had to go earlier. And yeah, I came out of it. Woke up, I was sitting chilling, and I listened to you talk. My eyes were already like down, and I was split off the bed. He said, "Why? How could you do it?" I said, "Because it's like linoleum tile, or like linoleum floor, and I'm like barefoot, so my feet slid. That's what woke me up." I'm chilling. I just got in here, so I've been here for like 2 topics already. So now we're working on 3. Just I look a little low for me, sorry. So good.
Storm. Dialogue about storm.
Okay, well it's over now.
What's your thoughts about the storm?
What storm?
The storm that canceled all fireworks shows on the East Coast.
Shit, well, I don't know about everybody else's fireworks. I mean, I was like, who gives a fuck? They're not even real. I don't know. I don't really think that they put any real emphasis on these fireworks shows anymore. They just suck the joy out of everything. People rarely go, you know what I mean? To see it.
Lisa said they wouldn't let them bring their own water in.
I don't let people, well, she's talking about a fair, though. Talking about some fair and some shit.
Yeah.
Talking about like here in Colorado, they used to have a really good fireworks show, like for years, years. It was really good. And you had your options of like where you want to see a show at.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Because it would be going down all over the city.
Yeah.
You go to mountains, you go to the highway, you know what I mean? Where like you can look at the stadium, near the stadium,
Wow.
You know, and they'd be like, they'll tell you during the week where to go. Yeah, it's almost like they want everybody at the fucking at the stadium. They want everybody at the party. Whatever, right? And it was that fucking fireworks show will go heavy for like 30 minutes.
Yeah.
And it closed out for like another 30 minutes of fireworks to tell you goodbye and then it would be like one here and there. And you're looking at the car like, whoa, you see that shit? That one, yeah, that little sparkly big, that was the puffball. You know what I mean? And that would be that. During the day before that, you find your way, somebody would find their way to motherfucking free ass barbecue. A free ass cookout. Cookout is my thing. Our picnic. What is it? What is it with white people? White people call it different. We gathering, I know that. Good, you know, we gathering during the day. You know, like motherfucking we start eating like hot dogs, I would say the nasty name for it. Or eating that. You know, we got like a little gathering, a little drinking, little fruit eating, we're doing something, right? And it's a good time. It wasn't a hate time. Now the it's drones, you don't hear the pops, you don't hear the smell of the sulfur in the air. You know, you don't have young adults fucking sending out fireworks. Yeah, in your alley.
Says hi, everyone.
It's something else.
Hi, Haru. How you doing?
Like, you do better than that, cuz.
It's the Amaru.
We have like heavy discussions that I've been here all week.
Yeah.
It's like, come on. Come on. You gotta talk to him like a regular dude.
Yeah.
Come on, baby. Right here. He it's a little word.
Yeah, he was like a little baby lion.
Yeah, it wrote down like a little baby lion too. And that I just think that they don't put any emphasis on it. The thing that was like, but you want attention, you closer. Come here. If you want attention, I will do it. You say,
Go.
we were just talking. What was I say? The other thing is that they had the 250th 50th celebrations.
Yeah.
They were supposed to be every month. And excuse me, I'm sorry. Every state one was supposed to be at.
Yeah.
And it was not done like that. So that's like it doesn't make. Aside from that, I don't really know about it. I think that did Donald Trump make up for it? He didn't even acknowledge it, right?
Nope.
It's back to business as usual, huh?
Yeah.
He fucked up the pool, you know that. He found some lackey to take the fall for that. It's not for anything else. What is funny though is Iran and Qatar they don't want to deal with Jared or anybody. JD or Jared, right? So that shit is hilarious during this time of festivities.
Yeah.
That's funny.
All right. I'm Melissa Long.
It's time to play.
We move along to the next topic, and that is India Arie calls out Young Miami, and Trick Daddy responds.
Everything has a frequency. People are like, it's just a song. No, Nothing is just anything. Everything has a frequency. Colors have a frequency. Names have a frequency. Cities, states have different frequencies. Mountains have a frequency. Rivers have a different frequency from mountains. Mountains by rivers have a specific frequency. Food has a frequency. And music is pure frequency.
Coming from Miami. Shout out to Miami, but shout out to you, Tricc, because you embody those qualities, but not on this video that I'm about to play. Remember what you told us? Tricc, love the kids. So you want the kids to grow up to be scammers and shoplifters? I think you're better than that. Are you? I think so. Brother, we got to learn that you can support a person, but not support the message that they pushing at the time. I love you.
Young Miami, you got not let these old raglasses deter nothing you try to do. Might have to drop a dime on them. Sure. You know what I'm saying? You gotta stop it. I don't like that shit. For sure, bro. I don't like that shit.
All right, y'all, we back with another video, man. Y'all know how we do. Always pushing health, wealth, and the better understanding self. So check this out, y'all. In this video, we're going over how Arie called out the Young Miami spin that song. And Trick Daddy goes and attacks Arie.
Hey, come on, man. I love you, but you gotta stop, brother. Brother, you not serious. You publicly cursing out and disrespecting women that are opposed to the negative message in Young Miami's song? You're over 50 years old, brother. At what point do we grow up, man? I know Young Miami, that's your little people, you heard me? But still, you can love the person and acknowledge that that message ain't good for our community. Trick Daddy, there's the best of who we are, like you doing your annual tour drive in Miami. Salute to you for that, by the way. Then there's the worst of who we are, brother. And we all have multiple sides to us. This the thing, Trick. You've persevered through tough times. I salute that. But we shouldn't celebrate and glorify the worst of who we are. And that's what this song is doing, and people got a problem with the message. Look what you did. You overcame a lot to get a whole street named after you in your city. Look, I know you was proud of yourself. Look at that smile. The flyer said that you embody strength, creativity, authenticity, leadership, and generosity. Coming from Miami. Shout out to Miami, but shout out to you, Tricc, because you embody those qualities, but not on this video that I'm about to play. Remember what you told us? Tricc, love the kids. So you want the kids to grow up to be scammers and shoplifters? I think you're better than that. Are you? I think so. Brother, we got to learn that you can support a person, but not support the message that they pushing at the time. I love you.
Young Miami, you got not let these old raglass bitches deter nothing you try to do.
Now, I was a big supporter of Trick Daddy. But this was the last straw with me for him. Cancel, he's out of there. I'm from Bragg County. You know, we grew up on Trick Daddy. I remember listening to Trick Daddy in the car with my father. But as of now, where the community is waking up and we're seeing it's a problem with degenerate behavior in our community and people that are promoting that. And you got people like Arie that's trying, that cares about the community. And what she said was 100% valid.
It is being wrongly reported on some of these blogs that I am calling for a boycott of the song of the summer. I don't need to tell you what the song is. If you don't know, then you don't need to know. And if you do know, then you already know. And if you want to know, you can go look it up. Everything has a frequency. People are like, it's just a song. No, nothing is just anything. Everything has a frequency. Colors have a frequency. Names have a frequency. Cities, states have different frequencies. Mountains have a frequency. Rivers have a different frequency from mountains. Mountains by rivers have a specific frequency. Food has a frequency. And music is pure frequency. It is sound frequency. And when you put sound together with words and it's rhythmic, you get inside of people's subconscious mind. And that is the power of a song, of lyrics, melody set to a rhythm. That's the power of it. It has power over you, over us.
It's people out there that would slander the name of the people that's caring about our community and won't change. They'll slander us and sit back and continue to watch these movies and continue to watch this crazy, listen to this crazy music that's bringing down our community. Now, we had just did a live and we were talking about the movies, how the movies portray women in a negative light, and you see some women don't say anything about it. They'll continue to watch these movies by this YT supremacist that's showing us in a bad light. I remember watching the movie Baby Boy, and I was like, damn, this is bad. And we're seeing the effects of movies like Baby Boy, all of the movies that they gave us. But it's some women that can't understand, and shout out to the women that was on my live. We just got finished with it, and they was definitely calling this stuff out. And I can tell that, you know, we're connected. We see this. We won't change. We know that this ain't for our community.
And I said what I said, and I was clear in my comments. I know I was. And so you can go see my comments and know that I mean what I said. And so for that song of the summer, I won't be listening. And if you don't want that food in your system, don't listen. And if you just think it's fun, then enjoy.
Now, as mentioned, it appears that many people who agree with Arie feel that the Spin That Song further pushes negative behavior in the Black community, especially since there's been so many incidents with Black people who are just accused of crimes ending badly. So if some will be influenced by the song's lyrics, this isn't something we should be praising. Like the recent shooting of Cyrus Carmick Belton in 2023, who's a 14-year-old shot in the back by a store owner after he was only accused of stealing water. Now, Young Miami herself has also been a part of the criticism, one being her relationship and support of Diddy and her own mother's connection to theft. So for some, to hear a song with lyrics saying, "Where all my scamming ass niggas at, spending that money fast. Boosting bitches, where y'all at? Stuffing that shit in y'all bag. Just to flip it, pop some tags, spin that shit, spin that shit." It raises concerns that this is the crown anthem of the moment.
All y'all promoting that Carisha song, Spend That Shit, y'all are the reason why our community's in shambles. We already know that bitch is low vibrational and was trafficking drugs for Diddy. Did y'all forget that she was a part of it and then wrote a pardon letter to the fucking judge? Do y'all not understand what y'all are promoting? And y'all go promote this ghetto ass, trashy ass bitch? Is crazy work to me. It's crazy work. We got little boys that are getting shot up because they're being profiled, right, as thieves and scammers, and y'all are still outside. Where all my scamming ass niggas at? Grow the up. And when you have to make a GoFundMe for your sons, don't come to the internet.
Now, as far as this song, you got kids singing this song, and this song is being a hit, and people are, you know, singing this song. If you ask somebody, and I'm glad y'all asked me about that song, if you ask somebody about that song and about the community, our community, where we just had Cyrus Belton get shot at a corner store for being accused of stealing a water bottle. And we have people in the Black community that they just living. They don't care, or they don't try to put no effort into making sure that these kids are hearing, seeing positive things. It's people that never seen a good positive relationship between a male and a female. And they project that on the kids. And we got a lot, and some of these people, y'all, you know, is women and men. If you see with Tricc Daddy, he's going after our good women. There are women that's going after our good men, that's standing on business, that's out here really impacting people. And as men, we got to start talking our shit, because women will try to make you seem like because you are pushing for your people, they're going to try to slander your name. And I understand that going on now. I'm going to talk more about lifestyle stuff and things that I go through personally, because this is getting out of hand. Okay, we got some people that you would never think, and we talk about the feminist movement, and shout out to the women, man. This is not all women. We got women like India Arie that's out here, and we know she care about us. We know she care about the kids. Okay, we know that she want the community better. Anybody that want this song and feels like we shouldn't be listening to this song or none of our kids should be singing this song, you the real MVP. Okay, but to everybody who believes in this feminist movement and think that that's not a destruction of our community, you need to wake up. You got to question the men that you have around you and in your life. Because we got a lot of people stepping up, and we need more to step up and make sure that we keep our community safe and our kids' mind clean. Because them listening, hearing, and seeing too much degenerate behavior, it's going to cause problems. And we've seen the effect that it's causing problems. But my point is, it's to the people like Tricc that's calling out good people. Okay, because there's some women out there that are around these women and they need to be checked and called out, and they won't do it. And this is some of the feminist movement agendas. And I hate to be on this, y'all, because I want to push black. I'm gonna be pushing black love on my channel. I want to see us trust each other, love each other. If people don't speak like that and they want to point the finger at men or they want to point the finger at women like Tricc that is doing, they're not for our community. They're not for the betterment of our community. And we got to start checking people who are, not for the betterment of our community. And this was real touching to see kids singing this song that, to singing about scamming and robbing. Is just crazy that we could be putting so much more positive, real stuff in our kids' mind that's really gonna make a difference. So make sure y'all subscribe to the channel, hit that like button, push on the algorithm. I greatly appreciate that. As men, we gotta start talking our talking. Women gotta understand we can't protect and provide for something that we don't have no control over. A lot of women bring this and they always say that, hey man, we gotta do this, we gotta do this, and it's both sides, y'all. But to be honest, as men, this is what we doing on here. Shout out to D1. There's plenty of men that's giving information because they want to provide and protect for us. But if nobody listens and they don't have control, because if the real men who had control and we had control over our community and we wanted to provide and protect, that song wouldn't be out. It wouldn't be no choices. It would be somebody that's making rules so they make sure we provide it and protect it. That's how all of them other communities work. It's not gonna be a doubt. It's gonna be the leaders. It's gonna be like, this ain't happening. And until we give our solid men this kind of power, we're always gonna have stuff sleep in, and we're gonna have people that's gonna push it, and it's gonna tear down our community. And this is just heartbreaking to see that something so simple and common, we can't come to terms on. Knowing that we know the history of broken homes, fatherless homes. We know the statistics. If it's people that's being so stupid that they're willing to go against statistics that shows that the white supremacists has been putting on us, that's why Black Wall Street and all of our black towns got burnt down. They understanding that we was together. And this is why, and it's a great time right now because we getting back together. But we have to put a line in the sand of the people that's for the community and the people that's not. And it's probably gonna hurt some of y'all hearts to the people that you have to feel that are not for us. Maybe your aunties, maybe your grandmas, maybe people right close to you, maybe your girl. All you gotta do is listen to what come out of their mouth. Once you listen and you hear what people come out of their mouth, and then you gotta reread, you gotta know the stats. because it's a lot of us standing on business, standing on 10, and it's nobody that's really, I ain't gonna say nobody. We got very few, because it's a lot of people that support me and support this channel, and they know my heart. They know I mean well for our community. They know I'm on a path of rebuilding our community, and I'm connecting with like-minded people. But it's people like India, Arie, and me, and some of our guys that somebody will be out here and try to slander our name, and they not trying to put in the boots on the ground work like we doing. Shout out to the Water Gang, man. Shout out to everybody who's having integrity and honor with pushing for our ancestors and trying to be out here making our ancestors proud. Your work is not going unnoticed. A lot of people may not be watching you. A lot of people may not be, shouting you out and getting all the attention you deserve, but we see you. We love you. And to all of those people that's you standing on the sidelines, you pointing fingers, and you causing dysfunction in our families and neighborhoods, we see you. You will get called out. You will get put in front of the congregation. And we will have a code book, okay? Code enforcement statutes that you gonna go by. And we're gonna draw the line in the sand. We no longer having this faking, this fake love, this fake real. These people act like they really care when we got real stand-up people that's really out here trying to push for the betterment of the community. Y'all gonna see more topics like this because this is a time where this is changing. We got the control to change it, and it's either a get down or lay down scenario. This is non-negotiable. But listen, I love and appreciate y'all, everybody who's been supporting me, man. Shabazz, Fresh Always, the Water Gang, the whole Water Gang. Y'all know who we is, okay? We the ones that's really out here pushing and moving. And I appreciate y'all, respect y'all. I'm gonna catch y'all in the next video. Peace and love.
A community must have three things to have a community in it. You must have a wholly independent economic structure that can provide goods, service, products, and things for your own people, and jobs and tax bases for your own people. You should at least control 4 basic things. You should be trying to control water, food, medicine, and energy to be able to survive and compete.
Here we got Mr. Pollock. He had a cornfield. He took advantage of a free water test from us, and this is what we found in this water. We found sulfur, we found hardness, and we solved these problems with an easy fix of 2 tanks. So get your free water test today. Stay blessed. Click the link below.
Salute, Cowdog. Salute, Sister Val. Thank y'all for tapping in. What are your thoughts on me?
Over have lost their lives in the
I know, Michael.
Oh, I'm here, yeah.
What are your thoughts on Indy and Arie checking?
Second,
him.
He makes great points.
C.
Oh, C. Oh, okay. I didn't see. Okay. Hi, Sister Val. Yeah, she makes
About India Arie. He's talking about the India Arie, what the comments that India Arie made about the shoplifting song.
Oh, no comment. I can't comment on that.
Okay.
I'll say this. Go ahead, Lece.
I can't. First of all, I think it's just a song. Secondly, the bride can't help her mama got shoplifting issue. That's another. Like, her character is like whatever. That's her character. She's in her role. The C girls or them girls, it ain't really promote themselves like they more than what they do videos for. You know what I mean? And they never promote themselves like they're good girls. They go to school. They have good careers, and good jobs, and things like that. And not really promote themselves like that. You couldn't expect them to have wholesome moments. You know what I mean? That's ridiculous if you thought that. Secondly, it's just a song that, like, first of all, let's talk about this movie. And you would think it would be on that movie, I Love Boosters, right? And that movie is trash, very utter trash. I wrote Don Cheadle a little letter, like, cuz what are you thinking? This is that one movie that destroy your whole career because it's below and beneath TV level of watchability. Okay. I wanted to tell Debbie more about herself, but I'm talking white women. So the other person I really wanted to tell was dude from Atlanta. God, I can't remember. Book of Clarence, whatever. I forgot his name. That man's always pushing the envelope. I forgot what his name is. Right. Second. I think that, using that movie could have ruined his career. That movie is just utter garbage. Like, straight movie. That movie should play only on the airplane from one destination to the next. That's how long it is. It should only play for a one connected flight, okay? Hey, that's the only place you can see it is on a theater airplane flight. Real shit. That shouldn't have been made to download or to watch. It's garbage. It's fucking garbage. Whoever made that, it's garbage. Anyway, that song don't appear nowhere in that whole movie. What's really sad about that movie to me was, for the most part, it was all black characters. For the most part, until it wasn't. Which means it's why they give our good actors and actresses shit ass roles. I have no idea. Or who decided that was an even worthy script to put on the desk of Don Cheadle. You know what I mean? Fucking paid. So that was that. But the song in itself is catchy. The only thing I knew about the motherfucking shit is because I watch reels when I'm bored over here. And the song is catchy. The little dance is like a little dance. It's the same thing, like every time there's something come up, it has a little TikTok dance to go with it. We listen to a lot of music, and we had to go with people who write degenerate music. Well, that's it. We're taking all of whatever rap is left to us, and whatever new shit is coming out is definitely we gotta cancel it. So we can't listen to that. This is just like, these rules are sometimes below common sense. Like, we know it's just a fad. Remember what a fad was, everybody, from Generation X?
Yeah.
What's a fad?
Some temporary. And then later on, like 20 years later, it'll pick up again, and the fad will be like it's almost brand new. Mm-hmm.
Like it just happened, right?
Yeah.
So this is like one of those. It's like a fad, like a trend. And as it comes in really quick, the same way it'll leave. Like all kinds of movies and TV series has one, at least one type of janky ass song that goes with it. It's stupid, it's just catchy. And ultimately, Black Family, I think the real thing, before we turn it into something so serious that we can't walk out of it, is this. We are in a time of war. It's FBA against everybody. We are always so fucking serious. We are serious about everything. Because as Water Guard everybody alluded to, people die because of shoplifting. Right?
Yeah.
Because the motherfucking people who own the item or own the store or whatever, they got insurance, okay, to cover whatever is stolen. Yeah, they might be put out by like having to refill the candy aisle or some shit. But Jesus Christ, people have died for just taking a bar of soap. So these are like crimes of poverty. What they were talking about, that song is something else. I've been homeless too. And There's times when I needed something, I had to go look for a booster. I myself like to steal, right? I used to like to steal because I was fucking mad all the time. And I would find ways to unstress myself. And sometimes stealing was just one of those. There's two other words that start with the F. There is like fighting was one of those. You know what I mean? So stealing or fighting is like would make me feel better. You know, I couldn't do it though anymore. I also raised a brother to be a boost. We were pretty good. He was actually better than me. Why? Because we grew up poor with no money. And the only way we're gonna go get any money or go make some money whatever, is listen to our father that say, he said, you want something, go out and get it. He said, you really want it, go out and take it. You know what I mean? And so as a little girl, that message was in my brain. And what I do, I would take it. So they take from me, I take it from them. There's a kind of thing like that. As far as stealing in the store, you know, I had my moments of thieving in the mall and stealing before I even turned 13 years old. We were like to steal all the way up until like maybe 7 years, 8 years. We're talking from everything. I was stealing all kinds of shit when I was growing up. Bikes, dogs, motherfucking toys from my brother, free time, candy, something at school, fucking whatever I felt like. Books, So I can understand. But that doesn't mean cancel everything. It just means, look, this little musical trend, this little song, it's funny, it's fun, it's meant to be fun. It's meant to, like, everybody do a little dance, and that little dance is like a challenge that we do all the time. That was what I think it was meant for. Aside from that, it's just a regular stupid ass song. It's catchy. The motherfuckers like to sing in the car all loud and shit. Doesn't mean that, like, even right now, do you support stealing? I support stealing if you have to fucking steal. Mm-hmm. But you shouldn't be chased down over a fucking bar of soap, a bag of chicken, a fucking pack of diapers. These are crimes of poverty. Not even a crime. It's a fucking necessity. And people are gatekeeping this at the gate. You know what I mean? Like for big places like Walmart, the motherfucking gas station, things like that. Look, we in our culture are not supposed to get upset about people needing to eat. We're supposed to feed people. That's our culture. That's what we do. To see others in our culture that ain't like us chase down another motherfucker, all calling the police over something stupid like a necessity item, and then get killed for it or lose their child or whatever, and then be lied on after death. That's crazy. It's stupid. It doesn't matter no more. At this point in time, it's about to get real desperate. I was the same before the believes in robbing season, okay? It is about to get to be desperate. And the only reason it's like that is because of racism and white supremacy. Yeah, that bothers everybody, but I love saying it. It's because of racism and white supremacy. However, it's because of the enforcement behind the racism and white supremacy. You know what I mean? The forces of gatekeeping or whatever. But to not be able to read what's happening in the world is fucking stupid. You can't see that motherfuckers are losing their jobs, they're losing their homes, they can't feed their children, they can't put diapers on their baby's bottom, shit like that, right? So now we gotta everything's already locked up. You see how bad that was? That was a serious crime for whoever dealt with that at Walmart, right? They locked up everything. They lock up everything from feminine, I can't say it because it can't be raunchy, but feminine hygiene products, deodorant, soaps. They definitely got all our shit on lock. You know what I mean? Like anything we use for our hair, skin, face, okay? Anything that's in the ethnic aisle, air quotes. Yeah, I see that little air quotes. You know what I mean? ethnic aisle. They lock that shit up because they love. They'll probably leave a tester like out there to see if one of us will get it. They love manhandling black women. And they love accusing them of stealing items, okay, and hiding them in the worst places. Fucking stupid. This is what they do, right? All I'm saying is, enjoy it if you want to enjoy it for the motherfucking clip and the reel that it was made of. Just motherfuckers dancing and looking so silly when they do it. That is the funny part about it. If you can't see the humor in it, then obviously your serious ass don't need to be looking at real. Okay, but it is degenerate. It is fucked up. She is who she is. That part was never pandered to us as one of the good ones. You know what I mean? And if we're taking how much shit have we canceled? But some of the canceling, we canceled the right shit, right? This song you talking about, this is crazy. We're gonna cancel this and punish it. And look, let me just say this too: the code has no leader, right? The code has no leader. Am I right, Jesse? Jesse, does the code have a leader? Yes or no?
Does code
have a leader?
No.
Okay, so there you have it. There's no leader in the code, right?
Right.
So what he's saying about punishing people inside the code or whatever, like enforcement of the code, however he worded it, right? That means you're bigger than the program. So we're gonna have to really sit down and analyze that little piece and remind him there is nobody bigger than the program. A. B. The code is the leader. Okay, they don't believe you think I'm making it up. Just rewind this track a little bit, just a little bit, to see where he said it. And I could see the passion and intensity of it all. We do not want degeneracy. I mean, we criticize everybody that has these moments. However, some of these criticisms are due. Like, you expect better of Candace Matthews. You expect better of certain individuals, right? And when they act out, they're showing their true ass. You don't want them to represent you. Oh, we would think that, I was going to say that, Jasmine Crockett, we would have thought she would have been a much more calming woman. Instead, she's just all over the place and like stupid about it. Okay, like Joy Reid, all these people that were supposedly better, sophisticated, are just showing their ass. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And we need to check those individuals. But a motherfucking sleaze bag like Krisha, or a motherfucking stupid ass song based on something like, I can understand it's kind of stupid. It's stupid. It's supposed to be for a trend. It's supposed to be funny. The serious behind it all is, it's whatever. It's just a bunch of motherfuckers that don't like a certain thing. Not everything is for everybody. So say.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that we should just remind him that nobody is above the program, and there is no leader, and you can't be the leader of enforcement on the code at all. You know what I mean? Especially like if you don't have a lot of experience within the code. You did. So it's just there's levels to it, right? And we can't keep canceling everybody. We're running out of motherfuckers, really. And the motherfuckers that need to be canceled are not getting canceled. Yeah, we're canceling some of the wrong shit. Sometimes we might be able to slap their hand and say, bad, don't do that again. Other motherfuckers need to be booted out. You know what I'm saying? And some of us keep asking for the boot out, but instead we get the wrong motherfuckers that are just a little stupid. We can probably mold them back and bring them back into reality. And there's some that can never come back in our community right now as we speak. That we've actively talked about fucking canceling. And yet we cancel some other person. Can't cancel what somebody else is in their nature doing. that brother's being ratchet, that brother's doing ratchet things. Should be, if it was like that, why didn't we cancel Megan Thee Stallion? Why didn't we cancel Cardi B? Why didn't we cancel anybody else? Glorilla. I mean, Lotto. There's bras we could have been canceled already. You see what I'm saying? But we let them live. And it like for real, like Cardi B's been messy all year. And we let her live. You know what I mean? But we gonna text the little young mistress. Look, young shoplifting mistress, because she made a catchy little tune meant for catchy little antics of a trend. Like, come on, guys. Like, let's be realistic. Let's be real serious about this. I'm just saying. Nobody was looking to her for mentorship, okay? If I was a little girl, I was like, I want to be just like Risha. It wouldn't have been that. I would have not said her name at all. It would be me as a little girl. I would be like Dr. Khalid Muhammad, like I was when I was small. Okay, so like that. Just think about it like that. Okay? I'm not looking at her. She's not my motherfucking hero. She was great to me because, but I'm not going to cancel her if I haven't canceled other bitches that came before her. They're still doing degenerate shit. There you have it. I'm done. But Jesse.
Yeah.
I'm going to touch Michael. It's on Michael now.
Michael, what are your thoughts?
My thoughts. Yeah, my thoughts is that, with what Lady Che, said that, people are going nuts, these days, over and not able to put diaper on their kids, face an economic, calamity. And to me, it's like, yeah, it's nothing new. I guess what's new to them is because the deceleration of America's happening so quickly under Trump. It's like what's that phrase? It's hard to believe it unless you see it, unless you experience it yourself. Meaning, to Asian, Hispanic, and white people. And this is definitely a good lesson. You know what I mean? Because foundational Black Americans have warned them for so many decades and counting. Right? It's like a warning. When your car says you're running low on gas, you ignore the warning sign, right? And then when you try to get to your destination, the car gets stuck because you didn't take the warning sign seriously. In other words, to the three groups of people. And yeah, and that's why a debt has to be paid to American freedom until slavery. Oh, and by the way, Jess, I gotta tell you, I just saw something quickly on Twitter. You know those Trump supporters who went to the African American museums? This might surprise you. They were forced to take off their mask. Surprise at the African American Museum.
That's hilarious.
They do. Should be like, I mean, that's crazy. But it got to start somewhere, right? So it starts with us. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
At the slave museum, take off your motherfucking mask, man. Like that does seem kind of funny. That is kind of funny.
Yeah. So
it was the immigrants and their supporters who were like, take off the mask.
Right.
Like, this is the only time Black people get to be masked up. What are you talking about?
Right.
Everybody, we love being masked up.
And yeah, when I say the mask, I meant to say like the KKK mask, the Trump supporters, what the Trump supporters were wearing on July 4th. And I'm sure the staff at African American museums told the Trump supporters, if you don't take off the mask, we can't allow you guys in. And I guess the Trump supporters were forced to catapult to the African American museums rules and policies. Yeah, right.
Wearing masks is abusive policy.
Yeah, I mean, it's like because I'm sure the staff don't want any trouble if they're going to provide shelter to those like Trumpsters. And even on the subway train, this lady was the only Black woman on the train with a lot of KKK people participate at Donald Trump's, 250th.
She was on the bus and the Patriot Front was on the bus with her.
Yeah.
That should have to be scary because
Yeah, very scary.
looking right at her, and she looking right at the camera like, please let me make.
Exactly.
Please
Yeah.
and nobody sees that as a problem. This is a very big problem. That's a problem we really need to focus on because they just show up whenever the fuck they want, wherever in the motherfucking U-Hauls. Like nobody's getting that U-Haul for renting to them. You know what I mean? Like, do anybody ever really get punished when they bring their trucks back? Like these U-Haul is complicit in causing us trauma.
Mm-hmm.
She
Yeah.
said, which goes under the acts of harm.
Yeah.
You pay reparations. I could find all kinds of shit for people, just little shit, motherfuckers know reparations are in the city. That right there is one of them.
Mm-hmm.
See,
Yeah.
terrorizing black people is a crime. It should be anyway. But you see what I'm saying though?
Yeah, I see. Yep, I definitely understand what you're saying for
All
sure.
by herself. That lady was all by herself and she tried
Scared.
she tried to look like she was okay with it. But
Right.
I don't know. I don't. It's not that I don't believe her. I can understand trying to look like you're okay.
Mm-hmm. Right,
You
for
got
survival, right. So
you
that
got
she can make it another day, make it just today to get home
you're right.
safely.
I can understand this pretend because look, you're gonna have to get off that. You're gonna have to push past all of the racist individuals
Mm-hmm.
and on that bus. They can overpower the bus, which is just a driver and her, and get it crunk. You know what I mean? But she's gonna have to squeeze past them. God forbid she accidentally brushes up against one of them because they intentionally want her to. You know,
Right.
and harm that lady. You know, or
Mm-hmm.
saw where she got off at and decided to get off a block ahead or a block after and stalk her.
Mm-hmm.
Terrorize her. That's just known to happen. It's because they walk through the motherfucking city does not mean they'll stop in little suburban areas or like neighborhoods where they might want to test their testicular fortitude.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a reality. You hear just story.
Yeah, I hear Jesse snoring. Jesse, you okay there?
Yeah, it's story like a bubble. It's a straight story. Like a carrot. I ain't sleeping.
I thought it was his cat at first snoring.
It was at first.
That cat lay over there. You couldn't hear that cat. He's over here with the grumbles. Like he's like grumbling already. He just turned to hear. Everybody got the motherfucking Stevie Wonder birthday song saying to him, except for Magic.
Yeah.
It's evil.
Like magic.
Hey,
It's
hey,
happy birthday to the cat.
hey, Lady Tay and Jesse, I asked myself this question: what if today, at the July 4th Saturday, if the African American Museum was not located there, I always wonder where would the Trump supporters go to? For shelter. Can you imagine all the white museums closed, and the white museums tell the Trump supporters, meaning their own people, "I'm sorry, guys, we can't let you in because we don't have enough room to house people or to provide shelter." And can you imagine Trump supporters getting so upset like fast?
Yeah.
Everyone to speak to the manager.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They want to get loud. Like, look here, Karen. You gotta sit your motherfucking ass on the porch. And for you want to get in, you need to pay $20 more.
Mm-hmm.
While you over there donating to the thieving museums,
Mm-hmm.
here we would like to teach about Black history and whoop. You have to pay for it. Oh no, you don't want shelter. Go kick rocks, then, bitch. I don't care.
Right, exactly.
Or be like, I want to go in. I'm cool. Here, 20, 80, whatever. I'll tell you to 20,
Yeah,
40.
it's a demonic
Just
world,
right there.
countdown.
Yeah, it's very demonic. Yeah, very demonic. And even like from my mom's experience, right? Every time she gets white patients, right? And I notice something's a pattern. Whenever white doctors don't want to accept white patients, white doctors always dump white patients to my mom like a dumping ground.
Mm.
Yeah, I said, Mom, I don't understand. If white patients don't like people of different race, then why would white doctors want to send patients to you or to the doctor? Meaning
Right.
the Asian doctor my mom works for, right?
Mhm.
And my mom said, "Yeah, Mike, because the white doctors they make it so ridiculous. Not ridiculous, but they have a waiting time, like 1 month to book an appointment." And I
Wow.
said, "Yeah, I mean, this is just white doctors alone who tell white patients, their own people in the community, that hey, if you want to see us, you got to book in advance. Oh, require like upfront, you know, uh, upfront pocket out of pocket costs could range anywhere from like." Oh no, membership fee. There you go. From $200 to like $1,000 a month.
Is that even legal?
Yeah.
That's above the copay.
It is. I mean, technically it's illegal, right? And Mozungu doctors, right? They don't like to deal with Medicaid, Medicare, insurance in general, especially with their own people, right? When their own people are suffering.
And there's that little thing on the news talking about there's been copycat, um, Luigi Majano, whatever it is, um, uh, basically wanted to take the insurance people and beat them or something like that. It's on the news. It's like crazy. It's like you might have a copycat. There's some disgruntled, angry ass individuals about the medical insurance. Is like, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
it
I know
could.
what you mean. Yeah, it's like to them it's like, oh, we're too big to fail, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
Right? Right. And so yeah, I told my and even I had this conversation with my mom. So I said, Mom, I think I know I said why we don't have universal health in this country because of white people. White people are very, anti-black racist. They think about their own and pretty much very selfish, right? And I said, Mom, you don't have to tolerate abuse from Karens every day, 24/7. You can always decline the Karens, Mom. And you know what Mom said to me, let's say, Mike, I don't want to be the provider who discriminates. I'm like, Mom, what difference does it make? Look at white doctors, white nurses. They always discriminate against patients. Return the same energy. That way, you're not catapulting to like white people. I'm sorry, white patients. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And at first, my mom, didn't understand what I was trying to say, right? And she
Mhm.
thought that I was being too uh racist. I said, Mom, I'm not being racist. That's that you got to learn. I told my mom she had to. Because my mom's been here for so many years. I said, Mom, sometimes you got to learn from FBAs because abuse from Mozungu is never the answer. And I'm sorry, tolerating abuse from Mozungu is never the answer. And what FBAs have demonstrated and so on for so many years, right? Because I like, Mom, you go to white doctor. Do you think white doctors or white institutions going to let people of different race or ethnic groups come in? Of course not. So, Mom, be intentional. In other words, it's being about equal opportunists.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
this times where like white people said they only want to deal with white doctors, right? And I was
right.
oh, they was Southern lady, right? Let me get out of this bullshit. The secondly, at the same time, it's like they can get away with asking for their type of representation be a nurse, motherfucking janitor, the fucking person doing their surgery. They want to talk to a specialist, things like that. And there's a
Mhm.
time the motherfuckers say, can I just get whispered, can I just get a white one? I'm like, it's
Right.
gonna be an issue. Like, they're like, is it gonna be an issue because we only have one doctor on staff? I'll wait. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, I know
they
what you mean. Yeah, they would say they would rather not be touched by FBA doctors or other ethnic groups, except for their own doctors happen to be white, right?
right.
And
They let sisters be like tied up to chairs and have to can't even undress themselves to give birth, and they're sitting there like la di da di da, like this, with the person screaming right next to them in obvious agony. They could care less. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like, and they'll find any reason to not do anything for them. Like, for example, medical retaliation is a real thing.
Mhm.
I remember if you like nurses or whatever, they get on you get on their nerves or whatever. The next thing you know, you're begging for their help, and then it's like la di da di da. I'll go get somebody. I'll be back in 20 minutes. Yeah, whatever. Here, eat a Jello. I'll be right back. And don't come back for like an hour. You see what I'm
Right.
saying?
Yeah. I
And you
see
see,
what. Yeah.
is it?
Yeah. I know what you mean. Yes. And even like Phyllis Scott said this before, right? A sister who's I think CNA. No, I no RN. Sorry, RN. There you go. RN. Right. She was treating this white dementia patient. Right. This white dementia patient, I think, yelled out racial slurs to the black RN, and the black RN got frustrated. And
Mhm.
she was like, I didn't like how this patient treated me, right? And Phyllis got solution to the black RN is like, sis, if you're encountering anti-black racist patients, don't treat them. Just tell the charge nurse, hey, charge nurse, can you take my name off this case? Find other white nurses to take care of the anti-black racist nurse and then move on, or just play video games.
Like that's the thing. Like we get punished regardless. Like and so with their FBA, okay, when the FBA nurses, CNAs, they
Mm-hmm.
get punished regardless. They get punished for the foreign black problems. They get punished for um telling a patient the truth of the matter of things. You know what I mean? And then the patient is white or something, they go and fill out a survey form or whatever, or complain to a white young ass nurse. That nurse is white, writing shit down, recording the evening's events,
Mm-hmm.
making it, and she having to say, "Oh, Sarah Butterface, complained about Mrs. Williams' bedside manner." Okay, and
Right.
you know, Mrs. Williams is taking her lunchbox and her scrubs off, and she's at her locker. She just got canned. Why? Because white people say it's why I'm white and I say so. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying? And the same thing with doctors. Like for example, I had to have Jesse help me
Mm-hmm.
several times, several different incidents at the hospital where I had to have Jesse do what Jesse does best and activate. You know what I mean? And I
Yep.
had to go ahead and tell them that I needed a black doctor. Why?
Mm-hmm.
Because I'll feel safer. Let me feel safer. And if something should happen, at least I know that it wasn't the doctor's fault. It was something else. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yep. Because having a
So they
black doctor, right. Go ahead. Sorry, Leite. I was gonna say, yeah, having a black doctor,
see how they
studies
treat men
show
when
that,
the women are giving birth. Like
right.
women are giving birth. Um, you know, they intentionally push out black men or try to push out black men. Black
Mm-hmm.
men don't move. You know what I mean? They're like I'm sitting here solid, like a fucking tree, not going nowhere. Right? But
Right.
find a way to disturb that man's curiosity by calling security or something like that. So he's distracted. That means he can't watch what's happening. He don't know what's going on with the wife and or his baby, meaning they could get some sort of like medical murder could happen. You know what I mean? Because
Yep.
they're distracted by emptying their pockets and getting scanned again for the 50th time. You see
Mm-hmm.
what
Yeah, I
I'm
see what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah. And you're right, because studies show that when black patients see black healthcare providers, mortality drops. Black patients are more likely to get appropriate medical care, and not only appropriate medical, but timely care, because black providers understand what black patients experience when it comes to medical racism, experience of chattel slavery, and the whole nine yards. And also, they're more likely to receive the right recommendations moving forward. Whereas black patients treated by non-FBAs or non-black healthcare providers, mortality actually increases.
saying? And as I said, like one for him, that first time
Uh-huh.
when I had my lung was busted, I could have died right there. They would not take that shit seriously. They had already admitted me, but they said I wasn't coughing up enough blood. I mean, like that damn, it was like a whole, those
Mm.
urine canisters. They give you to check, for drugs or pregnancy or whatever. You gotta
Mm-hmm.
take your QA test, those cups.
Yep.
Yeah, up 2 of those like every 15 minutes. So it wasn't enough, right? And so I said, fuck it. Go to the restroom. I had to use the restroom and go to the restroom. I was dying at the sink. But I made a little live video and then told Jesse about it. And same white man came in there talking about here's a little Tylenol. Nah, bitch, I want no motherfucking Tylenol. Why don't you fix this shit?
Right,
Yeah.
exactly. I said like right.
Hey, fix it. Right? He's like, no, it's I said, then I guess I'm going to Rhodes or university. And Jesse got loud, like this a little loud.
Mhm.
But he got like louder.
Louder, right.
He said, we don't want any white doctors with the we need a black doctor and a black nurse or else. It's like or else.
Right, right.
And me in my little hospital gown and crip socks, I was like, yeah, in my mind.
Yeah.
Or else. Whatever,
Yeah.
or else it's gonna get crucial.
Mhm. Right, right. Man, it's almost like it sounds to me like that white nurse was like telling you like you don't feel pain.
We don't feel pain. Allegedly to them, we have
Right.
no threshold, which is completely false. Completely false. Like
False. Totally
you mean,
false.
like somebody touching us, like because everything might hurt. You know, there's motherfuckers you can't stand, not even popping pimples, because that pain from those little light squeezes too much. You know?
Yeah.
So you can't say that out loud. You know, they'll be like, "Does this hurt?" We gotta be like suffering silence to tell them no, nothing hurt. No, because we gotta be current and aware, because anything can happen to us anywhere, like anywhere. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think I was gonna make it out of the hospital or out of jail. Years since it, I was like, they're gonna it's a wrap. They're gonna bump me off for a year. Why? Just cause. You know what I mean?
Yep. Yep. And that's why Phillips right.
White girls, white women, or white men. Some of them have been all right. Dude, like especially in the medical care. Jesse is right. I should have probably sued the hospital.
Yeah, you should definitely for anti-black racism. Definitely for like $100 million.
But that's a lot. Like that's a lot, and you're going against Mr. and shoots. You know what I mean? That whole hospital complex is named after him. That means that is just littered with loot, and he's not gonna sign up. He's not gonna change the policies they got, or the rules, or his own fucking anti-black racism. You know what I mean? He's not going to, no matter how much money he throws at the settlement, because they'll want to settle.
Yeah, I understand because it's not going to change their behaviors or eliminate anti-black racism. The only thing they're going to do is okay. We know we're just going to do a payout. That way we can get this over with and move on to the next patients, right? And that's why Philip Scott emphasized multiple times, and I'm sure you've seen this too, Late say, he's about we need to have FBA healthcare providers in 50 states, 100% owned and operated. That way, brothers and sisters can always have equitable access to FBA healthcare providers within, like, within cities, suburbs, rural areas, and also within distance. That way, FBA patients don't have to, I guess, drive so many miles or long distance to find an FBA healthcare provider outside of where they currently live, or like going from, for example, from Colorado to Alabama or from Colorado to Houston, Texas. And Philip Scott said to those who can afford it, he says, go ahead because it's worth it. To get away from anti-black racism for a while, to get the needed healthcare services that FBA patients need from FBA healthcare providers.
We should have to beg for that. I mean, we have ladies that go to little trade schools. Sisters that go to like the trade schools up here to learn how to be CNAs and nurses and caregivers and whatnot, and they don't get the right type of
training.
Get to use their career. They don't get to use their training. You know what I mean? And that right there is a real issue, because we can say we need this, and that. You know how many sisters and brothers that have been sitting there waiting just to get employed by a hospital or even like a adult facility or a memory care place or even home health care, whatever. every single door is closed to them specifically. You see what I'm saying? But they'll
Yes.
open the door to a foreign black. You know what I mean?
Yeah, foreign black. Yep, I know what you mean. Yep, I definitely understand. Like opening doors to like
Or yeah, you
uh,
know,
yep.
Africans, Irish, Jamaican, Haitian. It don't matter, but it does. It's what matters is that it's our ladies, our sisters that are from the soil that don't get treated the way they deserve financially. That's a fact, all the way around. You know, you don't get treated, or don't get taken seriously, or forced to take lower pay if they want the job because it's just like that with Black American sisters. You know, and for
Mm-hmm.
some odd reason, which is really stupid. Which is really stupid. You should really want a person that understands English, can speak English, read it, write it, to be able to take care of you, versus somebody who
Exactly.
just paid for a fucking license and just went on about their way. And your life is in their motherfucking hands. Like
Mm-hmm.
they don't, like, for example, just in the low menial part, like cleaning. You want a FBA system to do it, right? Because then you
Right.
could put it. That brought put every motherfucking chemical and shit up in that water. She's
Right.
not until she feels like she don't wipe down or mopped off the fucking sin and shame of that room. Okay, versus another fucking quick little wipe down, and will forget that the doctors made you fucking spill your own blood on the floor. They don't give a fuck. It's like out of sight, out of mind. They just went around the bed and that was that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That's
Yep.
the
Oh, I definitely understand. Trust me. When I
like
used to work at yeah, I used to work at the military hospital, so I saw like pretty much everything, inside out, right? And
just
yes,
please try to wake you up.
yeah. There were
Yes,
definitely yeah, there are definitely racial disparities, between Muzungu military hospitals and non-Muzungu military hospitals, which I've noticed. This lady I used to work with, she's from Colorado. I think Colorado Springs to be exact. And she told me that yeah, we're at the military hospital, the VA, in I think Colorado Springs said that yeah, they have a lot of resources because I never understand why in DC, why the veteran hospital had to operate like this. Because I'm like, don't they get, you know, don't they
funding.
receive equal funding from Congress? You know what I mean? And she explained to me that because the white VA hospital is more wealthy, they have a lot of wealthy white vets. And
Mhm.
when she said that, I was like, aha, I see. Now I understand, right?
It's
Because
about money at the end of the
money.
day. It's
Yeah.
all corporations. So,
Mhm.
like with medical care that we don't receive or whatever, it all intertwines. Like, first of all, the money that Medicaid and Medicare take to provide some sort of off-brand basic service
It's like
is
underfunded.
is underfunded. Secondly, because it's only underfunded because people have been corrupt
Mm-hmm.
and extorting the money,
Yep.
for things, right? So there could be like, for example, wasn't there like, let's see, Jesse, you remember when they tried to say that DG was gonna create a whole wing, a whole building to respite living, so living people like off the street, like homeless people come in and they get that product problems, but they can move into the building right next door to DG. You remember they're trying to build that? How could Jesse? Do you remember?
Oh, Jesse,
Yeah.
you're there.
I
Yeah.
had to wake him up because he's not enough. But like, I told him he was gonna do that.
Yeah, just talking and talking and talking. I'm trying to let y'all.
Oh, okay.
Shit, cuz we were waiting for you to wake up. Hey, don't do that. Don't do that. That is ugly. You've been snoring for 30 minutes, cuz.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. Remember, I'm just waiting for you two to stop talking. Like it's our fault.
Yeah.
And she was asleep and not moving
Yeah,
your
yeah,
shit
yeah,
around.
yeah, yeah. So
See?
France's extreme heat wave for fatalities just hit 2025. So Lucy gonna give us an update on that. What's
this
what?
about?
The heat wave in France.
France,
The
yeah.
last 2 weeks over in Europe. Because I know I was looking at a few videos and it was talking about how the morgues over there can't even take any more people. And I was like, well, if they can't take people, it's got to be more than the 1,400. That doesn't make any sense.
No.
So when I went out and found this article, yes. So according to this, 20,000 have lost their lives to the heat wave in the last 2 weeks. So yes, this thing is really bad over in Europe. And we're still not even halfway through the summer. You can imagine how bad it's going to be by the end of the summer. And you know they already got low birth rate. So this is really going to take people out on top of the low birth rate. Y'all, you're going to get a good laugh out of this. And I'm probably going to do a live on this tomorrow. Donald Trump is accusing someone of geoengineering the weather to ruin, the big American party down there in DC. And you ain't going to believe this, y'all. You know, he went to South Dakota to do his speech at Mount Rushmore. The night before, they had a hailstorm in South Dakota. And he's saying somebody is geoengineering the weather to make these things happen. Yeah, Donald Trump he's called the Most High, the Heavenly Father. He's the geoengineer behind the whole thing. They had a hailstorm where Donald Trump is. Boy, you can't make this. Donald Trump, you are cursed. That's what it means. He's showing you that you are cursed by bringing down this heat wave. Y'all, they said the ambulances were coming in and out at Donald Trump's event down there in DC. People were dropping like flies from the intense heat. So on top of all that, he got hit with a hailstorm exactly where he was located in South Dakota. Come on, Donald Trump. That's a curse, man. Yeah, your geoengineer, his name is the Most High. And you know, this is a curse, y'all. I want y'all to reflect back to when Donald Trump had his inauguration. It was one of the coldest days on record in DC, and that was on his inauguration. So the Most High has been on his heels for quite some time. I'm just saying, y'all. I'm just saying. So we'll talk about that way more tomorrow. So anyway, back to Europe. So it is bad over there. So for the past 2 weeks, Europe have been grappling with a blistering heat wave that scientists called the worst extreme heat event on record for the continent, made possible only by climate change. No, it's called the Most High. Okay, our Abba Yah, that's who is bringing this down on this planet, because y'all are under judgment. That's why this is happening in Europe. Remember, a lot of these European nations, they had slavery there too. Now, a jaw-dropping new assessment of its death toll underscores the dangers of our rapidly warming planet. All right, so y'all, they did this study at the University of Bloomington, and they estimate 20,390 heat-related deaths across Europe, which started on June 22nd through the 28th, and of course, all of July. It has not stopped. So in France, which recorded the hottest day on record on June 23rd, health authorities reported more than 1,000 people lost their lives on that one day. And funeral homes have become so overwhelmed, they are turning people away. Y'all, they said people have bodies of their loved ones in their house for like 4 and 5 days before the bodies can be collected. Because the morgue say they're so overwhelmed, they're having a hard time taking people. So people got their loved ones at home that have expired, and their bodies are there for like 3 and 4, 5 days before somebody can come and get them. That is crazy. Can you imagine the stench? Oh, that is horrible. All right, I'm trying to get all right, so they said that they have had days above 104 degrees Fahrenheit. And, you know, there is no end in sight. There is no end in sight, y'all. Okay, so a lot of these deaths that are occurring, of course, in France, Spain, Portugal, and other locations where, you know, the death toll is not quite as high as France, but, you know, there are other locations around. So here we go. Over the space of the greatest mortality estimated in France, so they're saying 5,210 fatalities in France. In Germany, 4,543. In Spain, 3,167 fatalities. And in Italy, 2,709. And this is in a space of 2 weeks. That is crazy. So I think what that person said, that there is literally being 1,000 per day, I think they are right. All right. So when I came across this article, I wanted to make sure I showed that to you so you can see this thing is real. It is happening, and they are suffering over there. And ladies and gentlemen, to add insult to injury, the majority of the people in Europe still don't have AC at home. That's why so many of them are dropping. They do not have AC at home. And see, at one point in time, the summers were always mild. Now, when I was living over there, the highest it got was probably the mid 80s.
Yeah.
Okay. Now they go well over 100 for days on end. And again, you can see where judgment is. Just pay attention to these places that have these freak weather and freak earthquakes. Okay? These are the places that are facing a lot of judgment, y'all. And you know all of Europe is going to be facing some big time judgment, and they are. So this is spanning across Europe, across many nations right now, this heat dome. And I was looking at one report that came out of there, and they said the thing is not moving. Now with us, the heat dome is going away. It will be gone as of Monday. Now today we reached 102, which it is right now as I'm speaking to you. It's 102 degrees where I am.
I mean, it's right now.
And tomorrow we're going to be 90, and by Monday we're going to only be 77 degrees during the day.
Oh wow.
So it's about over for us. But as for Europe, y'all, it is going on and on and on. Oh no, it's in the US. Look at this heat dome. There were places they said that went up to 115 degrees, 110 degrees. So it's been plenty hot. And like I said, at Donald Trump's events, they're passing out. They have to have emergency responders going up there to collect people that have passed out. So no, that judgment is here too. You know, what's going on in Europe and what's going on here is simultaneous. And you know, y'all, this ain't the only one. It's going to be another one like this coming. Summer is not over. There's going to be another heat dome, and you're going to see more of this throughout the summer.
Why does France
All right.
Let me. It's gotta be cooler down there by like months.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why don't they?
All right, hold on. I'm going to share my screen so we can get into the video.
Shit, it's underground, way underground. They gotta be frying to death. Like, how come? Like, it took me 2 seconds to get it. Where the can go? Let me get up in there.
Okay, y'all, please give me a one if you can see my screen. So all of these stories coming out from the BBC and other news outlet, the AP, Reuters, they're all giving you low ball numbers. They're trying to tell everybody only 1,000 have lost their lives to the heat wave over in Europe. And then I saw 1,400 and 1,300, but they're lowballing all of those numbers. Thank you for the ones.
Ooh. It's still hot as hell over there.
I want to make a radio show. Like we used to do in Black Talk. I miss that.
Shalom, shalom, family. Last week, I did a video speaking about the sun and the UV radiation. Fast forward to this week, we have thousands of people in Europe dying from a heat wave. A lot of people are reporting on this heat wave, but they're missing one component. They think the death rate is 1,300 in total. There's over 1,200 to 1,400 deaths a day. Let me show you the receipt. Damn, TikTok, you got me glitching, but you already know I'm the glitch in the matrix. But let's read below. The agency said more than 1,200 deaths were recorded on June 24th, and over 1,400 daily deaths occurred on June 25th and June 26th. So if people are dropping like flies already at the beginning of the summer over there, what do you think the total number is going to be by the end of the summer worldwide? We've been giving you the scientific facts for years, and we've been called crazy, hateful, or racist. To me, it seems the sun is crazy, hateful, and racist because it is literally erasing a certain type of species.
It's stupid.
Like I said before, if you're not organic to this realm, the sun is going to take you out. Shalom.
Over the weekend, I received more than 150 calls and had to turn away over 150 bodies. People are in a state of utter distress and panic. Imagine your father's or mother's body decomposing, and we are unable to take charge of it. We have no solution to offer them. We simply cannot meet the demand. If a death occurs today, if you call it crematorium, the earliest available date is already July 10th. The bodies have to remain here until they are taken for cremation or burial.
France has said more than 2,000 extra people died during the last week of June's record-breaking heat wave. That's an increase of nearly 30% compared to the week before, Public Health France said. France saw its hottest day ever on average countrywide on the 24th of June, with temperatures hitting almost 41 degrees Celsius in Paris. Weather experts are also warning that more extreme heat is expected across parts of Europe in the coming days. Meteo France has issued red alerts for Friday and Saturday for forest fires in the southern part of the country, and warned that weather conditions meant the risk of an outbreak was very high compared to summer norms.
All the material you need to make.
What did you have to smoke a split for?
Man, wow, wildfires, gosh.
I said there was one left. That's all I
got
thought.
left. Yeah.
Hey Jesse,
Yes.
can you imagine the friends begging the Africans, can you stay in France to help us pull out the Wi-Fi? Can you imagine them just like,
In Europe,
yo,
there's
no,
a
we're going
perfect
back to
storm,
Africa.
the oldest population on any continent that's warming the fastest. France's record heat last week is linked to roughly 1,000 deaths of mostly elderly.
Of all climate-related impacts and hazards, heat is the biggest killer.
European officials are calling for change, but not the kind that may seem obvious. Install air conditioning, especially for vulnerable people, and save lives. Why is that not a solution in Europe?
My honest response is I don't think that should be the solution anywhere. In the longer term, what happens is installing more air conditioning actually emits more heat into our environment, so it will actually increase the speed of warming.
It's also more expensive. Energy prices are much higher in Europe. Governments find other ways to cool historic and densely populated cities. In Rome, wearable technology is distributed to monitor the elderly, who are by far in the most danger. A recent survey in France said 1 in 6 people they surveyed said they'd rather suffer for the sake of the environment. Does that surprise you?
No, we're not doing this for us. We're doing this for the future generations.
Lee and Arie, CBS News, London.
Death toll will likely rise as more details are learned about those affected by last week's record-breaking heat wave. Its public health agency estimates that more than 1,000 additional deaths were linked to the scorching temperatures that took place from Wednesday to Friday last week.
Half of all Americans are bracing for a prolonged and dangerous heat wave, and it could peak.
Did y'all just hear what the lady just said, yo? Nigga, the lady just said 1,000 people just died in France based off the new sun. Let me just take a moment to pause. Like, bro, 1,000 people just died in France. Ain't nobody talking about this. Ain't nobody talking about this shit. Y'all, for real, this shit is crazy, yo. This shit is actually insane. But yeah, so basically, bro, wow, like I don't even have any words. All I'm thinking about is how the world is evolving, because you know, the more that it get hotter, you know, people start to wake up. Actually, I'm always talking about this, us waking up and getting into our true powers and getting into our true gifts. I talked about in my previous videos about a solar flare. You know, a solar flare, when a solar flare hits the earth, it definitely is going to impact it. Electromagnetic field. So like on that note, the people that are aboriginal to this land, the people that are here and that have been here, you know, moving righteous, serving good, it's time. It's time. That's why you've been seeing a lot of Black people waking up. You've been seeing a lot of different things around the world going on, because it's stay prepared so you don't have to get ready. That's all I'm gonna say. I can't say too much. But yeah, 1,000 people just died in France. For everybody that did just die, that just passed away, you know, my condolences. But it's crazy how we're not talking about it, you know?
Frying the biscuit fry.
Global health officials say more than 1,300 deaths have been linked to the record heat wave blanketing Europe. That toll is likely to rise as France alone reported at least 1,000 deaths above normal last week during some of the country's hottest ever days for the month of June. In Berlin over the weekend, police shot water cannons to cool down sweltering crowds. And in Budapest, Hungary, temperatures today soared to more than 100 degrees Fahrenheit, far above normal even for summer.
I hardly left home and I'm sweating all over. This is simply unbearable. 28 degrees Celsius, that used to be summer. I don't know what this is now. What is coming to us after this?
Meantime, tens of millions of Americans are also under extreme heat warnings this week. Triple-digit temperatures will bake the Midwest and East Coast as the country prepares for July 4th celebrations.
Support journalism you trust. Support PBS News. Donate now, or even better,
Start a monthly contribution today.
I think that's the last video.
This yes.
Yeah.
Right, it's so much. I'm just hungry.
Yeah, really, in France, right? I just think that it's like what the previous commentator said.
Yeah.
God is always watching, you know what I mean, for these unplanned heat waves, right? I mean, Lisa, there we go, Lisa, right? So I agree with her partially. Yes. Yes, that in the Bible, what goes around comes around. Yeah, I agree with that, but also it's climate change accelerating the train. It's accelerating the global climate change. And this is what happened. This is what happens when countries ignore the signs of climate change, and then it becomes too late. And as a result of mortality, as a result of deaths. But yeah, but people in France not to have like ACs is ridiculous. That needs to be a solution. Otherwise, vulnerable people are going to be are going to. I'm sorry, senior citizens are going to be vulnerable, especially walking out, because their skin, their bones are very fragile.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I have questions. Didn't they not have my arm went to sit up with that in. I'm sorry, I apologize for me myself.
Oh no, take your time.
They not have that. I mean, all of Europe, they don't use ACs, right?
I would say maybe half of European countries do use ACs, and other half
Can y'all
don't.
hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear Lisa.
Look, y'all, the judgment is real. The judgment is real. And we're going to get caught up in it because, when he makes the weather triple digit for several days, we're going to get caught up in it. But remember, we're going to be okay. But these other folks, they're not going to be okay. That's why this past week, ambulances have been up at these great American 2050 anniversary events and the state fair and everything. They said even today, there were several people that had to be taken to the hospital from passing out from the temperatures. So no, judgment is here. It's here, y'all. And I'm just grateful the Most High is letting us be alive to see all this stuff unfold. Look at what's happening in Europe. Look at what's happening over here. Okay? And the amount of people that are suffering and passing out and losing their lives to the weather. And you can best believe there are some people, especially when you talk about the homeless. See, you can't live in a car, which a lot of our homeless people over here do. You can't live in a car in 104 degrees, 105 degrees. No, believe me, some have lost their lives over here. We just haven't heard about it yet because there are a lot of homeless people. It's hard to be homeless in these kind of temperatures. And we see what's happening in Europe, and y'all, it's every day. The death toll just keeps climbing over there. And the judgment is real. It is real. And it will. And it will continue to do that. So, y'all, this has been so extraordinary. And I think if I was not around to see it, I wouldn't believe what was going on right now. But the fact that Donald Trump flew all the way to South Dakota, and just before he gave his speech, they had a bad hailstorm. Oh, Donald Trump, it just proves, Most High is proving you can't escape judgment. You can't escape judgment. That's all that means. You were burning up in DC. You thought if you flew to South Dakota, you would be okay there, and he brought a hailstorm down on your ass. That says a lot. So, y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your support. And wherever you are, if you are part of the heat wave, one thing about over here, it's about to end. You know, for us, it will be broken as of Monday, you know, but we do have a 90-degree day where I'm located. Right now, as I'm speaking to you, it's 102 degrees where I am. And boy, do you feel it if you have to step outside. And there's some people trying to have a cookout. It is way too hot for that. But hey, you have at it. These are Gentile holidays, and y'all have at it. I'm not interested in being out there and doing that. I don't see how you can do it. The temperatures are so bad right now. 110 where you are. Well, DC actually, I think, hit 101. The heat index is 110 degrees. They said the heat index is 110. Oh, no, there are people out here trying to barbecue, y'all. I'm not kidding. I am not kidding. I said, I guess y'all want to celebrate the holiday real bad. I wouldn't be out no 102 degrees standing over no damn grill. Are you crazy? But some of these people are so desperate to have a good time on this day. Yeah, they'll go out there and do some crazy crap like that. They can have it. Man, I'm glad I don't celebrate these holidays anymore. Well, apparently America don't celebrate because hardly nobody went down there to Donald Trump's event. So you know, but that's what you know what he's going to do, y'all. When this whole thing is over, he's going to blame the weather for a low turnout. But I want y'all to remember one thing. When he had that military parade, we were not in a heat wave then. And it was a very low turnout. In fact, I think they estimated the crowd as 2,000 people when he had his military parade. So it's not the military parade or even the heat wave. You know, people, if they really want to be there, they'll be there. Plain and simple. But all praises to the Most High. All he got to do is use the weather to manipulate any event they plan on having. You know what you can't do to the weather, MAGA? You can't arrest it. You can't shoot at it. You can't run the cops down there on it. You can't do none of that. And look at the stuff that he's used on them over these past several weeks. I told y'all about the bee swarm up at the White House. Again, y'all can't call the police on the bee swarm. Y'all can't shoot the bee swarm. You can't arrest the bee swarm. He's using all things that y'all are powerless over. You are completely powerless over the things that he's doing to you right now. Woo! Oh, man, I love the Most High. I'm going to have to listen to that song over there on my playlist. I love the Most High, y'all. I love the Most High. I really do. So, y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you for being here. And I will see you on my next live. Shalom, family.
Oh, Lisa.
Shalom, Lisa.
All right, so the heat wave is going on in Europe, and then the biscuits are frying.
Yeah.
Today, an alarming scene unfolded in
Before we get to these degenerates, what are your thoughts, Michael, on the heat wave in France?
Yeah, my thoughts my thoughts about the heat wave in France. Yeah, I'm not surprised because, well, at least it's the most high is control is making a determination, right? That's true. I agree with parts of, but also climate change is accelerating, and climate change has always started, right? With the most highs, and it's really sending a message to France that if it really wants to reckon with us, it needs to pay reparations to Haiti for causing, climate change there. And two, I know France is going to like beg Haiti for assistance. And let me say this to Haitians: do not give anything to the French people, not even a dollar, not even natural resources. And if French people want to if French people want to acquire resources from Haiti, then it needs to pay more than 1,000 euro, at least, I mean, more than 1,000 euros for Haiti to regain control.
Would they do that?
Hmm.
Or just would they do that? France.
What?
What about
What about France?
Oh yeah, France. I mean, yeah, France stole a lot from Haiti.
Yeah.
Seems like if France come knocking on Haiti's door, it's like
Right, it's going to beg like Haiti for resources, especially during the heat wave.
Well, it's just, possibly just pick them out. I didn't know all that, but damn, yeah, close the motherfucking door in the fridge.
Yeah, exactly.
Their fight level of energy has been very uncomfortable. So to watch Francis, they're like all afraid now to get deported. Like like I just don't understand. I do understand. I'm just kidding. I think that like Michael said, France is dead in the water for right now. As far as the heat wave, I think they're going to the catacombs. Me just thinking about it, my heart's starting to race because I can't be in the heat either. I gotta have an actual heart condition. Really be in the heat. It's hot as hell in my apartment, and like right now, like I feel like I didn't really have a problem. Still have a problem with the heat, but the heat, the new sun, is it a new sun or whatever the fuck is going on over the last like I don't know maybe 4 years? I started getting migraines and feeling nauseous, and I never felt like that. Although I'm more like an evening type of rider. I ride at night, but I get sick when it's too hot. Like I never felt that way before, and so I feel like, of course, they're responsible for manipulating the weather. Nobody wanted to listen to Al Gore. Nobody wanted to listen to anyone. And then you got the red man just canceling the motherfucking climate thing in France. And they kicking out all of our scientists. They predict the weather. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, for sure.
Of manipulating the weather. I'll tell you another way of it. All the fracking and oil drilling they do to the earth, all the siphoning off of things, it's just a matter of when. Like literally colonizing the whole planet. So meaning they don't care if there's active fish in the water. They don't care as long as they got their needs met, which is manning the stupid ass data centers. Every free well is drained or that's open here in the state of Colorado it's funny. We don't get to make up for it unless some sort of weather event happens, like it rains for like 20 days. You know what I mean? We're kind of fucked. And we share water with like 6 other places, which is only donating to they're like giving the water to the data centers and draining the ocean. It says that's crazy. It allowed to do it. some parts like California just break off. It's that like fragile. You know, you just break off and slide into the bottom of the ocean. You know, Antarctica's melting. It's been melting. These are things that they knew, and yet they didn't want to fix. They're like, oh, it's gonna be okay. It's gonna be like a good couple of years before we get to that. You know, but they took the money for it. You know what I mean? There's no like for the white folk. Them folk are gonna burn up like a motherfucker just thinking about it. My head hurts. You know, and what are we supposed to do? Like, what are we supposed to do about it? We have the same situations here in the States that are exact too hot that we've ever experienced. You know what I mean? So we here have to adjust to all that because we need to mind the patient. We need to mind the people that are elderly, but the ones that have heart conditions or nervous system issues, things like that, respiratory issues, because and mobility issues, because we have to take care of them. It gets too hot, they can die. Like I can't get too cold, my heart gets too cold, it will stop. My heart gets too hot, I'm gonna throw up, my head hurts, and it's gonna stop. Things is there. So yeah, go ahead, Jesse.
All right. So moving along, we have the punk ass Patriot Front.
Yep, in DC. That's my area. Close.
That was gonna be a cool thing to march throughout DC on this holiday weekend.
Yeah. Oh, Jesse, have you been on the DC
Hill
subway
morning
before?
As hundreds of members of the white supremacist group Patriot Front marched through D.C. The group moved throughout neighborhoods in the district wearing face coverings, carrying American and Confederate flags. And it caught many off guard. Sarah Robinson spoke with people who woke up to the march
how you doing?
and said that they were shocked and unsettled by what they saw.
People living along 6th Street near C Street say they woke up to the sound of hundreds of people marching past their homes. At first, they thought it was a parade, so they started taking photos. But the reaction quickly changed to shock and fear when they realized it was the group Patriot Front.
Yeah, that way they don't have to get done. My reaction is that's gross. Ew. We don't need that today. The symbols of hate.
A group of hundreds of men wearing face coverings, navy blue shirts, and khakis was seen marching through the streets of D.C. from Union Station to Eastern Market.
I think I would be curious as to where that where their patriotism comes from and what they think that they're celebrating in America, especially on this weekend.
Get out! The group was seen carrying flags and iconography associated with Patriot Front.
Patriot Front is a white supremacist organization.
Luke Baumgartner is a research fellow with the George Washington University program on extremism.
What's the point today? What's the point? National independence. The representation of the nation's cause and our people's interests.
But they do like to crouch themselves in this patriotic veneer. They use the Betsy Ross flag, they use the red, white, and blue colors to evoke this feeling of Americana. And basically what they're trying to get at is spread their message that America is a place for only white people.
The masked group handed people WUSA 9 spoke with these flyers, stating they, quote, stand against gender hysteria, the murder of the unborn, the corruption of youth, and the assaults against the institution of marriage.
They don't want to be identified. They have jobs, they have families. It's unpopular to say, but they are sometimes normal people with careers and lives, and being publicly identified with groups like this puts that at risk.
DC police sent WUSA 9 a statement on the march saying in part, quote, MPD recognizes the rights of individuals to peacefully express their views and remains committed to maintaining public safety.
Neighbors tell me they are thankful that the march passed without any major confrontations or acts of violence, and they're hoping the rest of the holiday weekend remains peaceful. Reporting in Capitol Hill, I'm Sarah Robinson, WUSA 9.
We hear you talking.
He's like
Yeah.
too.
I was gonna Yeah, I was gonna say in that video clip, have you guys noticed the security is very lax against him?
Yeah.
It's because they're white.
So exactly. That's
You gotta
white
let the white
privilege.
people through. You know what the
Mhm.
white people
White privilege to the fullest. ZV, I think that's a ZV.
Yeah.
ZV said majority of them are European illegal immigrants with expired visas, and the other half are generations of migrated Irish, German, and Ukrainian. Their
Mhm.
accents blend with
With
U.S.
U.S.
accents.
accents. Yeah, and what the reporter didn't show in the clip, which I talked before on Twitter, was that a Black American lady was on the train alone with a white supremacist.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, I could tell by her face. As Lady Chase said that she felt like very uncomfortable, not sure
Yeah.
if she was going to make it home safely. Especially the only
Right.
one on the train. You know what I mean? Not if the FDA brother or her boyfriend was there, I'll tell you those patriots will have a different attitude.
Right.
They probably jumped off on the next stop.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
But because
Yeah, Jesse, you've been on a subway before in DC, right?
No, I've never been to DC before.
Never.
Uh-uh.
Oh my gosh, the subway. Oh my, the metro station is like it's
I
whack.
heard it's crazy though.
It is so many like cancellations, like postponed.
I hope you stop.
Down the escalator.
Heat stroke.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do heat stroke. Oh, you been to the gym? How you sweat?
Up to you, boss.
Don't mean to cramp you up here, sir. Go on. Ready for this food? Yeah, get no AC. There you go. I got a cab.
Use public transit. Lord.
Jesse, if Phil Scott sees this clip, Phil Scott would say, "I'm ready for this. Come on, bring it on."
Right.
It's a day most
So this is the anti-pro.
This group doesn't believe it's a time to celebrate.
It's on us. We have to wrench the future out of the hands of these fascists, non-violently, yes, but with courage, with conviction, and with as much determination, if not more, as they have to slam all of humanity backward.
Our Trump regime has got to go. Protesters marched the streets of downtown DC towards the White House, hoping to be heard by President Trump.
We all have to unite for all these things that we see that are not normal. We cannot pretend that nothing is happening, and we cannot stay silent.
Earlier Saturday, members of the Patriot Front stepped through DC's Eastern Market and Capitol Hill neighborhoods. Refuse Fascism's protest was already planned, but its leaders say after seeing footage from Saturday morning, the reason to be here was even greater.
We will not allow that to be on one side of the split screen, and on the other side, the decent people sitting back, having their barbecues, watching the fireworks. No, there needs to be a force saying, in the name of humanity, we refuse to accept a fascist America, that Trump's got to go.
Half of the country won't be celebrating today the same way, even though fireworks would be in the air, but they know that what is going on. They know deep in their heart that something evil is happening.
In DC, John Duran, WUSA 9.
I do believe we shall
overcome. It's like saying kumbaya. Oh Lord, kumbaya.
Oh my God, Lord.
A look
Yeah.
at downtown LA where the city.
What are your thoughts on the podcast page 3 or 4?
Yeah, my thought is that
Go ahead,
like
Mike.
I say, because I live pretty close to DC, but not real close, but pretty close. I'll say this: those people who are talking, those who are against the Trump Patriot protesters, yeah, those people are just too comfortable, and them realizing it right now, it's a little too late. And even the lady who earlier said that no, this not be tolerated.
Yeah.
Man, it's only man. This it's not like she says it's going to make herself look good. It's going to require deep activism. Coming from Mzungus, right? When they
Right.
say that they never seen something like this before, but ma'am, this has been going on for several
Centuries.
centuries and counting. It's like nothing new. What has changed, Becky? I mean,
Right.
of course, Beck with that glass. I'm referring to the Beck with glasses. Was really uncomfortable with the reporter.
Lord.
Yeah.
The Planet of the Apes for real. It's just reminds me.
Yeah. And also, to be honest, and it's nothing new. I saw it like very similar to the Trump supporters marching, I think during COVID-19 or
Most
after.
usually adopt the perception of what is called redneck culture. Yeah, at the same time, if you're around them, they inform you that they need to renew their visas. Hilarious. Ladies.
Yeah. But it's interesting. Donald Trump in his second term is more bold, more
What I think about that. I think
masculine about it. And you know what? He's giving like the Patriots the green
Don't
light.
use U-Hauls no more?
no, they no fuck all that. They do. Either way, I don't care what they say. If they say no now, no, we didn't use it on this trip, but we used it on the last trip. Come on, cuz that's not be. Either way, we don't watch for 3 motherfucking years. These fucking old big ass white men climbing out of the fucking U-Haul. You know what I mean? Like 64 deep. You know what kind of fucking must that's going on in there? Like, for real. Like, seriously. Yeah, I would like U-Haul to pay reparations for allowing them to rent the truck, right? Not to mention have it out for 2-3 days while they ride around with nothing but fucking crackers in the back. Not even the good times either. That's a green box. Either we're talking about the regular plate, ugly ass white box of saltines. riding around, be dangerous shit, and terrorizing neighborhoods. It's got all neighborhoods like everybody like, oh, it's just Patriot Front. That's what we should do, Blake. Really. We should just act like they ain't shit. Weird word, like, oh, it's just that off-brand KKK. You know what I mean? It's the wannabe KKK. It's Patriot Front. Go ahead, keep on walking, cuz. Go ahead.
Where's the skills?
Go ahead. There's nothing you can fight one-on-one. We know.
They didn't bring their
You weren't gonna
shields.
fight one-on-one. You fight that someone figure out that outfit you got.
Oh, yeah.
You're wearing a motherfucking khaki, a blue shirt, or this motherfucker walk around little like Prince with a big motherfucking hat and his shirt open with all his chest exposed. Like, come on, guys, stop it. You let a little military person run some big ass corn stalks that are
He's
set
smoking
on
purple kush
running
and drinking also cranberry juice.
You know what I mean? Like,
God bless America.
these motherfuckers, and you should, if you were gonna fight something, you should have fought that little motherfucker with the horn and about the outfit choices, okay? You don't give no option. It's tacky, and white mask.
And a shield.
And a shield.
Yeah.
What good is that shield gonna do when we run up and snatch that bitch and bring it in front of you and throw it? Yeah, go ahead and slide on over on that bitch. But what about when we get your U-Haul and we move it around while you're moving around? You know,
Hey.
we go park it for you just in case. Yeah, that before catch fire. I mean, fuck that. U-Haul, you pay reparations. You're on the list. You're complicit in providing a way and a ride to haunt and terrorize motherfucking black people, especially in the history of all fucking bad things that ever happened to groups of white people or groups of white people terrorize black people. That's we should just act like they shit. Like they the Kmart version of KKK.
They said they want to come out on June 30th.
No. They're the Timu version of the KKK. And their owner, their handler, is a little man with a big ass hat. With a big ass hat, right? All goofy looking motherfuckers, right? And all these big motherfuckers just submit to him. If you gonna fight something, I'll fight about that motherfucking uniform and the motherfucking boots I gotta wear. Like, Jeff, this is a match, right?
Right.
It does not match. Where is it? Do they got a jacket they format too? They're always in the same shit. The same shit. It never ends. Babe, I'm gonna go ahead and go with the front. I'm just gonna go ahead and grab my uniform out the top drawer, which is a typical doctor doctor.
Yeah, dog, they punking up.
Shirt with a collar. Okay, blue on khaki. Or khaki.
This is techie.
Yeah, I understand why. Yeah, I understand why they covered their face. I understand why they covered their faces because they didn't want to get fired.
All white people look alike. They got Jeff look like Bill. Bill look like Jim. Like Jim look like Marv. Or slave theater. We can't bring Marv. This is the slave theater, right? Right? No. Fuck them. They all look the same. Paul looks like Simon. Simon looks like Johnny.
Brad.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, Connor.
See, they had the same meal. They probably all eat the same. They had a burrito. No one did goddamn well. They had to find somebody to order it because everybody's hit to the game. You know what I mean?
They must have been on the west side of
I
DC.
sell cars
Because they definitely didn't go to Southeast DC with that
Definitely
bullshit.
not. I know they went to. I think that area was probably more like Georgetown.
Yeah. They stayed in the safe areas. They didn't go down to Berry Farms.
Listen, you know how separated they are? Check it out. They didn't come with J.D. Lane when you get to the BET Awards.
They left him hanging.
They did go with it, right?
They
So they said, oh, no, you about to do something real stupid. You're talking about the BET Awards in LA. Right?
Yeah.
Like, anybody, like, I was hoping it would be like what Poetic Flocka was saying, because it's funny, right? It would just be that. I was hoping there would be Crips outside somewhere, mobbing around, just chilling and shit, just waiting.
Yeah.
They're either like, no, we don't get involved in it or whatever. I was hoping, I was praying this is gonna have a whole bunch of black motherfuckers run down on them and take their
You know what, Jesse? They went to Northwest DC, the nation's capital.
Oh yeah.
Instead, what happened was some Mexican chick was riding cousin's helmet so hard, right? There's a handful of black people feeling signs and shit. And the best part was the tripping, trying to trip as he's walking down the street. That part right there was hilarious. You know, or hop up in the truck with them. You saw they had a black person in the back of the truck, right?
Yeah.
Why is that black man with J.D. Lane in a suit in the hot sun? That motherfucker, and it was a mob.
Probably security.
You never know. That motherfucker was wearing a suit, like a maroon suit. He looked like he was in grape. You know, the flavor of the day.
Lord.
Like, what's going on? You know what I mean? And you got this motherfucking Mexican person outside the BET. What are you doing outside the BET Award? Let's talk about that.
It was going on.
What are you out there?
I saw that, and man, I saw that those
They was giving him the business. They kicked him off the block.
Right. Yeah. Black family, what is going on with us out there? Like, I'm starting to get worried.
Me too.
I'm from California. That's some embarrassing shit.
Speaking of California,
I'm like, for real, I'm from California. I'm like, where are my people? And here you go, you got Hispanic, and they said the audacity say they're the original people.
Yeah.
On the microphone, in front of black people, kicking a white person down the street. Like, are you serious?
We're the original Americans.
No, the fuck you're not. Maybe to Mexico. Like, come on, you one of them TP fucking
New Spain
degenerates. You know, like your mother and father have been making talk about
Man,
and now they're getting deported. Right. Because you didn't fix their paperwork after you've been anchored here for your 21 years.
So,
life.
Lady Shay, you'll be excited to hear about this.
I'll only be excited to see black people kick out white people.
Your hometown just passed a $2 billion housing project.
Why do they keep extorting money?
Housing project.
That's a lie. They're extorting money.
He said them fools will be the first mugs blaps when it kicks off, when it jumps off.
I'm like, why are you there? That's my main question. I'm asking the right questions, okay? Where was our people? A. B. Why you make them sisters walk down the block like that and they dresses kicking this white man out the fucking paint? That is really unbecoming. Like, where is our dudes out there? Where is our brothers? And you got some fucking Mexican person outside with a megaphone talking shit to Jalen. First of all, let's talk shit to why they're there. This is not a pass on an alliance. I just want every fucking wannabe Chicano out there to understand you're getting deported. I don't give a fuck. Your parents are getting deported. Whoever waving them motherfucking flags, they gone. It's a matter of when.
Waving your flags on.
Right, it's gone. It's gone. What the fuck are you doing outside our award session, though? We don't go to Univision. We don't be out there like
we don't go to
during the Latino fucking
music awards, like the Alma Awards, right?
Yeah, we're not there at the Latino VMAs. Like, go home.
Yeah.
No, fuck you.
Yeah,
you shit. You don't give homage to our people. Who did this? Fuck you.
Yeah.
All of you. I don't care what Latino country you come from. You're white.
Yeah.
You know what that is? I think, Lady said, I think it's the Latinos. Latinos know that the BT is a big award, right? That the Bird Sisters know how to make the music strong. They know how to keep it popping, right? And Latinos feel like, oh my gosh, if we don't go to the BET Awards, we're gonna lose our Mexican brothers and sisters to BET.
Lord. So LA City Council just approved massive development project.
More extortion, basically.
More like gentrification, for sure.
Skid Row, bye-bye Skid Row.
Oh, no.
The council has approved a massive redevelopment project. It aims to offer more housing and mixed-use buildings in the Skid Row area that now has warehouses and cold storage buildings. Let's go live to Fox 11's Christy Fajardo in downtown LA with more on this ambitious project. Christy?
Laura, the city council approved the project yesterday. And to give you an idea of the scope of the project, take a look here behind me. It takes up this entire block and even some of the buildings on the other side of 4th Street. And to give you an idea of the location, this is sort of the edge of Skid Row, the center of Skid Row. The heart of it is just a couple of blocks to our west. The Arts District is a few blocks to our east. And Little Tokyo is a few blocks to our north.
For 37 years, you know.
Kenny Chow, owner of Catch 21 on Central Avenue, has seen many changes since he opened in 1990. But the cold storage facility across the street has always been there. That's about to change with an ambitious $2 billion project.
Yeah. I don't know if it's bad or good, you know, but it's both sides, you know, I like both sides.
The city council has now approved a 10-building, 7.6-acre mixed-use complex. The architecture firm Studio 111 has these renderings on its website of what is planned to replace these cold storage facilities at 4th and Central. They include a 30-story skyscraper, retail space, and 1,500 units of residences, with at least 260 units of low-income housing.
Yeah, I think they told them about 2 years. They should be all shut down and locked over, you know.
Trucker operator Andy Hinojosa says he's been pulling into Los Angeles cold storage since 1985 and will lose jobs when the complex breaks ground.
It's to kill the workforce of truck drivers. And I mean, you know, we're going to pick up loads now. So it's kind of a bad thing.
But the president of Los Angeles Cold Storage, which also is a partner in the project, believes it will benefit Los Angeles, telling the LA Times it's an investment in the future. We did speak to people off camera who are concerned what will happen to the unhoused population that lives in this area. They're concerned that they could be uprooted to make way for that project. And there are also some business groups in Little Tokyo that oppose the project. One business owner telling us off camera, he worries what it will do to real estate prices in the area. But the project also had its share of supporters who say LA needs more housing. Live in downtown LA, I'm Christy Fajardo. Let's send it back to you.
Well, of course, change is always hard. But of the folks you did talk to and the people who were, who liked the idea, did they tell you what they liked about it in particular that they thought might be a positive for this urban area?
Well, they like the aspect that there is low income housing included, or that, they believe that more housing is needed and that the affordability crisis, that something like this will help with that.
All right. Christy Fajardo, thank you so much for that live report, Dan.
Lord. All right, Lady Che, since this is your hometown, what are your thoughts?
Oh, man, look. I would say this, family, without saying this. If the people in the ground don't want something to happen, it will not happen.
Right.
Okay, so if they think that they're about to be pushed out of their sidewalk, from motherfuckers, no, I'm not being funny. I'm being serious. For a motherfucking skyscraper and a place where won't even put them in there, good luck. Everybody in Skid Row is damn near American. They got it. They know how to, shit just won't happen. They're talking about the cold story, but whatever. He doesn't take care of fucking the homeless either. You know what I mean? Everybody's there to have their hand out, and it's gonna cost. It'll cost money to remove the homeless. There goes another piece of money they could pocket. Oh, it's gonna cost money for us to house all these 800 people. They have so many issues. It's going to cost more money. And just the federal party just coming in. And somebody right there, like Karen Bass with their pockets open real wide to get it. You know what I mean? Like, oh yeah, if we make this happen, what can you do for me? This is a big ticket politic items. Okay? And we're like, I can make the homeless disappear. How? Like magic. Jail. See what I'm saying? Yes. Jail. Out of sight, out of mind. Locked up mandatory crazy houses.
Open the asylums back up.
Yeah. Internment camps in the bag and all the way in the desert where nobody's gonna miss them.
That's what Shabaka's been saying since day zero.
Since day zero. Yeah. And not lying either, because that shit is coming up quick.
He said the reporter Christy looks raggedy as hell.
See?
Man, I'll say this too. The report. I don't think the reporters interviewed the right people. To be honest, the immigrant. Can you notice that Chinese man said that? Oh, I don't know if it's going to be good or bad. We shall see. I bet he's going to be wiped out for sure.
Yeah, he's definitely going to get wiped out.
And same thing with that Mexican man. You know what I mean? If the reporter had interviewed the FBA's Los Angeles, the story would be very different, and say that this is not a good.
Yeah.
We're sorry.
Right, and even I posted this question too. I said, "Affordable from whom?" Because affordable is very vague for that housing project.
That's usually what I ask on Mondays, Michael. Affordable for who?
Right. Oh, okay. Yeah. Sorry to bring that up, Jesse. I know you usually talked about at the city council meeting.
Yeah.
I've been saying that forever. Yes.
Sorry to spill the beans.
It's all good. Affordable for who, though? That's a good question. Who the hell? They said
and
just 60 units are going to be low income.
With the area
out of 10 buildings
with a median income rate of 80%.
Jesus. Man, it's gonna be like I'm pretty sure that project's gonna involve. It's gonna definitely. I think what I'm predicting is that there's gonna be a lot of high-rise buildings being built.
A place to let them build it so they have a place to live.
Right.
Like this is the wisest thing, See,
Yeah.
the motherfucker build them. They have constant work for like I don't know 5 years, and they get to live in their own part of the house. Like
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm not disputing that, but the question is, how much is going to be marketed? You know, for the starting. I mean, for the starting price.
Shame nobody thought outside the box about that.
You know, Karen Bass is.
No, I'm just saying nobody even proposed it though.
Oh, and Jesse and Lady Tay, this is definitely your expertise. I did reach out to Mayor Karen Bass to have a virtual reparations meeting. Guess what I got? Guess what the response I got from her staffers?
I'll get back to you after the election.
No, they said that she's not able to attend a virtual reparations meeting.
Oh, and they didn't say why?
She not know how to use the computer.
They said, yeah, I don't know. They didn't tell me why, but I'm assuming that what I'm requesting sounded a little too ambitious or it's too aggressive. You know what I mean? To get her on the, to put her on the spot.
Tell you
Because
what
involve, yeah, because it's going to involve the press.
Like it.
If you were talking about illegal, she would have no problem with that.
Yeah, start with that. Because like sometimes you just gotta think outside the box. You want to talk about reparations, but book the appointment so you talk about migrant issues in the LA. You the betterment of migrant needs in the community, right? And see how quick she answers that, right? Then she answers it, and then you can play the whole okie doke, like, yeah, okay, well, thank you for coming to my Zoom. Yeah, I know we were supposed to talk about immigrants. You said maybe 2 sentences, spent like 3 minutes on it, right? Let's add like so she's engaged, and they just switch the shit. Like
To reparations. In other words,
being a foundational Black American lady, and you're gonna let Gavin Newsom out of this reparations task force study project that he didn't say answer to. But as many as you know that Black Americans can make or break your run here shortly. I mean, we'll bring back Spencer Pratt if it gotta go down. We really want to know what you're thinking about with these reparations. We know you're scared of Spencer Pratt. Yeah, he's like, just because he's not gonna do it, we know he's not gonna do anything with reparations.
right?
But right here, no, we expect better of you, especially for large in these seats building coalitions.
Yeah,
right? You build coalitions, so make us believe
building.
how much stuff have you done for Black people, and run for list down fighter. She's gonna be so fucking upset. I was like,
Yeah, I think I would. So what you're saying, Lady Tay, is that I gotta pretend that, hey, in other words, pretend that requesting me for migrants, but it's really for reparations.
alternate methods.
Yeah.
If they say no to the reparations,
What to me with you about migrant issues?
it's how you get it done, right?
Right.
So you have to get in the room. How you get in the room? You gotta appeal to the better nature. I don't know why you won't listen, because like appeal to their better nature. They want to only talk about agenda items that are agendas to them. It's election season. They're about to, find out by November, right?
Yeah.
Right.
So if all else fails, you can just start lying, throwing hot boy statements out there. Oh, girl running against you, she believes in reparations.
Yeah.
Which means
you message her too, Michael.
Who? Karen Bass?
No, the chick that's the city council member that's running against her.
Oh, you mean the Indian lady running against Karen Bass, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. So I did send her a request regarding reparations, right? Even like you remember the Vanguard, the Black Vanguard, he even asked the Indian lady staffers about reparations. You know what they told him? We
No.
don't know. Yeah, that's a great question. We have to get back to you. They told him.
That's
It was on Twitter. I saw it, right? And then I did. Okay, I said, figure, you know what? Let me help this bird out. Let me send a request to the staffers about reparations, and then from there they can read the request, line item by line item, and then give me a response. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm gonna have to follow with her, like follow with that Indian Cannon woman, because I'm like, I read her platform, right? Looks pretty great, but did put reparations, and she's Indian. I think Indian American.
Yeah.
Native
Yeah.
American
No, Brahmin.
Oh, okay.
Brahmin, yeah.
They don't care about us.
Right.
That's my head right now.
She's another Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
Think they care about us getting reparations when they're just as greedy as Jewish people? Like, for real, they're just as greedy as Jewish people. So you think they care?
No.
It's not
Hey
beef.
Jesse, I like how Jesse, when you say no, that sounds like Sarah Palin.
No.
Sarah Palin, yeah, that's a long way ago.
Lipstick on the pig.
No, that's a long time ago. That's Kamala Harris said you are going to do nothing specific. Now we know it can be done. So that's why I say, like, I myself, if it was me and I were you, that's what I would have done. I said, oh, but you said you didn't answer me, or you said some off-brand answer. Let me go to my alternate email and request the same thing, except I would put it on your agenda list, the things you love talking about, which is massive and immigrants. And I would put it up there, but I say, I'm a representative of my LGBTQ motherfucking migrant agenda. Yeah, whatever. I want to know how you feel about this and what you're really going to do.
What are we going to do about our migrant neighbors?
The migrants that I want to stay. That are sitting.
Karen Bass, I would like to meet with you about our migrant neighbors.
Yeah, see? Migrant neighbors. Right? Migrant neighbors.
Okay,
they just
my
want to
motherfucking
go to Home Depot in peace. You know what I mean? They just want to sit outside waiting for a short truck ride to go do some work in peace. They ain't bothering nobody. Even though their mother and father and great grandmother been here 30 years and never even went into the immigration office. You know what I mean?
Not one
motherfucking time. And they were
30 years.
You know, to say that. You know, and see what happens. Like something smart. Like, you know, I want to talk about our migrant neighbors. You know, in LA or whatever district that brought us in, whatever, right?
Yeah, LA.
That's how you gonna get in. That's how you. That's the only way. Because they say no when you ask directly or you try to talk to them directly in a reasonable manner.
She'll have plenty of time to meet with that for that.
Yeah, she'll have plenty of time. You can tell her, I brought you a present too. I got you a sombrero. You love Hispanic culture.
It's the moccasins.
Moccasins. Like, no, it's so stereotypical that you bring her a blanket for TJ.
What are the shakers?
Yeah,
the maracas.
Yeah, or mariachi. It's because you feel like it. You know, like, I mean, that's when you're being funny. You're actually a person.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But aside from that, that's the only way you're gonna be able to get into there to set up the Zoom. Once you're in the Zoom, you bullshit for like about 5 minutes on the whatever topic you said you're gonna talk about, and then that's when you hit it with the hard bullshit, the fucking truth. You said this, and I was making up all kind of other shit. And then too, on live too, you just live on your end, and you're just sitting there like, "But you said you were gonna look out for black people in the area, but you're not doing anything for black people."
Remember when you went to Ghana, Karen Bass?
Karen.
Well, Pepper's Farm remembers.
Ladies and Jesse, if Karen Bass were to divorce her Hispanic husband married to FBA, do you think she would change?
She's married to.
I'm saying hypothetically speaking, if she were to divorce her Hispanic,
to the Chicano dude.
Yeah, I thought she's married to a fucking upper class.
Yeah, and let's say that Karen Bass realized, oh, I made a mistake. I shouldn't have married to a Hispanic man or Chicano. I should have married to an FBA man, and then maybe I'll support reparations.
No, she's a divestiture already. You gotta appeal to her divestment needs, right? Immigration. She's so concerned about their feelings. And this is how you get also hit back.
Immigrant
Why
neighbors.
did you deny black people food stamps and aid and give it to the migrants on an EBT card? It was $5,000 per migrant.
She's divorced.
You see what I'm saying? Hit her with the hard facts. You want to know, like, curious minds want to know. And, inquiring minds want to know. Like, why did you give them a $5,000 impact fucking EBT card? And like anybody's impacted by ICE. I'm impacted by ICE. I didn't get no card.
She divorced him.
Oh.
No, what Jesus
She
anymore?
can get a Jose then.
Maybe she's gonna look. Maybe I think Karen Bass is going to probably look for Tyrone.
Oh yeah.
No, she would go back to black. She came out.
Yeah. Because
Black
she
women.
realized, man, I should listen to FBA California's long time ago. Now I'm gonna find myself Tyrone to
You
regain
know,
the black votes
sending people to pay the
or
black.
FBA votes.
Listen, she's telling people to pay the black homeless right there at Skid Row.
To tell them to
Watching
go
the
home.
fucking skyscraper go up. $2 motherfucking dollars. She's signing on a signature to push her shit through. Okay, so she can be voted into office. Because remember, she was on the way out. She was losing. You know what I mean? And they had white ass Spencer Pratt who was down eating waffles.
Yeah.
Bad black family over there.
Yeah.
You're supposed to be doing the work. Over there
Right.
eating waffles and chicken and shit, eating with strips.
Yeah.
Like, and nobody else understands that this dude is like majorly tokenizing.
Right.
It's because it smiles and looks charismatic.
Yeah.
Does not mean he was not trying to pander for the vote. And what did he say? Did he say anything about black people?
No.
Did he say he was gonna do anything? No, he's gonna say he lives in the Palisades, his house got burned down, and he's doing it for white mothers everywhere. Okay, that's what he said. And he got the support of everybody based on mothers. White mothers don't want to walk their children down past Skid Row. Okay, they're so concerned, right? So as that's happening, that's Karen Bass over there, offering $2 or a cigarette, for a signature.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? And this random, like that's how they do it. And everybody's going to the shelter. That's where all the mail and ballots go to the shelter.
Yeah,
right. So it's some fucking voter. It's not safe, okay, to vote. Then your vote is not safe out there, right? But they're paying the homeless to not only to go and be involved in the corruption and embezzlement of fucking whatever, right? They're winning, whatever. But they get to watch the skyscraper shit be built right across the street from them, right? As they get extorted for more money and not giving shit but $2 whole. Come on, Karen.
Well, remember that one got
Karen back like $2 or a cigarette.
Remember, old boy got $4.
Oh, yes, because he knew how to handle it. He's like, fuck that. Jim down the way can take $2. I got these. I'm working up some shit. I'll take both. Both.
Hey Jesse and Lady say, guess what the representative perspective?
I'm $4 shorter.
Guess what kind of words the representative perspective said to Karen Bass. She said to Karen Bass is habla español, Karen habla español, quizá. Get it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Meaning,
Spanish.
I mean, I'm exaggerating. I'm putting a spin. In other words,
tiene $2,000. Disfrútate. Bye. Yeah, that bitch speaks Spanish. You speaking that Spanish little EBT card and give it to motherfucking not the people that are getting deported, but the people who's sitting at home talking about my daddy got deported today. Right? My boyfriend got deported back to Venezuela. Who gives a fuck, right? They got motherfuckers, they've been impacted. They have lost somebody. They've been impacted. But they don't give a fuck who they impact as far as being black. They can take my husband away and my son away in the same week and not give a fuck if I cried 5 tears or $1 million or I just fucking can't stand them. They don't give a fuck. They need to have sweat equity. That's slavery. That way they can piece them out during a new fire for nothing. They didn't pay for shit. And that convict leasing shit, that's another reason why Kamala shouldn't be in office.
Exactly.
Let us not forget that fuck that.
No.
This is all extortion. Like corruption. Without corruption, bribery is involved. You're
hey Jesse.
Michael, what do you
know yeah, I know. I gotta. Yeah, before I say do you know how to impersonate Obama's voice?
He start crossing his legs.
No, impersonate his voice.
Okay, no, I don't know. That's the he started crossing his legs, acting like a real bitch.
Talk like Hakeem Jeffries.
Yeah, that's what I thought he said. What happened to him? I said he crossed his legs, started acting like a bitch. But he didn't say that. I apologize.
What's going on with the brothers? The brothers? The brother, you're not voting for Kamala, brothers. What's going on, brothers?
There's no reason to scare a black woman.
Dude, that's funny, Jesse. That's a good one.
Right.
I just sticking to John, baby.
That motherfucker has a whole fucking thing about being black, and he won't even let the blackest motherfucker speak.
Right.
Like, you know, house.
I'm black on purpose.
That's
Which
great
month?
ninja.
Which month are you black?
He's only in February. It's allowed. And Juneteenth, it's allowed on that day. Other than that, that's Coach White Man. Coach White Man.
You seen John Bailey? That's the one where that event I went off on Diana to get at. And Diana to get lost, y'all.
Yeah, because
Ding,
forced Diana to get.
The witch is dead. The witch is dead.
Yeah, the chair and we despise her, and we pray for her downfall of Ruthie.
Yeah.
Anybody can go in that seat. We'll take it. Just get your motherfucking ass out of it.
Remember, I asked her what she was going to do specifically for black people. She said, I do stuff for people of color.
What the fuck is that?
And Diana Guess, she's so old anyway.
HR 40.
And then she withdrew her support for HR 40.
Yeah.
A couple years later.
Yeah.
I think because she felt pressured by us. You know what I mean? Especially with me following up with Miss Blaze, right? And then making aggressive calls too about reparations. And then all of us posted the questions during the town hall meeting. And I remember the question you told me to ask got ignored.
Yep.
And I think our method worked. I think our strategy definitely worked. It sent a loud message saying that no reparations. We will let her constituents know not to re-elect her. And you see the way, and I will guarantee you, 2 years later, Diana Guess is going to run for House again.
Yeah, she's done.
But I said, can you imagine?
Saved up for that.
Like 70 years old, she's trying to return back to politics.
She needs to sit it all the way down.
All the way down?
30 years as congressional U.S. House of Representatives has been more than enough. Sit it down.
Yeah. By the way, there's a Republican running your district too, who's going to be running against Marlette Kairos.
Oh yeah.
I emailed her about I contacted the Republican candidate about reparations.
Who is it?
Some chick. She don't stand a chance of winning though.
Really? Yeah, I forgot her name. She's a Republican. I emailed her. I see you guys in the email. Let me check.
Only Democrat. They've been voting Democrat for longer than I've been living.
Let me see. Yeah, it's I remember what the chick looks like. Let's see.
See, that's always my thing.
Okay, got it, guys. I'm pulling up. Yep, her name is Christy Peterson.
Christy Peterson.
Nope, you're not gonna win.
Is she related to Scott Peterson?
I don't think so. Oh, by the way, Jesse, your man Critter Milton, Unity Party, is also running.
Yeah, Critter's running for that seat too.
And a libertarian, Chad Humphrey.
Yeah, Chad.
Yeah, emailed. Yeah, so I emailed both of them as well. They did not give me a response. They have not replied to my reparations
Yeah,
pledge.
I wouldn't hold my breath.
Especially Kurt.
Or Humphrey. I wouldn't hold my breath. Libertarians don't support reparations except MD. MD's the only one.
MD. When you say MD, you're the YouTuber, right?
Yeah, the one that's been on here.
On here. Yeah.
He's the libertarian that I know that supports reparations.
Reparations.
Which you think they would support it, given the
Right.
experience. However, the answer is no. They know, my friend. They know.
The Republicans that smoke weed. That's it. That's the only difference between a libertarian and a Republican.
What, that libertarians smoke weed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Remember old boy, what was his name? Gary Coleman or something. He
Yeah.
was smoking out blunt in his campaign video.
Yeah, he was a lot that big old motherfucker in that leather chair. And I was like, I'm feeling this little groove right here you got going on. Like, talking about politics makes you want to smoke weed.
He was lit a whole blunt up in his.
Hey, let me ask you guys this: what do you guys think about doing an interview with Christy Peterson?
Christy Peterson. Oh, the one that's running against
Myra Kairos.
Oh no, that bitch is gonna be easy access.
Yeah.
Because she's in the community. But she used to work
Mutual aid. I heard Christy Peterson does mutual aid.
She does mutual aid Monday?
I'm not sure Monday. I just saw on her campaign website that she does, well, she lists the following like mutual aid organizations.
Then that message those they're on the tape.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you probably might be familiar with those mutual aid organizations in Denver.
What are they?
Let me see.
It's probably Clean and Safe Denver.
It's probably Cat Silver, whatever. It's probably Action.
Let's see. Okay. Oh, resources. Okay, got it. Solving homeless crisis. The Brits House, Boulder, Aurora, Colorado.
Oh, the Brits House. I know about the Brits House.
Mm-hmm.
They do
Yeah.
good.
Yep. Let me see. Oh, by the way, Chrissy Peterson listed her phone number.
It's two different bridge houses.
Yeah. Here's her phone number: 303-434-4030.
We'll see her. She'll be at one of these forums.
Yeah.
Because she's in the city. Like, literally, I just found out, like, I didn't know where she worked. She worked right down no wonder they had access to a location. She works right down the street at Jeff Farms White Square.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's not right down the street, but it's in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and Lady Jane Jesse. She graduated from Chatfield Senior High School.
Oh Lord.
What? It's a white school.
Big time. Not
Christy
Kira.
Peterson.
Yeah,
You're a congressional candidate.
It's irrelevant.
She's running against
Is she
Kira.
winning? No.
No, she's not gonna win.
Is she winning now in the polls?
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, she won the Republican primary.
Yeah, they gotta put somebody up.
Right.
No, I'm saying no. She's the only Republican. I'm sorry, correction. She didn't have a Republican competitor in the primary race.
Yeah, she's the only one they put up.
Yeah, because Gregory Cutler dropped out, or was disqualified.
Cutler.
Cutler is tight. That's a nice name.
I wonder if
Like
it's
Chicken
related
Cutler.
to Jake Cutler.
Like Chicken Cutler.
Remember Jay Cutler?
Yeah, I know Jay Cutler. Yeah, the Broncos quarterback.
Yeah.
You would.
Yeah, I heard Jay Cutler also smokes weed too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh Lord.
If you had
Okay.
to guess, would you say Jay Cutler's a libertarian or Republican, Jesse?
A Republican.
Republican. Yeah, he used to be my man when he used to play for the Arizona Cardinals.
Oh yeah, he did used to play for the Cardinals.
But he was lousy with the Cardinals.
Yeah. And he used to always throw picks when he was with us.
Really, picks?
Yeah.
But I heard he led your Broncos to 3 postseasons out of what?
Yeah, he did lead us to the playoffs.
Out of 4 seasons
No
that he was
Super-
with the team.
Just playoffs.
Yeah, and they had my man too, Champ Bailey.
With reflection, let me remind myself of what he did.
Yeah. Let me go back to high school.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Okay, so moving along, we got did Trump just expose the Democrats with the babies of slaves line? So Tricc gonna give us an update on that. I don't remember covering this.
You know what I'm saying? Like he's not. It's not like the first time he said it.
All right, what's up, man? We in the building. We're in the building, ladies and gentlemen. We're in the building. Round of applause for you. All right, what's going on, family? You guys good? How y'all living? We're doing the late night tap-in. I don't even know what time it is. I know it's late. It's just late, and my ass is up, and I'm at a casino in damn Tulsa, Oklahoma, up just doing shit. So what's up with y'all, man? I was just down in the casino on them damn slots. Man, so I'm here just up doing shit out here in Tulsa. I'm up, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out to Tulsa. I'm having a ball out here in Tulsa, Oklahoma, man. Any Tulsa people in here, shout out to Tulsa.
My God.
I'm having a great time out here in Tulsa. I was coming out here anyway, but when I found out they had slots, they got casinos, I forgot that all these Indian tribes out here, and they got all these casinos, and I love me a good casino.
Thanks,
So I'm having a ball out here. With these casinos out here, they got like free soda machines and free coffee. Coffee's good as hell, and everybody's just hopped up. I had some of that good ass coffee. They know what they're doing. They want to keep your ass up.
Yeah.
So you just keep gambling, put money in these damn machines. They got free coffee everywhere, nigga. These machines, these casinos are slick.
Yeah.
Oh, they lure niggas in, boy. They ain't got no clocks. You don't know what time it is. Free drinks, free coffee.
The back room.
So you just up throwing your money away. I said, let me get my ass upstairs and talk to y'all. Y'all need to have an intervention with my ass. So I'm here. Let me shout out some of the family before I get started. Let me shout out the family, some of the regulars in here. I see Stephanie, I see Rashonda, I see Brother McCall in here. I see the prototype, I see Ryan. I see little old me in the building. I see Welsing's fan club, the Atavists in the building. Respect to you. Everybody share the spaces. That would be great if you share this space. That would be phenomenal. I won't hold you too long because it's already late. And I know some of you are probably doing your graveyard shift. I've been traveling all over the place. My time zone's off. I don't even know what time it is. I was in Atlanta, then I was in Birmingham, now I'm in Tulsa. So these different time zones are just throwing me off. So I don't know what time it is right now. But we're here.
Backstreets.
We're here, and I'm glad everybody's up chopping it up with me. First thing I want to talk about is, people are still talking about the birthright citizenship decision. It's been upheld by the Supreme Court. And as we know, changing the Constitution, that's not an easy task, which is understandable. People don't really want to mess around with that Constitution. You kind of want to leave a lot of things. You want to leave it be. I get it. But people are still talking about the birthright citizenship. And the great thing about the conversation about birthright citizenship is that people are now discussing who were the progenitors of that, who it was originally for. And that's a great thing. You cannot talk about the Amendment, birthright citizenship, without talking about foundational Black Americans. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me? I'm getting the thing where my connection, it says it's lost. You guys can hear me good, right? If y'all can hear me, give me a thumbs up. Okay, we good. We good, okay. So like I said, man, Clarence Thomas, and we know he's done some buck dancing and samboing in the past, but Clarence Thomas is a foundational Black American.
Thomas, I understand.
And he spoke truth to power as far as
that's not
main reason for birthright citizenship. He stood on lineage business. I give credit where credit is due. He's done some Sambo things in the past, but a broken clock is right twice a day. Let me read this article where they're talking about Clarence Thomas. They said on the final day of the Supreme Court's current session, the justices issued a landmark 6-3 ruling affirming birthright citizenship, a legal principle by which children born in the United States are automatically considered U.S. citizens. The ruling rejects an executive order issued by Trump that would have limited citizenship to cases in which at least one parent was already a citizen. The Supreme Court upholds citizenship promised to every freeborn person in this land. Well, let me skip down to Clarence Thomas part. Okay. Where's Clarence Thomas? I'm trying to get down to his part. Where is it? Come on, it's a long ass article. Okay. Okay. Where the hell is this? Okay, here we go. Clarence Thomas dissented, arguing that the Citizenship Clause was primarily meant to formally enslave Black Americans and their descendants. Quote, Clarence Thomas said, Blacks were entitled to citizenship because they were American. They had no other homeland, owed no allegiance to any foreign power, and were subject to no other authority. Thomas wrote in the dissent. The same could not be said for the children of foreign temporary visitors. That's a bar right there.
Yeah.
That is a bar. That's absolutely true. And Ketanji Brown Jackson, in her concurring opinion, she took Thomas to task, according to this article, for his alleged narrow interpretation of history. She said, despite his longstanding endorsement of a colorblind constitution, Justice Thomas now surprisingly suggests that the Citizenship Clause was a race-conscious remedial measure relating only to freed slaves such as Dred Scott, Jackson wrote. She dismissed Thomas's view, arguing that his narrow vision of the 14th Amendment bears little relationship to the history of its ratification. Bullshit.
That's a damn.
Again, it was for us.
Exactly.
It was for us. And that's the main thing. People are talking about who it's for. Trump, after the decision, he did a speech and he kept saying, using the term, and he's used this term before, this thing was made for the babies of slaves. Let me play the audio. Trump has repeatedly said the 14th Amendment was for the babies of slaves. Let me play the audio. Hold on.
It was the most important, and we want some others. It was the most important decision of all of them, I think. But we'll take care of the birthright citizenship because that was not meant for rich people from other countries. That was meant for, actually, it was meant for the babies of slaves. If you look at it, it was a month after the Civil War ended that it went through. That's because it was meant for the babies of slaves. It wasn't meant for
slaves.
Rich people from China. They came over in Gulf Streams. It was meant for the babies of slaves. So I believe.
Babies of slaves.
No, I know they got it wrong, but that's okay because they gave us something that nobody thought. But they also gave us something in one of the sessions a year ago was called merit. Our country now is based again on merit.
There is nothing wrong.
All right. Okay. Excuse me. Now that's significant. Again, that's a great thing that us as a distinct ethnic group and lineage is being discussed openly.
Yeah.
That's very important, ladies and gentlemen. We have Trump repeating the term babies of slaves.
Yeah.
That's foundational Black Americans. He's talking about a specific ethnic group.
Yeah.
The Supreme Court is talking about a specific ethnic group. We are a specific ethnic group. This is the conversation we need to have.
Right.
Yes.
This is a great thing. Now, the Democrats, all the Democrat shills, step to the front. Let me talk to you.
Where's Gabriel?
Democrat shills, let me talk to you. What's up, Nikki the God? I see you, beloved. Democrat shills, you gonna have to step it up now.
Yeah.
You have Trump, who y'all keep saying is the enemy, the enemy, the enemy. Okay, whatever.
He's a Democratic.
He's doing something that you are not doing.
Oh,
Respectfully acknowledging our unique ethnic group.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas you Democrat shills, you have these people attacking our ethnic group all the damn time, telling us we're a hate group, and you send your Democrat flunkies to attack our ethnic group. and try to diminish our ethnic group and delegitimize our ethnic group and try to make us generic Africans. Y'all gonna have to step it up. The foundational Black American blueprint of the 14th Amendment has to be acknowledged, and it's being acknowledged. The 14th Amendment was never drafted as a generic multicultural catch-all for global immigration. It was a specific targeted constitutional remedy drafted exclusively for foundational Black Americans to overturn the Dred Scott decision. When the opposition explicitly states on a national stage that birthright citizenship was meant for the babies of slaves, y'all said he was the opposition, but he's telling the truth. That forces an undeniable historical truth into the mainstream. The Democrat establishment, you can no longer gaslight the public about who built the constitutional infrastructure that everybody else is currently utilizing. All right?
Right.
These are the conversations we're going to have with the Democrats when they come around with their little shaming tactics. All of that extraction and reassignment of foundational Black American political capital, that's a no-go at this point.
Right.
The Democrat Party, they perfected a model of political extraction. They utilize foundational Black American civil rights struggle, foundational Black American civil rights amendments and constitutional amendments. Because again, the conversation is all about who that 14th Amendment was for, and that was for foundational Black Americans. They use our blood equity, and they use all of this to create policies that benefit non-FBA immigrant groups. And when it's time to distribute tangibles, they refuse to name the source. All right? That's a deliberate strategy of trying to reassign foundational Black American political capital to other groups, while you tell us, foundational Black Americans, we got to wait till in the back of the line. We got to shut up and vote, get the catfish nuggets, and just go along with it. People acknowledging the true origin of birthright citizenship, that exposes that whole extraction. This is a great conversation, and we need to hop on it and keep the conversation going in this direction, ladies and gentlemen.
That's right.
See, the Democrats need that. They need a generic African voting bloc illusion. See, the reason why they attack us, who assert our specific lineage, is because our lineage destroys the whole generic African or the generic minority voting bloc strategy. See, as long as the Democrats can just lump us into this monolithic umbrella, they can exploit our sheer numbers so they can pass legislation and then hand the benefits of that legislation to newly arrived immigrants, ladies and gentlemen. So when you acknowledge foundational Black American lineage, we stop all that exploitation, because that now demands specific accountability, no generic pacification. You see, every time an immigrant group claims birthright citizenship, they are standing directly on the foundational Black American infrastructure. That's why I don't take no goddamn respect from nobody. Excuse me.
Disrespect.
I don't take no disrespect from any of these foreigners. Nobody. You cannot come over here, bring your ass here, and show any form of disrespect. Every nugget of rights and benefits you get comes directly from foundational Black Americans. That 14th Amendment, the civil rights, all of it, without any exception, comes from our fight and our struggle. There will not be no goddamn disrespect under no circumstance. That's why I'm hard body on any of that shit. You understand? The Democrats, they don't want to acknowledge this, but we're forcing them to, because once you admit who built the infrastructure, then you got to eventually pay the damn builders. You understand? They want to try to keep treating our constitutional rights like a public park that any group can use without paying a goddamn maintenance fee to the specific lineage who put it down like that. You see? And for decades, man, the political establishment, they've sanitized the history of the 14th Amendment to make it seem like it's always been a broad, inclusive civil rights victory for the entire globe. Now that the truth has been spoken on a massive platform, that this was specifically for the babies of the enslaved foundational Black Americans, that sanitized narrative is dead. You cannot leverage on a foundational Black American protection to shield immigrant groups while trying to erase the foundational Black American presence from the narrative. See, that's what people want to do. That's literally tethering. That's like the movie Us. That's where the term tether comes from. You have this underground group of people who are tethers trying to destroy the real family so they can replace them. We're not having that type of nonsense. You're going to name the damn source of where this stuff comes from. Moving forward, man, it is imperative that y'all goddamn Democrats, you're going to name the source. Y'all not going to sit up here and attack our damn lineage all the time while you use all of the benefits of our lineage to help all these other groups. You understand? I'm out here in Tulsa, Oklahoma right now. Respect to Tulsa, beautiful, and I love the energy and I love the spirit and I feel the energy of the ancestors out here. I was over at the Greenwood Archer area where our foundational Black American ancestors were attacked by white tea supremacists. You can feel that energy over there. The Democrats never produced justice. They let the survivors sit up there and get elderly without producing justice. The Democrats did that. The Democrats brought their asses out here and started dancing a jig and then left. No, we don't do that. We're not doing that. This is justice time. This is justice time, ladies and gentlemen. We're not doing all of that symbolic nonsense while you give tangible benefits to all these other groups. And we've done so much and been through so much and paved the way for so many people. You're not going to have your flunkies just attacking our lineage all the time and trying to reduce our lineage and trying to diminish our lineage. Excuse me. You're not going to just reference civil rights or equal protection in a vacuum anymore. You're going to explicitly acknowledge that these legal precedents exist because of foundational Black Americans.
That's right, Tariq.
And if you don't...
I jumped the gun a little bit, y'all. I wasn't even supposed to be playing this right now. But yeah, Tariq is right. So what I was supposed to be playing was what's happening in Venezuela. So Venezuela's sky turned blood red 6 days after the 2 major earthquakes. These are topic that was supposed to be covered on Shabaka's Black Experience and Hands. This is how they found their way over the Front Line Blacc.
Oh, Jesse, how's Sabako doing?
I don't know. I hope he's all right. I know his sleep pattern is off.
That's because you keep pushing on, bro.
Hey, Jesse, yeah. Hey, Jesse.
You gotta go, Michael. It's like 5 o'clock in the
Oh,
morning.
yeah, I gotta go. Yeah, sorry. Gotta go. Oh, I didn't realize it's past my bedtime. Wait, I know for you guys it's like what? Almost 3 o'clock, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh, I'll catch you guys later. Oh, and I know Jesse, I know you said you try your best to make it on July 7th, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's at 10 a.m. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Yeah, 11 a.m. Mountain Standard Time.
That's the one I'm gonna have to call in because I gotta
calling in, right. So you did receive the email, right, regarding the call-in number.
Yep, I got all that information.
Okay, great. And let it say you'll be there as well, right? Virtually.
Yeah, I got the link you sent me.
Okay, perfect. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's
I got a job or anything.
Oh, I know. Yeah, I know because you guys are busy attending city council meetings and state. Oh, and by the way, Jesse, you know MC Sweets from Dimitri Case is also going to be there as well.
Okay.
Yeah, you probably seen it on Dimitri Case show, the one with a picture.
Yeah.
Yep. So I also invited her to the reparations meeting.
Okay, great.
Yep, you're going to hear from her, and she's yep.
All right.
Okay, Michael. We're gonna bid you a good night or good morning.
All right. Good night and good morning, guys. Thank you so much for the clips. It was very informational and definitely learned a lot for sure.
Yes, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, take me, Michael.
Yep, you're welcome to Lady Che. All right. Good night.
Good night, Michael.
So this is 6 days after 2 major earthquakes. And this past weekend, I saw they brought in rescue dogs, 137 rescue dogs, and over 2,000 first responders and people from all kinds of different countries sent folks in there to help them out. And they are expecting the death toll to go way up because there's so many people unaccounted for. And they're going to need help anyway because hundreds of their buildings have collapsed. And if you get a chance, go look at some of the aerial shots of where the earthquake, man, that place is so gone. It is gone. I don't know what they can do other than try to find as many people as they can, but that place is gone. So anyway, we're going to take a look at Venezuela. All right.
Yes, it's like the last 8 years.
Let me just get the.
Maybe it made it seem like he was bad.
There we go.
He didn't live. He didn't make it too long.
Okay. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen.
Yes, we can see what's going
on. Let's try to lay that up there.
Yeah.
But I don't say that I could just look like as the top leader look at.
Thank you. Thank you. All right.
Like my dad stuff like that. Stunning.
Venezuela just had 2 massive earthquakes. Not even a week after that, people were showing videos where their sky is blood red. You heard what I just said? The sky in Caracas, Venezuela was blood red yesterday. Oh, you don't believe me, right? Look at this shit. You got people posting videos saying that the air feels different. And then you have people posting videos saying that it seems like Venezuela is trying blood. I need you to think about all the people that lost their lives in those earthquakes. Think about all the buildings that fell. Think about everything that got damaged. And then look at this. Tell me that's normal. I'm waiting. Tell me. Now, if you remember earlier in March, Australia's sky was just like this. But they quote unquote had a dust storm. I need you to understand that this is not from a dust storm. They're saying that the reason the sky is like this is because of a sunset. Does this look like a sunset to you? Think about everything that happened in Venezuela this year. Maduro going in January. The war that started in the Middle East. And then those 2 massive earthquakes. Can you blame people for saying that these red skies aren't normal? I don't blame them at all.
I don't know.
I'm out.
Is there sky red?
I mean, overall would be like.
The skies over Caracas turned deep red at sunset. The unusual scenes came as Venezuela has continued its rescue efforts following the twin earthquakes last week. Take a look at these images. Following breaking news right now in Oregon, just off the Oregon coast.
Only Venezuela?
5.5
I don't know that.
miles west of Coos Bay, about 4:30 this morning. Another sizable earthquake off the Oregon coast this morning.
Hey, y'all really need to keep Venezuela in y'all prayers, man, because this is not right, bro. This is not normal. Just days after the country got rocked by those 2 massive earthquakes, the people look up and they seen the sky this apocalyptic red color. Y'all hear the sirens over here? Bro.
Esto no es ningún filtro. Todo está rojo.
So red. Look at his hands, bro.
No es un filtro porque tengo mi teléfono.
7 p.m. yesterday, bro. Bro, it's just crazy how they go from back to back. Bro, it's not normal how you go from back to back earthquakes like this, man, to your sky looking like this, man. This is literally total recall type stuff. Now, scientists trying to say this is a natural sunset effect, but look at the clouds. You can't even see where the sun is. So how is the sun doing that? And let me show y'all, it wasn't just Venezuela. Look, this was Russia just a few days ago. What is that? Look at the layers. Look at the. Oh my God, bro. Y'all see the redness? That's a whole. I don't care what you tell me. This is not from no sunset, bro. It's almost, there's something in the air. Y'all see that? It's like a film, like a tent in the air. Am I tripping? Y'all see that? Ever since they started talking about the Leviathan, man, there's been a lot of activities going on in Venezuela, man. This right here is not normal, man. What do you think this is? Let me know that in the comments below, man. The ship is here. Let's continue to get it, y'all. Peace.
What was the meaning of last night's sky over Venezuela? And why do I say that? Because if you haven't seen the viral videos, last night during the sunset in Venezuela, the skies turned completely red. If you haven't seen these videos, take a look at this for yourself. Have a look at these skies right here over Venezuela last night. Just incredible to see. Video after video appearing on social media, showing the skies turning red, completely red. And have a look at this breathtaking video right here that was captured with the red skies over the city.
I don't understand why nobody's
just unbelievable. The videos and images that are coming out of Venezuela are just incredible to see. Some are even saying that it's a sign, while others are saying that it's a sign of hope for the battered country that dealt with 2 tragic earthquakes in the past week. So I guess my question to you is, was it a sign for the Venezuelan people of hope, especially with the tragedy that they've been dealing with? And thoughts and prayers go out to everyone affected by this tragedy. And hopefully, like I said, they can pull through this together and find peace and strength amongst each other. Let me know your thoughts on this in the comments. And as always, I'd love to hear from you.
Blood red skies in Venezuela after the tragic earthquake that they had. This is what they're dealing with. Multiple videos, multiple witnesses seeing blood red sky all over the city. Days after the earthquake, there is still rescue efforts going on. People are still dealing with the aftermath of this tragedy, and this is what they saw in their skies. On top of that, a lot of the witnesses are saying their videos are being suppressed. Witnesses are saying a lot of questions, but not a lot of answers. It's one strange thing after another. And this, you have to admit, this is definitely strange.
It's strange, and I like it.
Just
This happened on June 30th. It was days after the earthquake, and there's still no answers as to what caused this. Having this over your city while people are still missing, people are still mourning. Make sure you share this video. Let's bring more awareness to this. And sound off below. Tell me, what do you think is happening here?
I don't know. This could be the start to the end of it all, is what some are discussing. On June 24th, 2 major earthquakes rocked Venezuela. And 5 days later, now the skies in Venezuela are blood red. The Bible says that in the end, there will be signs in the heavens and earthquakes in various places, which is the beginning of the end, called birth pains.
I'm not gonna lie, guys, Venezuela right now is looking absolutely apocalyptic. Like, first we had the earthquakes, then the flooding, and now we've got these like blood red skies all over the country. I mean, like, is this even natural? Because if you didn't know any better, you would think this was straight out of a disaster movie. It's very interesting because, like, you've got to admit, it's a very eerie sight. Entire skies glowing red. Cities bathed in a crimson light. All whilst the people are still trying to recover from 2 massive earthquakes that displaced hundreds of thousands of people. I mean, this is what happened just before it. Like, the entire country was shaking with 2 massive earthquakes. Buildings were falling down. People were flying all over the road. Horrific. Watch. Like I said, it's always just totally natural. Never question this, you know, blood red skies appearing after a major disaster that have involved possibly the USA, if you know what I'm saying. Definitely worth questioning. I don't know, obviously people will probably say this is all just AI, so I'll just say this was all just for entertainment. I'm as fictional as a dinosaur, baby.
Esto es hoy, 30 de junio de 2026. Pintando de rojo absolutamente todo.
Esa imagen de última hora, así se ha hecho de noche en la zona del terremoto, un atardecer infernal, espejo de lo que se vive en Venezuela a punto de cumplirse una semana del doble terremoto que ha sumido al país en eso, en un auténtico infierno.
Dirty balls.
She's playing with the baby kitty.
She was like about 4 pounds of nothing.
Okay, y'all. Now, the Venezuelan people have been trying to upload videos to show the world what's happening there and things that most people on the outside are not privy to seeing. And every time they try to upload videos, they're being blocked. So they're not able to upload. They've been trying and trying to upload the aftermath of the earthquake there, and their videos are all being suppressed.
Wow.
So yeah, they're being heavily censored. So it's somebody or the government over there maybe decided, to block any activities of them trying to upload any videos about the earthquake. So, I mean, this whole thing is crazy what's going on in Venezuela. It's a lot of activity from the time the president got removed. They pretty much kidnapped that man and his wife, Maduro.
I know you're the boss.
And, all the problems they were having over here with the gangs that came out of there, and wow, it just seems like it's just one bad thing after the next for Venezuela. And life is never going to be the same for them. That city is so gone.
Oh, yeah.
Like I said, I was looking at some of the aerial shots that place is. I don't see how they can even rebuild that place. It is that bad. So I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for being here. And be on the lookout for my videos. So the sale will be officially starting at midnight. All right. And like I said, this time around, you don't need any promo codes or anything. You will automatically get the discount. And a little later, I will post the links. Many of you already know my stores, but I'll post the links in. So have a wonderful, wonderful afternoon and be on the lookout for my next live. Shalom, family.
Lovely day. Lovely day. Shalom, Lisa. All right, we test on the sky turning blood red in Venezuela.
I don't really believe it. The reason I don't believe it is because if it was really that much of an issue and it's really like that, the other places would, Venezuela doesn't have its own sky. You know what I mean? It doesn't have its own sky. So that's weird. Secondly, if they're talking about just the sun going down, sunsetting, well, what happened in the morning?
Right.
You know what I mean? Because just the clouds are red doesn't mean the fucking time changed.
Right.
What happened in the morning? And the fact that you could hear the bells, but they couldn't.
The trumpets, yeah.
Yeah, the trumpets. But they couldn't hear the trumpets, which is odd. That just shows what's really going on. Two, if there's a thing, other people would be like covering it. The news would have been over it. Like there would have been some dialogue, like, oh, it's not just Venezuela, it's the next country. They're like, what's happening over in the next country? Nobody wants to talk about that. Yeah, there's just too many inconsistencies of fucking. And there's a lot of reasonable doubt here. Okay? A lot. And I don't understand why black people think the aliens are coming. Why you think they're gonna stop right there, not over here for us first?
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? And the other thing is, like, so what? the nature is angry. If it's nature.
Right.
Look at some AI bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Like in that shit, Sister Blue was talking about.
Yeah.
The Great Separation.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That whole episode, the sky opens up just like that, and fucking the biscuits are flying right on the sidewalk.
Mm-hmm.
Where that? Mm-hmm. But let me see one more for like 5 seconds so I can get myself together.
Okay, so the next topic is the Haitians. The Haitians are rushing to Canada after Trump ends their temporary protected status. So Lisa's going to give us an update on that.
Henna oil that's whipped. I'm going to have to hold those back because, So let's get into why we are here. Now, we know that Donald Trump just revoked TPS through the Supreme Court. And the Haitians are very upset with us. And I'm still trying to figure out why. Why so much smoke for us, but not for Donald Trump?
Your usual stuff.
I mean, it's white people doing this stuff to you. It's not us. So one of, I was looking at some of the things they were saying. Do you know these Haitians believe they built America?
Yeah.
Yes.
Y'all,
I could say what? Like,
Haiti is not even built. It makes no sense. If your homeland is not built, how did you build America, which is a much bigger country than Haiti? And I just want to read something that will prove these folks did not build America. Number one, they have not even been here as long as we have. Number two, it's less than 1 million of them in the land. So how did they build all 50 states? So let me share my screen because I want to really get into what I'm about to show y'all. Hold on one second. And then we'll get into the videos. So let me show you this. Okay. So I went and looked for certain things about Haiti, and it brought me here. Now, this comes out of Haiti. The Council on Foreign Relations. All right. So let's talk about what they claim they build. So my question was, does Haiti clean up after natural disasters? And do they rebuild the island after natural disasters? And we know things have occurred. They've had hurricanes, they've had floods, they had earthquakes. So what do they do after? So according to the Council on Foreign Relations, this is what they said. Haiti struggles to clean up after natural disasters due to extreme poverty, systemic government weakness, and ongoing gang violence. Without enough money or strong leadership, the country is often unable to rebuild or remove trash before the next disaster hit. And this is coming directly out of Haiti, y'all. This is coming directly out of Haiti. So they are admitting that after a natural disaster hits Haiti, they have an inability to rebuild their country. They can't even clean up the debris that's left from a natural disaster. Now, keeping that in mind, how did you build this country? You don't even rebuild. This is proof that they don't even rebuild the country they come out of. So there's no damn way they built this country. Common sense would tell you you would build your own nation before you build someone else's country. So whenever natural disasters hit, y'all, they leave the shit right there on the ground. Okay, they leave it right on the ground. They don't even clean it up. But they want us to believe we can't live without them. I'm serious. I've even heard them say this on video. Y'all can't live without us. I didn't realize our history had them attached to it. Boy, the falsehoods these folks believe. Now, that ain't it. Let me finish what the Council on Foreign Relations said. Let me finish. Several major challenges block recovery and cleanup efforts. So not only do they not rebuild, they don't even clean up after natural disasters. Extreme poverty. As the poorest country in the Western Hemisphere, Haiti lacks the funds to invest in proper waste management or build strong, safe structures. So they're not building their country, and they didn't build nothing over here. These folks are not builders. They're not. Gang violence. Armed gangs controlled large parts of the capital, Port-au-Prince, which stopped workers from clearing roads and delivering supplies. All right, again, y'all, this info is coming straight out of Haiti. It's not coming from some different source. Too many disasters. Earthquakes, floods, and hurricanes happen often. This gives the country no time to rebuild before a new disaster strikes. Weak government, political instability, and corruption make it hard for the government to organize large cleanup projects. So they can't put together a team of people that will clean up the islands because of corruption and political instability. So they can't put projects together to clean up the island. Environmental damage. The widespread loss of trees makes the land wash away easily during heavy rains, causing constant mudslides and debris. When disasters happen, the country often have to rely on outside help from global groups to provide basic, like clean water and medical care. You can learn more, and and it just tells you to go to World Vision page, which gives you more information. So they got to depend on outsiders to come in there and help them with having clean water and medical care. But they are claiming they built America. The Haitians that are here on this land right now are claiming they have built America, y'all. You can't make it up. You can't make it up. Well, I can understand with natural disasters, it's probably hard to have trees. If you have earthquakes, that's going to topple a lot of the trees. If you have a hurricane, you know how the hurricane will completely uproot trees, even big trees that have been there for probably almost 100 years can get uprooted by a hurricane. So I can see how it would be hard, and trees also get washed away in floods. So being that those type of disasters happen in Haiti, I can see how it would be hard to have trees or replant trees. It would kind of be counterproductive at this point. So y'all, the next time they claim they have built America, because that's what they're claiming. They're claiming they built this country. You can let them know they didn't even build their own country. And according to information coming directly from Haiti, they don't even have the ability to clean up after a natural disaster and rebuild. So there you go. There you go, y'all. So let's get into some of the videos. Now that these folks know that ICE is on their tail, many of them are fleeing to Canada. Canada is reporting a big influx of Haitians showing up at their borders. So there you see, you know what this proves, y'all? They still ain't trying to go home. They will go anywhere but back to Haiti. And this is proof of that. And you know, why don't they just go back to Haiti? No, they're trying to get into Canada now. That's the new thing they are doing. They are piling up at the Canadian border, but not going home to their homeland. I'm just saying. Okay, now they do have a Caribbean area up in Canada. They do. You know, they've been there for quite some time. So this is not anything new. All right, let me find, there's that video I had. Here it is. Okay. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. But you know what? These folks don't want to go back to Haiti. We already know that. Many of them that are here, and you know, temporarily, some have been here more than 20 years, y'all, on TPS. They ain't trying to go back to no Haiti. You know, no matter how much they keep talking about culture and this and that, they ain't trying to go back to that place. Thank you, everybody.
Welcome back, or welcome to the introduction version of the Front Line Blacc News. Taking over, obviously was not expecting it to take over, having to be here, so I gotta explain it. So yeah, welcome. Your host for the remaining portion of the show, Front Line Blacc News. So thank you for sticking with me. Little eyeballs, I see you, and everybody in chat. Stay black. So let's keep it going. I switched over. Now I gotta fix the avatar. It's very pretty.
Hey, thank you for the ones.
Mm-hmm.
After a U.S. Supreme Court 6-3 decision on Thursday, the lives of an estimated 350,000 Haitian immigrants now hang in limbo.
I have lots of my close family members that are CPS holders, and they're depending on this because they have kids to feed, and they've been in the U.S. for a long time.
White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller called the ruling a victory 10 years in the making, saying it will allow the government to remove Haitian migrants who have remained in the United States under TPS.
If you no longer have status in this country, then you're supposed to be deported.
Temporary protected status was created in the early 1990s. The Trump administration has long argued that TPS has been misused by successive administrations. In Montreal, where there is a large Haitian community, advocates aren't surprised with the Supreme Court decision.
We saw it coming, and already people that didn't trust Mr. Trump, even though it was appealed, were coming to Canada, and we saw it from 2024 on.
France Andre, spokesperson for the Action Committee for People Without Status, says he's already aware of several Haitians heading north to Canada.
I've had calls prior to the decision of the Supreme Court. But since then, every day I'm getting calls.
The new arrivals will be eligible to submit asylum claims if they have close family members in the country through the Safe Country Agreement. However, most asylum seekers must apply for refugee status in the first of the two countries they enter, preventing most people who are already in the U.S. from making a claim in Canada.
It should be voided because the States is no longer a safe country for millions of people.
France fears desperate Haitians will continue to try to reach Canada despite their low chances of success, saying many feel returning to Haiti would be even more dangerous. Elizabeth Ogalis, Global News, Montreal.
There is a remarkable scene playing out. Thousands of people are fleeing the United States. Fearful the Trump administration is going to send them back to their countries of origin, thousands of immigrants are crossing into Canada in hopes of asylum.
From Haiti? Are the kids American citizens? Or
Elune Jean has been living without legal status in New Jersey for the last 17 years. She says since the election, she's been living with a terrible anxiety.
There were tears for me because since I was crying, she was crying too, because it's a life changing for me. This is all I know. US, from my young age to now. That's all I know. So I don't know what's waiting for me over there.
Making the situation even harder, Jean's husband is staying in the U.S. for now.
But it's just, I kind of wanted to stay there because I lived there for like my whole life. Yeah, I was born in the same house. I had never moved, and now here we are.
Through word of mouth and social media, thousands of immigrants have heard of the Wroxham Road crossing. If they cross into Canada at a legal border crossing, they will be returned to the U.S. But if they cross illegally and are arrested, they can claim asylum.
So you're going to be arrested, right?
24 hours a day, taxi after taxi arrives full of people. 10-year-old Lena Junga and her mother are originally from the war-torn Democratic Republic of Congo. They hope to find a better life in America, but now feel Canada is their best hope.
In Trump's country, he wants to put us back to our country, so we don't want that to happen to us. So we actually want a good life for us, and my mother wanted a good life for me.
People from all over the world are coming to Wroxham Road, but in recent weeks, it's mostly been immigrants from Haiti. Many Haitians were granted temporary protective status after earthquakes in 2010 devastated the country, killing over 100,000 people. The Trump administration has signaled it will end the status, leaving nearly 60,000 Haitians in fear of being deported. The U.S. Border Patrol says most of the people crossing either have temporary legal status or are in the U.S. on a tourist visa, so they can't legally stop them, leaving the Canadians to shoulder the load.
If they encounter something suspicious in Canada that they think may be a smuggling attempt into the U.S., we rely on them to let us know. But if they're all here at the Wroxham Road, they can't do that anymore. It hurts us.
On the other side of the border, Canadian Member of Parliament Brenda Shanahan says she is proud of how her country is handling the situation, but worries the people crossing aren't getting the full story.
It's not a free ticket for refugee status, not at all. And we would actually like to make that very clear, that regardless of what people are reading on social media and so on, crossing the border here does not guarantee an automatic entry.
After crossing into Canada, immigrants are taken to the Olympic Stadium in Montreal until they can find a place to stay or until a decision is reached on their asylum request. It's unclear how long Canada will keep the crossing open, but unless something changes, it's hard to see an end to the flood of people looking for hope at the end of Wroxham Road. David Martin, The Associated Press.
Did you know Canada's second biggest city has more Caribbean vibes than some actual Caribbean islands? Montreal is home to over 100,000 Haitians, making it one of North America's largest Haitian communities. Walk down Saint Laurent Boulevard, and you'll smell griot and plantains cooking in authentic restaurants. Visit Little Haiti during summer festivals, and you'll hear Creole music echoing through the streets. The community brought their culture, food, and spirit with them, creating a tropical paradise in the middle of French Canada that feels more like Port-au-Prince than Quebec.
We're there. That's the first time, like, for real? Yeah, black people get it.
Okay, y'all. So they are headed to Canada to try to avoid ICE and deportation And it really stepped up right after the Supreme Court ruling to revoke TPS. So as soon as it was revoked, Canada noticed an immediate influx of Haitians. And you see that they're taking taxis to get to certain points. So, and then they're walking the rest of the way to get across the border with their luggage. So that's what they're doing. Now, will they all get away? No, because I'm sure some of them are not in any position to run anywhere. You know, these people ain't coming here and getting rich. I know they try to talk to us like they are just doing so much better than us. And I mean, for some reason, all of these immigrants believe that. Even the ones that come over here with nothing but an elementary school education, they seem to take on this notion that they are doing way better than us. And it's not true. Remember, we got a $1.8 trillion spending power. That means the majority of us are working. That's where the money is coming from. Okay? So if the majority of us are working or have businesses, then how are we poor and on welfare and living in the projects with $1.8 trillion spending power? That doesn't make any sense. And no, that right there proves they're not doing better than us, y'all. Get real. So they can believe whatever they want, but the bottom line is, who's fleeing? It's not us. Who's got to look over their shoulder to see if ICE agents are around? You know, so y'all, please shut up. Shut up and just leave. Just leave. But it just goes to show you, even they don't want to go back to Haiti. In order for them to be fleeing in large numbers to Canada, they don't, right there is proof they don't want to go back to no Haiti. So J Cage 6422, thank you so much for the super chat. Peace, Lisa and fam. It's literally FBA versus the world. Yes, it is. And the world through and through hate us. And we haven't done nothing to all of these damn people. We didn't do nothing to them. Come on now. So y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for being here. I deeply appreciate it. Thank you so much for your support. And be on the lookout for my next live. I might have just one more. It is, when I tell y'all it's hot, it's almost 90. It's over 90 degrees and it's only 12. And we're going to reach 105, I believe, like around 4 or 5 o'clock. And man, these days are treacherous, but we'll get through it. It is what it is, right? Have a wonderful afternoon, y'all. Shalom, family.
Oh yeah, family. Donald Trump has officially responded to the Supreme Court's ruling on birthright, citizenship, and the 14th Amendment. And his direct quote is that the 14th Amendment was made for the babies of slaves, aka foundational Black Americans. Been told the world, been let it be known, and we've been standing on that. But then after that, family, Donald Trump immediately said, F the Supreme Court, we'll take care of it. He basically said, F the Supreme Court, because the decision is in our hands. Let me translate that for you, family. That really means if the Supreme Court ain't gonna get on supremacist code, then the supremacist government will take care of all of that. So basically that means Julio, Romero, Pedro, Benavidez, Gonzalez, Mutombo, Lumbumba, all of y'all asses is on the target now. Yeah. See, when they were jumping around here, fam, on social media, and they thought it was all good in the hood, and they thought they won something, We knew y'all ain't win nothing. Let me tell you what you won. You won a lottery ticket for ICE to pull up to your house. You won a lottery ticket for the Department of Homeland Security to arrest you. You won a lottery ticket for the first-class trip back to your homeland. Deportations, family, are about to skyrocket. Supremacist vigilantes are about to skyrocket. They already right now down here in the South saying, if the Supreme Court don't want to handle it, then we will. Y'all know what that means. Y'all know what that means. When Billy Bob says that, it don't take no scientist to figure it out. When Billy Bob says that, you know exactly what he's getting at. When Billy Bob says that, you know exactly what's about to happen. You know exactly what's about to go down. And family, what's about to go down is you are about to see the biggest deportation efforts in the United States of American history. You thought the deportations were bad 6 months ago. This is going to make what ICE did in Minneapolis, Minnesota look like candles on a birthday cake. So for all the fleers, the hoppers, the skippers, the jumpers, the runners that was thinking that they won something, you ain't win nothing. The only thing you did was expose yourself to the world. Oh yeah, family, those premature fleer celebrations, only thing that did was make Mayo Megan Kelly mad. Only thing that did was make Fentanyl Fanny more pissed off. Only thing that did was make Tobacco Ted even more pissed. And I ain't even got to Brussels Sprouts Bob or Jimmy Bean Jethro. Let me tell you something. Trailer Park Ted is on the phone with all his fellow Trailer Park tobacco spitters. And they about to come and get you because we told everybody, ICE and Border Patrol, their money has went up. Yes, they done cut off all the asylum seekers. They done cut off all the visas. They done cut off all the green card holders. And now they about to cut off birth tourism. Birth tourism is over with. All you did was put a spotlight on all the bad things you was doing. All you did was put a spotlight on how you was milking the system of America. All you did was put a spotlight on if you aren't a foundational Black American, you can't run around here claiming foundational Black American amendments. Yeah, family. So let me check this and put it all on the line for you, fam. Foundational Black Americans win again. Foundational Black Americans always win. We out here delineating, separating, and regulating. So now y'all, Donald Trump and his whole staff is coming after your fleer ass. What you gonna do about it? The same thing you do about fixing your homeland. Nothing. Time's up, tethers. This is why they've been running around here trying to make this birthright citizenship and 14th Amendment thing something so big. They know it's not. Family, let Black Alpha tell you this clear as day. For every single anchor baby, you're going to see about 25 deported parents. And family, last time I checked my mathematics, they can't keep up with them rates. So this is why you're starting to see these tethers going crazy. These tethers are jumping up for joy. And the only thing they're doing is proving what we've been saying the whole time, family. They just proving that they losers. They fleers. Family, if you have a baby behind a Motel 6 and you drop your baby off in a trash can, that ain't a good thing. But to them, that's a great thing. Who's a worse parent than a fleer? You talking about these people who cross over deserts, jumping over scorpions and snakes just to get here to the United States of America. And then when they get there, family, they pass their baby off to cartel members about 11 times.
Sometimes they send the baby with just a note. They ain't even with the baby.
And then we found out that half the time the damn babies don't even belong to the people who are carrying them. They belong to all different types of people, but you ain't heard that on the news. They keep all of that quiet. We know, and we done known this whole damn thing. The birthright citizenship ruling was not a win for none of the tethers. What it was exposing all of the tethers. They've been exposed for the fleers, the hoppers, the skippers, the jumpers that they are. Did you see Donald Trump? And he said, we gonna handle it. And he's out there literally riding and getting escorted. This man is getting escorted by horseback by a bunch of W's. Oh, they rounding, they about to spin the block on all of the tethers. You better quit worrying about foundational Black Americans, because we don't give a damn. We still get into the MONEY. This is why these people are crashing out. That's why they breaking down. That's why they looking. That's why they hoping. That's why they coping. They all understand that that time is up. And this birthright citizenship don't mean nothing, because let me tell y'all, family, billions of dollars to ICE. ICE's budget just went up. Billions of dollars to Border Patrol. That just went up as well. They done cut off all the visas, the asylum seekers. You can't come here. You can't marry anybody. They done covered every single thing. In reality, y'all, birthright citizenship was the smallest thing that was helping tethers. It was the most minimal thing that's helping tethers. ICE right now is on a massive blitz across the United States of America. So while everybody's sitting there focused on birthright citizenship, ICE is focused on Julio. Now, I know foundational Black Americans, you know, Tupac had a song called Brenda Had a Baby, but over here now they got Benitez Had a Baby. But see, the only difference is when Brenda had a baby, the community got behind that situation and fixed it. When Benitez had a baby in a trash can in a dumpster, they thought that was a good thing, and they called into our Twitter spaces, and they were jumping for joy. Yep, well, your ass is going to be jumping back across the border because the person right now that is the most hot and bothered, the person right now who's the most turned up about the 14th Amendment and birthright citizenship, he goes by the name of Tom Homan. Yes, Mr. Thomas, send him home. He's sitting back right now and he is fuming. And they just gave him the green light and the keys to the car to come after every single one of them. This summer, I'm telling y'all, the vigilante work is going to be crazy.
An additional 80 million too to do it.
Woo! 80 million ain't no small joke, family. Ain't no small joke. The same thing that'll make you laugh or make you cry. So for tethers, the same thing that we've been calling out, it's the same exact thing that the males is going to do when they crash out. So I'm sitting here and I'm watching this and I've already got about 17 packs of popcorn is ready, microwave on standby. And if you thought the deportation video was good just 6 months ago, wait until you see the next 6 weeks, because now they're coming with a budget. Now they're coming with more money. So all them little tethers who are on TikTok and they saying, ha, ha, hardy, har, har, that's going to show you that it ain't going to be too funny, because they're going to be kicking down your do, and your ass going to have to go. Oh, and let me say this as well. The deportation laws, fam, aren't necessarily you're going back to your homeland. See, when these people get snatched up, packed up, and racked up, it's not their homelands they go back to. They go back to any place that America has an agreement with, meaning you can be from Mexico and you can go to Uganda. Yeah, you can be from Haiti and you can go to Zimbabwe. Wherever America wants to put you, you're going. So you might have fled here from South America, but you might end up in South Africa. This is what happens when foundational Black Americans sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. And we watch Julio, Lumbumba, and Mutombo because they got to go. Back to you.
Understand, Alpha, Trump knows that he knows all the Republicans that turned on him in regards to this birthright citizenship, because a lot of them really, they stand with Democrats when it comes to immigration. That's why, you know, we know for a fact J.D. Vance ain't going to be strict on immigration when Trump is out. A lot of Republicans stand with Democrats on immigration. Remember that. And he knows all the ones that backstab him. And y'all know that he don't play when it comes to his get back. So Trump said, y'all about to lose your job. Y'all about to lose your job. He said, spin that shit. So as of today, Trump said that all y'all companies out here hiring folks without legal status, with both civil and criminal prosecution, the worksite enforcement will massively be expanding. Basically, they're going to be going through these companies, and these companies that's being found hiring these people or had these people on their jobs is going to face prosecution, or they're going to lose a big chunk of their workforce. So Trump said, y'all about to lose your job. Y'all about to lose your job. It's so many things that's going to be happening. And like Alpha said, birthright citizenship, that was the least thing that was helping y'all. While y'all on here celebrating, I got more too.
Family, there's a saying they say, and it's there's more than one way to skin a cat. Well, a new one is there's more than one way to send an illegal back. They gonna get them from every angle now, fam. Oh, we going into part 2 of this MAGA madness. We going into part 2 of these deportations. This is gonna be even more exciting. It's gonna be even more fun. It's gonna be even more brutal than the last go around. Oh, sit back, watch it, family. They're going to start attacking all of these different people from every different angle. I was telling everybody on my broadcast, certified salutes to everybody who listened. I was telling everybody on my broadcast, these other people going to give you the doom and gloom. Black Alpha going to give you that light. And I was telling folks, this situation that just occurred with the birthright citizenship and the 14th Amendment, This is going to end up only strengthening foundational Black America. All the folks that was walking around talking about, this is bad, this is wrong. I said, no, it's only bad and wrong for Julio and Mutombo. Yeah, because if you know the system of supremacy, like I know the system of supremacy, they don't take no L's. And they damn sure don't take no L's from no dusty, rusty, always musty. Fam, these people are going to get that sting of the latch. The backlash is coming. And they're going to start going after every single person who always hires them, just like Natural was just saying. They're going to go after every single Supreme Court justice who ain't down and every single politician who wants to flip the script. They're not going to sit back and allow illegals to come here to the United States of America and have all these backdoor shortcuts and loopholes. That ain't happening. The only people who give that work to the dominant society is us foundational Black Americans. It ain't gonna be no damn illegal and anybody who wants to collaborate with illegals. So essentially, let me break it all the way down to y'all in the clearest form, family. Let me pull the ether out on. This now has created an aftershock and a domino effect. Meaning, at first it was just deportations. Now, because they wanted to make this big fuss and these tethers was running around here and they was smiling and they was out there thinking it was funny yesterday, they're going to find out tomorrow that them supremacists done pulled out every single damn latch and they about to get them. Now this is going to force them to go after the economic illegals. Then they're going to have to go after the social illegals. Then they're going to have to go after the political illegals. It's only going to put the spotlight and focus on every single element, aspect, and corridor of people who either are illegal immigrants or people who blindly support illegal immigrants. Everybody behind the scenes is going to get checked. This is beautiful. And that's what I was telling everybody. It's cool when one domino fall, you think you won. No. Now when that second one come down and that third, that fourth, and that fifth, by the time we done, family, they ain't even going to be here. All of them folks who was on TikTok jumping for joy, all the illegals who saying, yeah, we won, family, they won't even be here by August. All of that stuff got the bubbling and popping around July 1st. Come August 1st, they gonna be in a whole different country. Yes, indeed. The money's up. They got their vigilantes up. You got folks from the South who's in Arkansas, Alabama, and they saying if they catch them in illegal, it's on and popping. Oh yeah, it's gonna be on and popping the same way my popcorn gonna be on and popping. It's about to go down. So you're gonna see the Democrats, you're gonna see the Republicans, and you're gonna see everything in between. They're all going to end up getting punished. Because let me tell you something, fam. Julio, who comes here from a foreign country, they can handle that. Mutombo, who comes here from a foreign country, they can handle that. See, birthright citizenship, though, the dominant society views that as a bunch of illegal children who are going to take jobs from the supremacist children. Oh, that triggers something way different in them people. So if you thought you seen these people insane, you just wait until the next couple of weeks. It's going to be one for the ages. Part 2 of MAGA Mayo madness, part 2 of deportations. And it's going to be part 3 of these people landing back where they came from. And let me say this as well. You notice when all of these illegals were jumping for joy, the Venezuelans, the Cubans, the Mexicans, y'all notice they never sat there and included Africans, did they? Y'all see that the immigrant community don't rock with Africans. No, all the Africans who was out there and they was jumping for joy saying, we won, nigga, we won, nigga. Them Mexicans didn't bring your name up. No, they didn't. Them Venezuelans didn't bring your name up. Them Republicans, they didn't bring your name up. The Democrats didn't bring your name up. The Africans are completely the outsiders in the immigrant community. I don't know why they thought that this applied to them. No. So you're going to be without a homeland and you're going to be without a home in the immigrant community. But either way, you're going to be homeless. Because remember, fam, another word and another term for tethers, fleers, hoppers, skippers, and jumpers are just homeless. And that's exactly what they are. Well, the homeless problem is about to get even more serious.
What I wanted to say is Trump is pulling out all stops. So while y'all celebrating, Trump sending about 1,700 National Guard troops across 19 states to assist with immigration. And as of today, they have the expedited removal decision. So the federal appeals court allowed Trump administration expanded expedited removal policy to move forward nationwide. And what that means is expedited removal is faster deportation. process. So that can happen without a full immigration court hearing. Y'all out here celebrating, thinking that birthright citizenship doing something for y'all. It's not. And also, I don't know if you've seen Alpha, that Mike Braun, the Republican governor of Indiana, he's bringing up the argument of amending the Constitution. I'm telling you, these YT people mad. So while all this time, while y'all been siding with YT people, attacking us, y'all still ain't said nothing in mass against them. They want your asses up out of here. They talking about amending the Constitution. They want your asses up out of here. So he's like, listen, he's bringing up the argument of amending the Constitution. He argues that the Constitution has already been amended 27 times, and one more time won't make a difference. Okay, they mad about that decision of birthright citizenship, and we don't care either way whether they can do it or not. Because I seen some tell us somebody it ain't gonna happen, it can't happen. Okay, y'all think nothing can't happen. Y'all so confident in yourselves, but basically, in order for it to happen, the process will require 2/3 of the House and 2/3 of the Senate to approve the amendment. Then 3/4 of the states must ratify. 38 states is going to have to agree for that to be amended. But y'all acting like it can't happen. But you got these people pulling out all stops trying to see how to amend, how to go underneath, around, to the side. They going to get y'all asses up out of here. And it's too late to come over here for unity. Yeah, it ain't no damn unity over here. Yeah, y'all got to go home.
As you go down, I got one more for you. And then Andy Ogle, a representative from Tennessee, he's now proposing a new law that he already had written. This man done had this thing written. The ink wasn't even dry yet. And it is called Anchors Away, which means they are going to stop women who come to America if they're pregnant. So if you's a pregnant Julio's wife, or Julio and drag, if you's a pregnant Selena, if you's a pregnant Mutombo, if you's a pregnant Jorge, then you can't come. It's called Anchors Away. And they already got that in full surface, and they are already seeing it, family. So yeah, it's about to go all the way down, and it's about to get real serious. They already got legislation. They got the money on deck. They got everything lined up, and they saying, we gonna get you one way or another. That's how they playing the game. So yeah, shout out to the Anchors Away. And it looked like the anchors can't stay. And I'm here for that as well.
One way or another, they gonna get ya. They gonna get y'all asses.
Anchors away. Gotta love it, y'all. FBA all day.
That is my hard body with.
Diminish our lineage. Excuse me. You're not going to just reference civil rights or equal protection in a vacuum anymore. You're going to explicitly acknowledge that these legal precedents exist because of foundational Black Americans. And if you don't want to name the source, that's going to expose your clear intent to keep trying to operate a political Ponzi scheme off our damn history. And I've been all over the country in this last week. This is my birthday week. My birthday week, I wanted to just power up on a lot of ancestral energy. I'm here in Tulsa now, getting some of that energy of the family here. I was in Georgia last week. I was in Atlanta. I went up to Lake Lanier. I was soaking up some of that energy, paying respect to Lake Lanier. Then I went over to Alabama, where my family was. I went down to the Montgomery riverboat area where they had Fade in the Water, gave respect to them. Went down the road to Selma, where my blood family is. I went to the church, Mount Gilead Baptist Church. That was the early hub of the civil rights movement. That's where they organized the Selma marches. That's where they organized the first Black Panthers. Do y'all know the Black Panthers originally came out of Alabama? How many of y'all knew that? Raise your hand if you knew that.
I did.
The Black Panthers did not start in Oakland. That's where Huey P. Newton and Bobby Seale and those guys got the idea from. They got the idea from Alabama. There was a Black Panther Party in Alabama. Raise your hand if you knew that.
There was Oakland's third formation.
There was a Black Panther Party in Alabama, started in Lowndes County, right by Selma. Organized at a Black church, Mount Gilead Church in Selma, or right near Selma, between Selma and Montgomery. I went there, paid respect. There's a cemetery in the back of that church. My great-grandparents are buried there, ladies and gentlemen. That's the bloodline I come from. My great-grandparents, Reverend James Blacc, Caroline Blacc, are buried in the back of that church. This is my family. It's in me. It ain't on me. It's in me. It ain't on me.
That's right.
You understand what I'm saying? This is what we come from. That's foundational shit right there. So it's our duty to not let people exploit that. Every time somebody wants to get justice, remember when they sent them big light bulb head tethers from Minnesota down there to Selma, walking up and down the Edmund Pettus Bridge from Minnesota because they were scamming. They got caught in all them scams, so they're trying to clean up their image. So they sent them light bulb head tethers down the damn Edmund Pettus Bridge for what?
For what?
People didn't suffer for you to come down and pull your scams and get a pass for pulling no damn scams. I got very offended by that when they sent them tethers down there to march up and down Edmund Pettus Bridge because they were trying to clean up their image because they got caught scamming up there in Minnesota. Kind of shit is that? You know what I'm saying? That type of disrespect shit don't fly. We have to check that. We have to check that, ladies and gentlemen. And the Democrats, they push all that type of nonsense. We can't let these folks denigrate our lineage. It's our duty to stand up for our lineage, family.
Mm-hmm.
That's our job. That's our duty. And understand the birthright citizenship conversation that permanently dismantles the whole idea of trickle-down representation.
Like
the Democrats, they can no longer put a generic immigrant or somebody with no ties to American slavery in a position of power and expect us to celebrate it as a win for the culture. That shit ain't, no. Y'all not doing that. Another Obama, another Kamala, that ship has sailed. Unless you're going to have some people standing on lineage business, we ain't rocking with them like that.
Mm-hmm.
We're no longer accepting symbolic representation under a generic African umbrella when the very laws and constitutional amendments being debated were written specifically for our lineage. Because we sit up here and support these non-FBAs, we get them in office and the first thing they do is tell us what they ain't gonna do for us and then roll out the goddamn red carpet for their fellow immigrants. We ain't doing that. We're just not doing that. Let me get some of the family in here. Nakeem. Let's get Nakeem in here. Let's get some of the family. Nakeem, hop on in, Nakeem. Nakeem, hop on in, bro. Unmute your mic. Nakeem, can you hear me, bro?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What's going on with you, brother?
Hey, man, just chilling, man. My question is, sir, what would you guys do without tethers, man? No food trucks, man. No nurses, no doctors. That's just my question, man. You know, without tethers, sir.
No,
you
what
guys
you mean?
wouldn't.
You mean less fake degrees? Yeah, it would be less fake degrees, less fake nursing degrees, less fake diplomas. Yeah, it'd be a lot. We can get real diplomas and real degrees in there. That would be great, right?
So why you just got to give us that stigma that all our degrees is fake?
Because y'all lead,
Thank you.
truth be told, y'all lead the nation in fake degrees, sir. Y'all have whole fake degree mills. Y'all, it's a whole thing. It's always some fake degrees, some fake scams. I mean, that's a problem. We're not making that up, sir. Y'all kind of got a reputation for that. There was a guy, what was this guy's name? He was out in, where was he? In St. Louis. They caught one of your fellow tethers. He was a building inspector out there. Abe Banjo, Papula, whatever. He done finessed damn near $2 million. They gave him some money to repair buildings and his musty ass finessed the money. God damn. This is what, yeah, we don't need it. We don't need it. We don't need you finessing. We don't need it. This just happened today.
Without us, man, you guys wouldn't be nothing, man.
That's a projection, sir.
Where's the food trucks in the hood, man? You got the Arabs making all the fish and chicken spots.
We don't eat your food trucks. We don't eat West African food trucks. There's no you don't have food in your homeland. So you don't have a food truck over here? What are you talking about? You don't have West African food trucks. What, bushmeat bologna? What, we don't eat none of that shit. We don't eat bushmeat bologna. What are you talking about, sir?
Where's the doctors and the nurses, sir?
We got them. Dr. Ben Carson. People like that. Sir, y'all, we've been had doctors and nurses. We were some of the progenitors of the modern medical industry. They were getting a lot of stuff from our herbalists, sir. Come on now.
Those are TikTok doctors, sir. We have real doctors, sir.
Talking about before TikTok, sir. Before TikTok. Dr. Ben Carson is not a TikTok doctor. He's a brilliant doctor. He does some Samboing sometimes. He's a brilliant doctor. We have our doctors, sir. You're Johnny come lately. You don't even have doctors in your homeland. You don't even have hospitals, sir.
We have hospitals,
No,
man.
you don't, sir. Especially when you're the presidents or somebody in the political office, when they get injured or hurt or whatever, y'all got to fly them to Europe some damn where. Who you think you're talking to? Sir, when that boxer got into a car accident, too, they had to call him an Uber. They didn't even have ambulances to go get him, sir. How you got to call an Uber when you get in an accident? They didn't have a goddamn ambulance to come get old dude when he got in that car accident, sir. What you talking about?
You guys stripped us of our resources, sir. So we had to move to the Americas, man.
Who stripped you of the resources?
Well, your fellow white man.
No, the British
white tea man.
The British did that. Why didn't you go to Britain?
Well, we heard it was you guys.
Yeah, you damn right. You came over here where the getting was good because you wasn't gonna get shit from them. You had to come around the foundationals, didn't you?
Well, sir, we had to make things better and easy for you guys, man.
No, not for us. We're fine. You had to make it easy for yourself, sir.
Who is delivering you guys this food? You lazy Negresses can't get your food.
Well, the problem is, by the time it get there, you done put your little goosey fingers all in the fries. You done ate up half our fucking fries. So you're not even doing that good, sir. And y'all deliver the food, and I see little gap tooth teeth marks in my turkey wings. I mean, goddamn, you're not even delivering the food correctly, sir. And then the bag is musty. It's just a problem. So, all right, just get it together, Nakeem. Get it together. All right, let me get some more people. All right. Let me get some more people in here. Okay. Let me see. Let's get Guapo X. Guapo X, hop on in. Mr. Guapo, or I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. Guapo. Guapo X, hop on in, sir. Okay. All right, Guapo ain't saying nothing. Let's get the Black Alex Jones in the building.
Hey, what's up, brother? I just wanted to bring that to your attention about that sister defending herself at Walmart. They already trying to spin a story talking about she ain't do it in self-defense and all that. I wonder if you've seen that.
Context. What happened?
It was some incident just happened. It was a sister. She got approached by a suspected white supremacist man, and she had a gun on her, and she ended up defending herself. And she didn't get charged. It was self-defense. But you know how they are. They're trying to spin it like why she didn't get arrested and all that, protesting about it on here. I'll post it on in the comments though.
Okay, yeah, let me know about it because I don't know nothing about it right now. So just let me know. OG, what's up, OG? OG, what's up, brother?
Shout out. I'm getting a little confused here. Am I supposed to believe that Trump is some kind of good or something because he pointed out about the truth about our ancestry and the birthright, all that birthright discussion.
Why did you get that?
Is he right just because he's saying what's right?
Why did you get that from what I said? Why did you get that from? Because I didn't say that. So why did you get that from that?
I get that. Well, because I believe it's the truth as well. I'm even in the backdrop of skewed history. Okay, and this is the thing: the history is so skewed that we gotta, hoop to try to get to the truth of all these issues. Okay, so I'm just asking and wondering, what is this supposed to do good for Trump for him to mention this?
Who said it was going to do good for him?
Well, I guess he expects it to since he mentioned
it. Seems just because you don't agree with the Democrat that they just figured you are for the.
So yeah, do you think just because I'm critical of everybody?
Yeah. You gotta be open-minded to it.
Understood. I'm critical as well. That's why I'm raising this question and being critical.
Right. My thing is, this ain't about liking Trump or whatever. He told the truth. And what happens is the Democrats comes to us trying to shame us into voting for them, but they won't acknowledge that basic truth while they exploit our
voting prowess.
They exploit everything and give it to everybody else and won't even give us no damn acknowledgement, let alone the tangibles. So that's a problem that the Democrats are doing. You understand?
Right. I got you. I appreciate it, man. I just wanted to raise that question a little bit.
There you go. Yeah, my thing is, Democrats always telling us Trump bad. Okay, well, Trump basically acknowledged the truth about us and our lineage, and the Democrats, all they do is attack our lineage. So you're not going to wag your finger at us, and you're doing the same thing and worse. Go ahead, brother. Fresh. Go ahead, brother.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. What's up, brother?
Hey, how you doing, Flex? Happy birthday, brother.
Thank you so much. I appreciate
Nice talking to you. When I last talked to you, I was kind of drunk talking about Arkansas, but I take that back. Please accept my apologies.
Have you been sipping on something now?
No, I'm not sipping on that. I'm in Georgia. I'm in Georgia.
Okay, people sip on shit in Georgia. That's not going.
You're right about that. Hey, when you told me you went to when I seen the video about you in Montgomery.
Oh yeah.
My first time going to Montgomery with my boy, and he's from Montgomery.
Okay.
And you're right about the not having many immigrants there, because when I went to a mall there back in 2007, I asked him, I said, "Hey, brother, where the Mexicans at?" He said, "No, bro, you ain't in Georgia no more." He said, "You in Alabama, Montgomery." And he showed me the civil rights stuff and everything, and I was intrigued by it.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, damn, you know what? This is history right here. And hey, I appreciate everything you do for us, man, FBAs, man. Yeah. I wasn't aware about the immigrants, blacks not liking us in the diaspora. I was shocked about that. I see it. Now I can identify anybody that's not us. Right? They just look foreign. You can just tell. They don't really keep themselves up as far as like the styles and haircuts. I noticed that in the peppercorn. I'd be looking at the shit every day. So I'm like, okay, I can tell. So you're right about that, man. Praise to you, man. Keep doing what you're doing. I'll continue following you. And what's up to Nikki, the God? Praise to her too. And you take care, man.
Thank you.
I'll continue to support you too.
Thank you. I appreciate you, brother. Oh yeah, down in Alabama, you getting the pure, uncut FBAs down there. Yeah, it was good to be down there in Birmingham and Montgomery and Selma. Yeah, we don't have a lot of non-FBAs out there like that. You just don't have it. So you're dealing with the real deal out there. You're dealing with the real deal when you get down in central Alabama, all that. You're dealing with the real shit. Yeah, straight up. That's why that Montgomery thing was so pivotal. That Montgomery fade in the water. That's why a lot of folks were kind of shocked. We weren't shocked. Those of us who were down there, from there, whose families from there, we weren't shocked. That's the get down. That Montgomery brawl, shit, that's when there's an attack on us from outsiders, that's how cats get down. They've always done that. That's always been the rule. It ain't like up there in New York. I'm not crapping on New York, but that shit with Jordan Neely, he's getting choked out by Daniel Penny and them damn Sambo tethers standing around. Hell no. Hell no. No. That's not what it is down there. That wouldn't happen down there in a million years. The brothers and sisters don't do that. You know? Let's get who's this brother with the Zay? Let's get Zay. What's up, Zay?
Hey, what's up, brother Tricc? I just wanted to wish you a happy birthday. And that was pretty much it. I done lost my train of thought.
It's all
I'm gonna drop down.
No doubt. Thank you so much. Let me see. Let's get who is that? Let's get Raw Status TV. Raw Status TV in the building. I see Nikki the God. I see Nicety Girl. I see Sister Brooke. I see Cyber Regina. Raw Status. Raw. Okay, come on now. If y'all make a request, y'all stand on it. Let's get Welsing. Welsing, hop on in.
Brother, what's happening? How you doing?
I'm good, beloved. What's going on with you?
I want to wish you a happy birthday, man.
Thank you so much. I love that.
And God bless you. I hope you see 1,000 more of those days, okay?
Thank you so much.
Okay. I just want to say to everybody in this room that don't know who I am an ally. And I just want to assure you that, it even shocks me to hear the Black diaspora speak about Black American people. And the thing is that I have come to the conclusion that one of the greatest disservices that America has done to foundational Black American people is not enforcing what they used to enforce when my parents came here, my grandparents, my grandmother and grandaunt came here in the 1940s and 50s, is knowing about American history, but particularly foundational Black American history. I have found myself on various occasions educating foreigners about foundational Black American history. And you should see their faces. Like, they don't, anything past Martin Luther King, they know nothing about. And Black American history is far more than Martin Luther King. And I'm not putting Martin Luther King down. You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't know anything about any of the inventors. They know nothing. And it's interesting because both my mother and father, my father came from Cuba, my mother from Jamaica. Both of them, my father would have been 101 this year. My mother is going to be 86 in about another month. Both of them have said that in their respective countries, they were educated on Black American history. And in the processes of coming into this country, which took a long time, one of the things that you had to have, some of the things you had to have a skill set that America deemed needed. You had to have know how to read, write, and speak English clearly. And you had to know American history. These people come to this country, and America has done this purposely. Did not educate these people about foundational Black American history, and it is something that is necessary. Let's go beyond just illegal immigrants. Let's go to this, our schools. Children, they don't know enough Black American history. So this summer, when Professor Allen was, selling those workbooks of his, I bought 2 of them because in another month, my niece and nephew are going to be out here, and it's time to give them the truth, And but I just wanted to say to everybody, and I assure you that from an ally point of view, and I'm telling you this, and I will catch hell for this, but it's the truth. I stand by my truth. That I wish you could have all met my parents. I wish you could have met my mother's side of the family. They're almost but dead. My mother and another elder is pretty much that. It's just us, And to be quite honest with you, my generation in the family, I mean, everybody's almost married, and most of them, actually all of them almost, have married foundational Black American people. I want to assure everybody that, this wasn't always the case. When I hear these people of the diaspora speak in these rooms very disrespectfully, what they write. The one that blew me away was that young lady who said that, filthy Black Americans. It's just, this is ignorance.
Right.
Yes. Okay. The Black immigrants of my parents' era used to hire these people that you're hearing in these rooms to come clean their house. These are not top level people. Do you understand? I'm telling you this.
Yes, indeed.
So I want to thank you because it is true. If it wasn't for your ancestors, there's nobody in the world that has the kind of history that you have. And I've often said, not even Shakespeare could have written it more beautifully.
Yes, indeed. Yes,
indeed. Be proud of every single thing that your ancestors have done in this country. Don't let these, my father used to say this to me. My name is Jackie. He used to say to me, don't let them beat you, Jack. Don't let them beat you, Jack. Tricc, I'm gonna tell you something too, and I know I'm taking up a lot of your space, but I have to tell you this. Like, Mother Khadijah has passed away. This meant so much to me because my father was Nation of Islam in New York City, and he used to take me to Madison Square Garden almost every month to see Farrakhan speak, and his wife was there, and to see her pass away. And somebody made a comment in the space that not even Barack and Michelle Obama have given him any kind of love for the 72 years that he's been married to Mother Khadijah.
Right. And you know what? And let me build on that. And thank you so much, beloved.
Thank you.
Is something. The BET Awards gave honor and praise to Clive Davis because Clive Davis just passed away. But they did not give an acknowledgement to Farrakhan's wife. All right. Just keep that in your back pocket, by the way. All right. Put that in your back pocket. Keep it in your back pocket. A lot of people acknowledge that little faux pas. Not that serious. What's up, brother?
How you doing, Tyreek, man? I just want to get up here and tell you, man, I was one of them brothers that was lost, caught up in the Democratic Party, man, and it took good men like yourself, Daniel, and I see Aunt CEO and his brothers like that, man, that intellectual brothers that brought me around to understand who I am. You know what I mean? A true foundational Black American, man. And I just want to tell you, man, I appreciate y'all, man. Them dudes right there really. I mean, man, listen, when I listen to y'all, bro, I'm literally sitting down, I'm writing stuff down, man. And I just got up here to tell you that real fast, man. I'm from the bottom. I'm from Mississippi. Now, them where the true foundation is at. If you true.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they ain't playing with none of that, man. And you ain't gonna see too much of all that running around there, man. But I just want to get up here and show my appreciation, man. And I'm gonna leave on that.
Thank you so much.
Electric Root Work. Electric Root Work. Electric Root Work. Electric Root Electric Root
That shit goes hard for me for some odd reason.
Don't talk over me, white man. You guys saw those Black people everywhere you went, and you start calling them Negroes. You call them Negroes in Asia. You call them Negroes in Polynesia. You call them Negroes here. You call them Negroes in Africa, sir.
They're not related to you, though.
Yeah, over here they are. The ones here we are. The Black Aboriginals here are related to us, sir.
What Black Aboriginals?
All of them.
There's no Black Aboriginals.
There are Black Aboriginals here, sir.
No, it's a delusion that FBAs have because you don't want people to say, go back.
That's a projection, sir. You're not going to try to, I'm white and I say so, your way out of it. Too many white explorers saw them, sir. Balboa saw Black people here. Vizarro saw Black people here. Ponce de Leon saw Black people here.
There's no description that describes them as West African.
Sir, you trying to do a Jedi mind trick with the words West African. I didn't say West African.
That's where FBAs came from, for the most part, West Africa.
All of us, not all of us. Nope, not all of us.
There were no people that looked like you in the continental USA when Europeans arrived.
It was 100%. Why did your fellow white Europeans say it then?
They didn't. Show me one description, one transcript
names. Vazaro said the people here look like the people in Ethiopia. That's what they called Africa.
And
sir.
Ethiopians were described as Caucasoid during that time. They're an Afro-Asiatic people. They didn't describe them as Bantu or Niger Congo.
That's a lie, sir.
Even to this day, what, you can't tell the difference between a...
If you don't stop.
If you don't stop lying.
They weren't. The term Caucasoid didn't exist, sir. The term Caucasian didn't exist till the 1700s. Who do you think you're talking to?
Can you tell the difference between...
Did you say they said they look Caucasus? The term Caucasoid or Caucasian didn't exist until Linnaeus made it up in the damn late 1700s, sir.
They've always differentiated Horn of Africans from West Africans. That's all.
No, they called all of Africa Ethiopia at one point. They didn't say nothing about no Caucasoid or Caucasian. The term didn't exist.
Can you tell the difference between a Horn of African and a West African?
Sir, they called all of them Ethiopians.
Okay, Tricc, can you tell the difference between...
Stop it. They didn't use the term Africa for that continent until the late 1500s.
You won't let me land my plane because you know I'm about to body you.
Here, you just lying your ass off and you ain't about to do that. I'm gonna correct you in real time. They didn't use the term Africa until the late 1500s to describe the whole continent, sir. They would call the place Ethiopia. And when the European explorers got here, they said the people here look like the people in Ethiopia, meaning the Africans, sir. This is very well documented.
No, they're not referring to West African people that look...
Her response can't be, No, it don't work like that. You got to bring scholarship, sir. Go get a book by Von Woot now, Unexpected Faces in Early America. This is a German white man, he's a white man like yourself. This white man had all of these artifacts showing ancient Black people living here, sir. I'm giving you book references. Go get another white man who taught at Yale, Leo Werner, talked about the Black tribes that were here. Go get those studies, study the work of Constantine Rafinesque. He was an early botanist and historian. 1800s talked about Black tribes running around the United States.
Europeans during that time were differentiated between Ethiopians and West Africans. Like today, you can tell the difference.
No, we're not, sir. They called the whole place Ethiopia. They called it all Ethiopia.
Okay, let me ask you a very simple question. We're back.
Oh no, because I'm teaching you, sir. You don't ask me while I'm teaching you. The Portuguese, when they got to Brazil, they made a distinction between the Black people that they brought from Guinea, because that was another thing they called West Africa. They called that Guinea too. They had Negros de Guinea and Negros de Terra. That meant Blacks of the land and Blacks from Guinea. Why did they make that distinction?
It sounds like babble, honestly. FBA babble. Can you tell the...
Are you saying what I just said was babble? Are you saying the Negros de Terra is babble?
Yes, I am. I'm saying that...
Stop it right this one. Family, and I've done this before. Y'all Google it. Google Negros de Terra and Negros de Guinea. That's what the Portuguese, when they came here, early 1500s, they made a distinction. Negros de Terra means Blacks of the land, the Black people who are already here. This is very well documented. And then they made a distinction between them and the Black people that were brought over from Africa. Negros de Terra, Negros de Guinea. I want everybody to Google those terms or look them up through AI. This is how you shut down I'm white so nonsense. That don't work no more, sir. We don't do I'm white and I say so. We do scholarship at this point. See?
Let me ask you a question. You've been babbling now.
Ooh.
Can you tell the difference between an Eritrean, a Somali, an Ethiopian, and someone from Ghana, someone from Congo, someone from Nigeria? Is it very simple?
Yes.
Just spinning your wheels, Davinsky. Thank you so much. I've debunked you and you just spinning.
You did not debunk.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not just going to have you deflect over and over, sir. We're not going to do that.
Well,
I'm bringing scholarship.
I wouldn't have been.
I'm giving you names, books. And if your response is just changing the subject, you've been defeated.
I'm like now kind of like a little.
That's how you shut that nonsense down. All right, Bubba. Okay, I guess this is the Mayo hour. Bubba, what's up, Bubba?
Hey, nothing much, man. I just wanted to call up and ask you, what do you think about the what do you call it, the judgment for today and how it will affect the foundational Black Americans. Does it hurt people? Does it hurt the foundational Black Americans?
Why would it?
No, we're fine. Yeah, it's already been a law for the last couple of hundred years.
Tripping.
So yeah, all this.
Yeah, no.
It's got.
What it proved, and I talked about this
very,
before, it proved that all
Mel
of these
or
people
Biden.
were able to get their citizenship based on our work and our movement.
Baby.
And it shows that we are a distinct ethnic group. So that's the great thing about it. Yeah, nothing's changed for us, but go ahead.
Right.
No, I mean, I think that ultimately it is going to hurt the Black community in terms of the migration and the demographics change in the States of America. Overall, I think this hurts Americans in general.
Yeah, if it's gonna hurt us, it's gonna hurt y'all too. If it's gonna hurt us,
I think it's going to hurt more. I mean, I'm thinking that like a lot of it too now is that the cultural impact of like the Black community has like diminished, because if you look like at like the Super Bowl, right, and it was Bad Bunny. I mean, I think we've seen like the transfer towards like cultural soft power going towards the Latinos as opposed to the Black community.
no, it don't work. All power has to be accepted by the mass. That Bad Bunny shit wasn't accepted. That's why people don't even remember. They were, you know what I'm saying? So the soft power is still with us. People are gonna go for the real. They try to crowbar some other shit in there, but no, it ain't gonna. The people have to accept it. Ain't nobody trying to be like Bad Bunny. They're trying to be like Kendrick. They're trying to be like us around the world. See how that works?
Yeah, but I mean, in terms of that, like, what is the possible future in terms of like the Black community and Black population in terms of like getting policy turned in? I think right now, I think the Democratic Party is going to focus specifically on Hispanic and Latino communities as opposed to Black communities.
In your community, because they come over and classify as white. The Latinos classify as white, and you got to understand, Asians are doing a lot of this birth tourism thing where they're sending these babies and anchoring them here. That's going to be a problem for you guys because they don't live in our communities, but that's going to be a problem for you. What are y'all going to do?
Would you see the gradual, like, you know, what do you call it? The less representation in like the politics or in the power?
No,
you know what I'm saying?
Already delineated. We got a delineation movement going on, so we've delineated. So a lot of that stuff is not going to affect us like that.
You know what we're doing?
We're looking into everybody's background, so we're checking receipts and everything. That's why the delineation is.
No, well, in terms of like the focus of like the Democratic Party, I mean, it's no longer going to be the sweetheart. I believe the Black community, it'll be focused primarily towards Hispanic.
So what? That's what.
Well, the Democrats won't win then if they're going to do that. As you see, they lost in the last election. They can keep losing if they want to do that. We don't have a problem with them losing.
Yeah, but the primary reason why they won was because of the Hispanic vote coming towards the Republicans.
Right, that's what I'm saying. A lot of Hispanics come over here. They cape for the Hispanics. They're not a reliable voting bloc.
All right.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, they're not a reliable voting bloc. We are.
Look what's happening
so
now.
They need a reliable voting bloc, and they don't have it because we're splintered now. So that's why they lost.
But I mean, they totally have hurt your interests.
No, they are.
I mean, in terms of like your community, I mean, the Democratic Party basically has just sacrificed the Black vote and the Black policy.
Listen, when have they not hurt our interests? That's not anything new. They've always hurt our.
But I mean, they severely handicapped it today. I mean,
look, we
how?
Them.
What are you talking about?
Because you're losing representation in like. Because, dude, it's not. It's Americans in general. I mean, with birthright citizenship, demographics is destiny.
Why don't you go have
eventually, what do you call it? The Black vote will not be focused on and will not be such a cultural issue.
Hey,
why do you think that?
What, they've been doing shit anyway.
Because you can clearly see it now. I mean, like
to us,
yeah, like it's going like the same thing, like with Israel or like Black culture, like Black fatigue.
Okay, you're just saying shit. Okay, yeah, you're not making notes. Thank you, man. You're just saying anything. I don't know what you're talking about. Good freaking grief, man.
Trying to hurt our feelings.
The hell is he talking about?
You're not gonna be able to have babies. What about the Democratic Party?
We got Tether New in here. We got.
Not gonna have no representation.
What's up, Tether New?
They ain't represented us in a long time. We're gonna be all right.
Hey, what's going on, Tariq?
I'm good, Tether New. What's going on?
Some
The
more-
anchor babies
You try to
popping
hurt our
off
feelings.
in your family
Wrapped up in
because of this birthright citizenship thing?
Yeah, man, it seemed like it's been a bad month for FBA. You know, Trump blocked reparations for Evanston, Illinois. I didn't hear you speak about it.
Bad month for us?
Go, motherfucker.
Yeah. Trump blocked reparations for Evanston.
Reparations has always been blocked, so that's why we're getting the tethers out the way. So that's not a bad month. A
Yeah,
bad
but
month
why you ain't speak about Trump blocking Evanston? Why you ain't speak about? I haven't heard you spoke about it.
bad for us. How was this bad for foundational Black Americans?
Well, you said Trump is not doing anything to hurt foundational Black Americans. He blocking foundational Black Americans reparations. That's not harming foundational Black Americans. Trump blocking Evanston, Illinois.
That was not a real reparations package. That was some bullshit. Yeah, block that. That was some bullshit. That ain't reparation.
Oh, so you
Look, sir, I'm the co-host. I can do whatever the fuck I feel like doing. And I'm having a discussion in agreement with what Tricc is saying. I was in agreement with the whole thing. If you don't know what he's saying as already been there, done that, lived that, and you need a recap, well, it's not my fault you're late to the game. You see what I'm saying? If I'm having a discussion about everything he's saying, which is right, which is what exact, right, and exact, then, you know, it's whatever. This is my show. You don't like it, thank you for visiting. You know what I mean? But I was going along with what he's talking about because it's exactly that way. Yeah, no. So what? I didn't stop it to pause it every 2 seconds. And doesn't matter. I'm just gonna let this play since you know, it's like you probably ain't up on shit going with where we at. You probably off code. So I'm just gonna let this run so you can get a re-education of the shit we already supposed to be doing. I got it. Let's see.
You against Black Americans in Evanston getting reparations? You against that?
Reparations. That wasn't no reparations package. That was some kind of housing deal that they try to frame as reparations. That's not reparations at all. Block the hell out of it.
I don't know who you talking to like that, cuz. Like, you just come up with my shit, just being disruptive. I'll run it out ever I want to. I speak on every topic I feel like. I'll talk with it. It doesn't matter. I was reacting to it, and I'm watching the chat. I'm like toggling back and forth. So you chill the fuck out, though. You're a guest. Okay? Welcome. Sit down. Listen. You wanted to not be talked to, right? Right? So let it play. Don't say nothing else. Just say thank you. I'm gonna let it play. We're gonna let it ride. But don't cuss at me, guys. Especially you ain't a regular over here. Don't cuss at me.
Okay, so a win like that.
That ain't a win, sir. Y'all not gonna put a bow tie on a turd and call it a goddamn suit. You know what I'm saying? No, it don't work like that. That was reparations. Y'all not gonna pull that. Y'all not gonna pull some shit out here and call it reparations, and it's like some little housing vouchers. No, that ain't reparations.
Wow, Tricc, I'm.
And that was what's going on in Evanston. You know what I mean? And so they got away with Evanston's form of reparation was some beautifying project, you know, and a little housing here and there. It wasn't exactly reparations and how reparations supposed to look like. That's it. It was just like, you know what I mean? Just how I described it. So it was a nothing burger, and they got nothing really but a beautifying for everybody type of situation. That's why it's not reparations.
Surprised you know, you're against the Black Americans in Evanston, Illinois getting their reparations and Trump stepping in to block it.
Wasn't reparations, sir. You ain't gonna spend that. That wasn't reparations. You can lie with your tether. Tethers lie.
I'm not lying. It's a fact. You just don't.
For a known lying tether. All right. You lying about something being reparations don't make it true. All right. Look, you're a tether. You are completely against us. You ain't for no reparations. That's why you co-signing that, sir. You've been against reparations. So anything you're for against, you're a lying, scamming tether. That's why that's to pick up some bullshit, because you know it was bullshit, sir.
That's right. And if everybody was on code about this shit, they would know that what happened in Evanston, it's like the same situation, or a little bit different as what happened in Bruce Beach, or what's happening in Tulsa, especially with that sister still being alive. They was gonna stall her out on a genuine, absolute reparations claim. Okay, the last living descendant. So that's how they do it. The same thing in Tulsa. Tulsa threw out a beautifying project with a whole bunch of other beautifying shit that's for everybody, not the actual descendant. No, cut the check. You know what I mean? No land grant or land offering, or no financial check, which is what reparations is, amongst other things. So but they didn't do that. So all these little states that offers whatever versions of what they think is reparations is not exactly reparations. It's just a fucking nothing burger, just like HR 40, which they blow off the dust every 2 years and try to push it during election season.
If it was really reparations, you'd be against it.
No, I'm for Black Americans getting their reparations, whether it's on a state.
Other revenue, you're not for us doing anything. You try your best to undermine us, and you want to undermine us, but you can't, sir, because we've delineated from you, and you're very frustrated, right?
I'm not mad about. I support Black Americans getting their reparations. Like I said, Pan Africans been leading the reparations movement since Queen Mother Moore. She's a Pan African. The Republic.
You mean a foundational Black American? Yeah, she's foundational Black American.
Yeah, she's a Pan African. The Republic of New Africa, who led one of.
Anybody a Pan-African. Queen Mother Moore never said she was a Pan-African. Y'all say y'all want everybody to be a damn Pan-African. Y'all want to slap the word African on everybody so that you can go benefit off of it. We don't do that. Grinds TV, hop on, sir.
No, she's a self-proclaimed Garveyite. She's a Pan-African.
Hey, calm down. Is your name Grinds, fam? Calm down and go back on mute. What's up, Tricc? How you doing? Happy birthday to you.
Thank you so much, Brother Grinds. Go ahead.
Yeah, so as far as this Evanston reparations thing, so there's a step further that they did go as far as like trying to do more on top of what they did a few years ago. But here's the thing. While they're trying to say, well, in Trump's America and he blocked it and all that, actually under Biden's administration, certain suspected white supremacist organizations and firms were targeting any and every program that could potentially help and aid Black Americans. So a couple of years ago, Judge Mathis did a video on IG, and I actually posted it on this app as well, where he said that there was some type of program that was supposed to help like minority businesses get up off the ground and all that in Texas. And those firms and organizations targeted that and got that overturned to where, because, of course, they're going after anything race-based because that's unconstitutional. Right. So all of a sudden, after that, then they started targeting other things that could potentially help Black people, even in the area of reparations. And the next thing that was on the list was Evanston. So those housing vouchers and all that stuff that happened for Evanston, they were targeting them. And the reason why I brought up the administrations is because of the fact that Judge Mathis, when he announced that, he said that there was nothing that administration was doing to try to fight against that. So if you're going to tell the story, you got to tell the whole thing.
There you go. Thank you so much for putting the context in there, Grinds.
I'm telling what happened. The white residents of Evanston, they petitioned a lawsuit against the Black resident, and then Donald Trump came in and he blocked the payment, the $35,000 payment, and he sided with the white residents. The federal government now is suing Evanston over that. So please don't act like I misrepresent and throw it on Democrats. It's Trump that did that. It was
because it was race-based. So yeah, when you just make it race-based, it's going to be shut down. You got to make all this stuff lineage-based, sir.
It is not race-based. It's based on who could prove the harm. It has nothing to do with race-based. It's for the people that could prove the harm of.
No, sir. That is not. He's right, but we didn't know by the time that we knew to try to perfect everything with the language and making it lineage based, and asking for what we're asking for or demanding tangibles and all this extra shit, fucking the check and everything. We didn't know that. I mean, they had already started moving it forward. So the housing vouchers and all that shit that Evanston was supposed to get or received and got cut off, whatever. I got to read into it because it's all over the place with this on radio. This made it only seem like kind of like a temporary band-aid, just something to placate them, and other not being sufficiently compensated. And reparations is for like compensation. Excuse me. They would leave them to not be heading in this direction financially. So it wasn't a form of reparations. It was more of a pandering ploy, like to pacify them. And by the time we seen it happening, it was already too late because we weren't really focused on what was happening over there at the time it started happening, which is just a few years back. And keep in mind, family, it's moving in the direction and the pace that it's moving in. It seems kind of fast. It seems like almost like the way people talk to Tricc, and she like it's almost like pressurizing him to do something about it. Can't do anything more than what we can do. So this is all a learning stage. We're learning that the languages has to be just right. We're learning that it's a marathon, not a sprint. We're learning that it's going to be difficult, and that in order to get it through, you're going to have to be able to fight racism and white supremacy and push that through. It's got to be right. Each state has to do it, before we get to the federal process. It is moving fast, but it's moving at a pace that's kind of working for us and against us at the same time. So we have to learn. We have to do it all together, and pushing anything that isn't aligned with this is crazy. So now that they know, now that the people know what to look for, what to ask for, what to demand, now they can go make changes. You know what I mean? And they can get out of whatever that contract is, because it's not behooving them. It's not benefiting them. They're not winning. They're not getting what is due. Instead, they're getting drug out. Like, there's no real jobs given back to them. There's all kinds of negatives versus positives in this situation. And it's not supposed to be like that. However, we're going to see a couple states be misunderstood or mistreated due to this right now, and they're going to make them shame them for some odd reason, which is fine. This is a learning curve, family. This is what we got to do. We're going to have to learn off of each state's mistakes or errors, if you want to call it that, or we could just learn how heavy white supremacy and racism is, and I'm white and I say so, how much power I'm white and I say so really has in certain states. So I would look at this as a piece of our studies, and just keep taking notes about what they are going to continue to owe us. You know what I mean? And what protections, sanctuaries do we have? What, we're still redlined in certain areas. Some people go to jail for just voting. So this is just ridiculous. I'm saying this is a good thing to learn from.
Redlining and mass discrimination. That's who the reparations for Evanston was. And those people,
it was race based though. They made it race based. In order for that to work, it has to be lineage based. They didn't make it lineage based. That's the problem. That's why
that's what I'm saying something after this. He's right. It was race based. And the only reason we learned about this race-based language versus lineage-based language was because of a thing that went through the Supreme Court. So they had to do something specific for whatever. But instead, when it becomes to take out the race, is when they were redistricting the seats. You take out the race part, then you have the lineage part. It's all about the languages. They can't do nothing specifically for one race of people. That's what I guess they would try to equate what Homala was saying. However, she didn't do shit for her lineage either. She didn't do shit at all except get drunk and hide. Okay, so that's pretty much what it. She was gone for like 3 years at the border. I mean, like really. That's what we got. That's how come we know. We didn't know before, but we learned as shit moved forward with the Supreme Court, and then we had to come and readjust.
We stand on lineage business, sir. We know how to do this. We know how these things going to get shut down, and they know it's going to get shut down if they make it race based.
Right, but Tariq, if FBA is about reparations, why didn't you at least speak about it? Why didn't you at least address and say, "Hey, let me address Trump blocking our reparation base"?
I've talked about Everston years ago. I've talked about the finesse with those.
First of all, let's just keep it real to the code. There is no leader, no matter how much you want him to be the leader. Yes, he might have put the fucking battery in our back. He gives us like enough to where we're like staying very focused and hungry on this motherfucking situation. Yes. But the code is the leader. The code is the leader. Okay? Not you can't keep pressuring. Why didn't you say something? Why didn't you use your platform? Why do you think we learned about motherfucking Evanston? Through him. Okay? And then further reading for those that like to read. You see what I'm saying? Like, if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have known. However, do you think like can I just you don't care about FBA and Everson? That's a goddamn lie. That's a lie. And they know it. It's a fat fucking lie. The thing is you can't keep trying to label somebody and put them as your leader because you don't know how to lead yourself or read a book. See what I'm saying? The code is the leader. Meaning the code is the leader. We know what it is in the yard. You see what I'm saying? Can't keep doing all that. He's obligated to address the reparations thing. People on there call all the time, calling. That's just stupid.
Little housing vouchers. I've already talked about that, sir. And your arguments are in bad faith. You keep trying to spin it on Trump. Who gives a shit? All right.
I mean, you said because you said Trump.
Okay, goddamn. Get the hell out of here.
Mm-hmm.
Bad faith ass arguments. All right. Let me see. OJ Garrett, what do you got to say, man? Because you just trolling for attention at this point. OJ Garrett, what do you want?
No, I had a quick question, Tariq.
Yeah.
What do you think about the Alex murder? He got his murder conviction overturned.
Alex?
Yeah, Alex murder. He was sentenced by a FBA judge, but now they gave him a new trial.
I have no idea who you're talking about, so I can't speak on it, sir. And that's real random. Why would you bring that up? That's extremely random. What does that have to do with anything?
It just shows that, you all have no power.
What?
Yeah.
How does that some random case transfer to we don't have power? I don't even know about the case.
You stupid.
It's a random case. You want us to not have power. You want us to be you.
All right.
See, these tethers are so jealous. Y'all want us to be you, powerless, running and fleeing. That's you projecting. You want us to be you so bad, and we're not, sir. I don't even know about that case.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have no power, sir. You over here with your bushmeat and peppercorn laying up under us, utilizing the damn 14th Amendment, sir. You don't have any power. You're a fleeing failed tether. And y'all want people to be failed tethers with you, and we're not, sir. That's where all that jealousy and resentment is coming from. Ezra?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Ezra. How are you?
Good evening. I just wanted to say big ups to Justice Clarence Thomas for actually, even though we wasn't able to stop birthright citizenship, we actually got Clarence Thompson, another FBA brother, standing up on the right side of history. giving us our voice. And so I wanted to give him his props. And now all the Democrats and all the left-wing liberals are trying to say, let's vote this man out of office. But I would like.
No, what happened, Ezra? I don't know what happened, Ezra. We'll get you back in a minute.
Let's not do too many backflips. Judge Clarence Thomas, whatever, is a fucking outright coon. He don't do shit for black people, and he come from Gucci people. So he's been like on other trades since he got into politics. So to see that he's going to do anything or say anything, this was just like the one off. You know what I mean? So we can't just sing his praises and pray that he's on the black side of things now, on the right side of history. No, he just had to be like that for this one. Some probably spoke to his spirit or whatever, but almost 89% of the time, he don't do shit for black people. Not at all.
Ermias.
Hello.
What's up, Ermias?
How are you?
I'm good, Ermias. What you Ethiopia, Somali? Where you from?
Ethiopian,
man. You in Minnesota?
Nah.
Ohio?
I spoke to you before. I'm in Australia.
Oh, okay. There you go. What's on your mind?
Yeah. I came on because I was listening to Godfrey's podcast. I also saw clips of it that you had taken, and you've been listening to some of the things that have been going on there. Would you consider going on his podcast to sort of represent your lineage?
I don't know because I'm not really doing interviews like that right now. So I say what I have to. I say what I have to say on my spot. And shout out, I'm cool. I'm cool.
That's all right.
Yeah, but yeah. I don't.
Also,
you go ahead, brother.
Oh yeah. Also, I want to say, I remember you was talking about the World Cup earlier. Have you heard of you got this one British dude named Balogun? He's very good. And also there's another great goalkeeper from the US. I'm pretty sure he's FBA. His name's Tim Howard, and he was like back in 2014. He was one of the best goalkeepers ever.
Okay, yeah, we don't. I speak for me. I don't really watch that shit. Right. I mean, I'm not a World Cup fan. I'm out here. I'm in Tulsa, Oklahoma right now, and there's a World. People are going to stadiums to watch it on a screen, and a car full of Mexicans almost hit me. They were rushing to get up there, and they almost hit me. They almost hit my rental car. So. And they had on a whole bunch of soccer shirts going to see the World Cup. So people are very excited about it. There's a lot of Mexicans in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Where are my Tulsa people? I didn't know you had so many Mexicans out here. A lot of Mexicans in Tulsa, Oklahoma. All right. Should we get one more call, ladies and gentlemen?
I'm scared to find out.
Fat Kane. What's up, Fat Kane? Is that your name, sir? Fat Kane. You want to unmute your mic, Fat Kane? Okay. Fat Kane might have dozed off after he ate something. All right, let's try Brenda. Miss Brenda, hop on in, Miss Brenda. Miss Brenda, hop on in.
Hi, Tariq. This is Dr. Brenda Nelson Porter. How are you?
I'm good, beloved. How you doing, dear?
It's been a while. I've been following you on the Carmilla Anthony case. I just have one question. Why is the daddy being sued by Sarah Fields? I didn't follow that side of the case.
Wowzers.
Oh, she sues. She got, they got this woman out here.
I've never heard of Charleston White. I mean to cut you off. Just want to tell the whole story from my side. That's why I'm interested. I never heard of Charleston White until he did attack Sarah. That's the only time I ever heard of him. Never heard of Tiffany Vivens before either. I just want to know why he's suing the dad. Why she's suing the dad.
I don't know, but yeah, she sues a whole bunch of people, and it's weird. So anyway, it's very weird. Brother Marcus, hop on in, Marcus. Marcus, hop on in. Mr. Marcus, hop on in, brother. Unmute your microphone, sir, so we can get you in here. Let's try. I want to get one more good one in here, ladies and gentlemen.
And Marcus ain't saying nothing. All right. Let's try. Let me see. And shout out to Tulsa. Lovely people out here in Tulsa. I'm in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Okay. Let me see. One more. Let's get one more. One more. I just want one more. Make it real simple. All right. Let's get Muscle Power. Muscle Power in the building. Muscle Power. Muscle Power. One muscle. Hop on in, man.
Hey, happy birthday, Tariq.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate it.
Hey, no problem, no problem. Hey, I did want to say you're very disrespectful.
How so?
Because how you gonna call musty tethers? That's what I want to know. I never understood why you would do that and be so disrespectful like that. You know.
Gotta speak.
Uh-huh.
I gotta speak truth to power.
Yeah, but man, bro, I love what you're doing, man. I follow you all every day. But I just wanted to let you know, man, I love the work you're doing. I want to give you big ups, man. Happy birthday, man. You are a rider for us, and we riding for you, brother.
Love that, man. All right, shout out, mother. Turn that blinker off, brother. It sounds like you about to make a right. All right. Where you going this time of night with your damn blinker on? You about to make a right on the whole stroll. About this. Where is he going? Turn that blinker off.
I blinker light.
All right. Let me see. All right, let me get up out of here, man. I'm about
I got like 4 more on the list, Philly. 4 more on the list.
Pay taxes. Because we had to pay taxes when we were his people immigrated here from Italy. They, ladies and gentlemen, the Supreme Court, basically, it was a 5-4 vote. The 5-4 vote meant that the decision was standing on very shaky ground. They looked at the 14th Amendment as the ultimate shield. So to understand this whole fight, you got to understand the 14th Amendment of the Constitution that was put together to make sure that we, the descendants of slaves, freedmen, who was born on American soil, we would get automatic citizenship. Today, 5 of the judges said that's an invisible shield that protects everybody born here, and the president just can't use an executive order to rip that shield away. Now, because there was a 5-4 split, only 5 judges voted to say the Constitution protects birthright citizenship. That means that that shield is very thin. And if one of those judges leaves the court in the future, or they get replaced by another judge who disagrees, the vote could flip the other way. Justice Kavanaugh left the back door open. Brett Kavanaugh voted with a majority to stop the president's order, which made the score look like 6-3. But he did something he kind of did a finesse. He refused to say that the Constitution protects birthright citizenship. Instead, he said the president can't change this rule by himself, but Congress can change the rule. So with him doing that, that left a screen door open for the future. So Congress can come in and bring this thing back to the Supreme Court. And they do have another argument. So this is not locked in stone. All right. So I know a lot of the tethers have been very celebratory. The tethers are really doing tap dancing with them flip-flops, but this isn't really permanent. This is more like a pause button. See, the main takeaway is that the Supreme Court decision was not a permanent green light for birthright citizenship. It was more like a pause button. That 5-4 split and the loophole that Kavanaugh pointed out, that the Congress can pass a new law and send it right back to the Supreme Court. And they can potentially change American citizenship rules forever. All right? So got to understand that part of the game. Now, why did many of the justices say, okay, we want to uphold birthright citizenship? We got to understand something, family. A lot of those Supreme Court justices, let's be very real, they benefited from the 14th Amendment, birthright citizenship. You understand that? Many of them benefited from it. People kind of forget that. Justice Samuel was Alito. His people immigrated here from Italy. They benefited off that 14th Amendment. You know, they came in the early 20th century. Y'all got to understand, a lot of people who are classified as white, they came later. They're Ellis Island babies. You understand what I'm saying? A lot of these people are Ellis Islanders. They don't have no real deep roots over here like that. So Alito's family came over later, benefited from that 14th Amendment. Justice Elena Kagan, she has Russian Jewish grandparents. You know, they came over here in the early 20th century. You understand? That 14th Amendment helped them. You understand? Justice Roberts, they come from an Irish Welsh background. I think his family was Slavic immigrants from Hungary. I think they came over in the very late 1900s, late 1800s, early 1900s. That helped his family. Even Kavanaugh. Kavanaugh's family came over from Ireland in 1878, so they benefited from that. You see? Amy Barnett, her family, I think they're French or something like that, and I think they were down in New Orleans. They immigrated to New Orleans. Sonia Sotomayor, she's Puerto Rican. All right. So the person who stood on business was Clarence Thomas. Clarence Thomas, who's FBA, you know, he's done some Sambo things, but he stood on business as far as this. He was the main one saying, hey, the 14th Amendment was for the descendants of slaves, the babies of slaves, the children of slaves. So a lot of these people on the Supreme Court, they benefited from that 14th Amendment. You got to understand that. See, here's the con game that people are not telling you. See, the birthright citizenship is not just for the brown people and, you know, the dark melanated people. That's kind of the propaganda frame. They want the public to believe that birthright citizenship is really about Mexicans and Haitians and Africans and Caribbeans and all that. And all the non-white people trying to anchor themselves into America. But that's not the full story. Birthright citizenship, that's been one of the main ways this country absorbed immigrants into the country as unquestioned Americans. And a lot of those immigrants were white Europeans. So when the Supreme Court, they protect birthright citizenship, they're not just protecting some modern non-white immigration pipeline, ladies and gentlemen. They're protecting that same constitutional machine that helped turn European immigrants' families into regular white Americans. You understand? Let's be real. They know that birthright citizenship helped build modern white America. See, people ain't talking about it from that angle. A lot of these white ethnic groups, they were not fully seen as American when they first came over here. The Irish were not fully white American. The Italians were not white American. The Jews were not considered white American. Many of the Eastern Europeans were not considered white American. Hell, Germans at one point weren't even considered really white. You know, all that Aryan shit they start talking later. The Germans over here, they were like, no, you swarthy. No, you swarthy, buddy. They were treated like outsiders. But once their children were born here, those children had a constitutional claim to America. You see? They had the first generation foreigner, second generation, quote, American. Third generation, suddenly, all of a sudden, they act like they built the damn country from scratch, which isn't true. But birthright citizenship made that transition smooth. You understand? So the real fear is not immigration. The fear is losing control over which immigrant counts. See, when the immigration is black or non-white, they'll call it an invasion. But when the immigration feeds the population, or it's heritage, it's settlement, it's opportunity, it's hard work, it's the American dream and all that stuff. But the Supreme Court, they understand if you destroy birthright citizenship, you're not just going to hit the melanated immigrants. You'll destabilize citizenship for white Americans or white immigrants too. You see?
Mm-hmm.
That's what they don't want. They want to slam the door on certain the 14th Amendment, that was from foundational Black American struggle. But white immigrants came to America. They became the biggest beneficiaries of it. See, that's the thing they don't want to talk about. White folks couldn't come over here if it were not for Black people kicking in that 14th Amendment thing. And remember, the 14th Amendment was a Black grassroots movement. You've probably heard me talk about this before. All right. The 14th Amendment, that was a Black grassroots movement, ladies and gentlemen. You had foundational Black Americans all over this country. Frederick Douglass was one of them. He was one of the prominent voices talking about citizenship. He was actively confronting the government. In 1866, he had a delegation to the White House directly challenging Andrew Johnson, the president, Andrew Johnson, on civil rights and all that stuff. So other people like William Nesbitt out of Pennsylvania, he was the president of the Pennsylvania State Equal Rights League, and he was a master of grassroots mobilization. You had John Mercer Langston, that was the national president of the Equal Rights League. He was a strategic mind behind building up the nationwide grassroots infrastructure to push the 14th Amendment. You had Brother Octavius Cato. He was a brilliant strategist. He was working with Frederick Douglass and William Nesbitt to mobilize the Black masses. You had George Downing, that was a wealthy foundational Black American businessman and organizer. He was putting pressure on the ground in Washington, D.C. for the full citizenship. Sisters like Frances Ellen Harper, who was going through the South after the Civil War, speaking to large crowds of recently freed slaves, organizing them politically. Henry Highland Garnett, I know y'all probably heard that name. Henry McNeil Turner. I'm just throwing a lot of names of these people you can look up who were foundational Black American, who were very instrumental in getting the 14th Amendment and pushing it and pressuring politicians to solidify our citizenship on a federal level. All right. And a lot of these white immigrants benefited from that Black grassroots movement. You understand? And they don't want to talk about it from that standpoint. But that's very, very important, ladies and gentlemen. But the thing is, man, we got to understand with this decision, the Tethers have been really, really antagonistic about it. They're like, oh, look, you FBA's lost. I've been seeing that. Some Tethers talking about because of this decision, we lost. What the hell we lose? What the hell we didn't lose nothing?
Nothing.
Our status was never in jeopardy. We were never in damn jeopardy. We didn't lose shit. It's just the same old, same old. We cool. We're not running around having anchor babies. We ain't, the threat of us getting deported was never there. Mm-hmm. So we're cool. And let me tell you something very interesting about this thing, which is a good thing for us, ladies and gentlemen. Notice how the conversation about the 14th Amendment and birthright citizenship, it all centers around foundational Black Americans. It centers us. You understand? This Supreme Court decision and the whole conversation about it, family, this gave a civics class on who foundational Black Americans are. You understand? This forced the country to admit that the birthright citizenship fight comes directly out of the legal status of Black people who descended from freedmen in America. This is the exact lineage we're delineating. So this whole conversation destroys the whole thing when people act dumb. What is FBA? What's the Foundation of Black American? What is that? This destroys that. All right? The minute birthright citizenship hit the Supreme Court, everybody knew how to get specific. They were not saying that this amendment was about Africans. They did not say this amendment was about immigrants. They're not saying that this was about some vague global identity. They had to mention Dred Scott, they had to say freedmen, they had to say descendants of slaves, they had to say people born in America who were denied citizenship because of slavery. That is exactly the group foundational Black Americans are talking about. So when people try to act slow and act dumb, well, what is FBA? I mean, y'all Native American? What is that? You know, we're the people who the Supreme Court is talking about. We're the people who the 14th Amendment was initially about. That's who we are. So you can't sit up here and act dumb and play like you don't understand. That amendment was written in response to a specific injury against a specific people. The 14th Amendment was not created because America was confused about everybody on earth. They created it because America created a very specific constitutional crime against a very specific domestic Black population. You understand? See, that Dred Scott decision said Black people descended from the enslaved were not a part of the political community. The Supreme Court's birthright citizen.
Why would you get upset at something so simple and basic of another ethnic group? And so I figured out 2 reasons why I think they get upset. These aren't
a little bit of politicking and everything else, mainly the U.S. Soccer Federation and how.
I'm very familiar with that. Wow. So you went to Yale?
Yeah, I used to work
Oh,
there.
you worked there. Okay, you worked there. Okay. Yeah, but thank you, dear. Yeah, very good information. It's deep, man. Man, a lot of people have been taking advantage of that birthright citizenship, man. A lot of people have been taking advantage of it. It's very, very heavy. Sean Wright, hop on in, Sean. Brother Sean, unmute your microphone, sir. Okay, Sean ain't unmuting that mic. All right, let's get these hands up because we're not going to do this where people are just not getting on and they're requesting. We're not going to do that. All right. Let's raise those hands. Let's get Carlos. I see he's in the request queue. Let's get Mr. Carlos in here. Carlos, hop on in. Brother Carlos. That's what I'm saying. Carlos. Let's get Alistair.
Hey, Flex, what's going on? Happy birthday to you.
Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate that. How are you, sir?
Yeah, doing good. I think I wasn't too surprised that the Supreme Court was going to.
I'm back in toggled over here. Okay. Oh my God, my heart hurts. All right, I see Val. I see you just came in here. Give me 1 second, okay? I turn myself around. I had to take over. For Jesse. So, let's see. Okay. Murder because the white man from North Carolina who killed his whole family. The FBI prevent the continued appropriation of our identity. And if God allows, aligning themselves to receive reparation. We gotta stay on the same current. My opinion, only my opinion, is we're at a prime example. Hold on, let me turn around. It's hot in here. One second. Like, turn around and look at something else. All right. My opinion. We're at the very beginning of delineation. So first we identified the tethers and the anchors, and we kick out all of that behavior because everybody knows what's going on and they're just plain dumb at this point. We will get reparations passed the way we want it. Yes, that's gonna happen. It's not a fucking marathon and not a sprint. We're not gonna get there right away. Right now we're doing trial and error learning processes. You have the people on the internet keeping the battery nice and charged and empowered. We got the new black media, which is just the veterans right now currently, plus whoever's coming in now to continue to beat the drum for the new black media. Now, I caught him up. Now, what we're doing is cleaning up the mess. All this stuff that people be bringing up on Tricc, like, well, you're gonna lose this and you don't have that, and who's gonna represent you, blah blah blah. It's all nothing. We didn't have any representation before. We were suffering under that same democratic situation for like over 50 years. It hasn't done anything for us. It's kept us out. Republicans don't do shit for us. They don't even pander to us. But at least we see them. We know that they exist. We know that their main goal is to keep us in the same condition. Fuck what everybody else talk about. Democrats aren't even trying to really get our attention except with the talk of reparation. And that talk is in regards to HR 40. That is a nothing burger, family. We've already went through it many times for the last couple of years. So now, for us, we're learning. For the single boosters and people that, the 5 or 6 people that go and work on reparations policy and stuff like that, like myself and many others in every single state, which is just a handful. There's always just a handful of us doing it. We have to make sure the language is correct and right and exact for what we're trying to do, because that right there will turn everything from good and black to for everybody and non-black. If we don't get the codification of the language codified correctly, meaning there's got to be a time where you got to let us catch up. Those that are writing, like, for example, people that are writing policy and amendments, things like that, bills that are going to be for the future of reparations, we gotta catch up to the nuances, because it changed like goddamn every day. Like it's like new black me late for like black news changing clothes and shit. Like goddamn. So every day is something new. Every day it's got to be implemented. But the most important thing, the bread and butter of the whole situation, is cutting the check, lineage based, right? Specifically for cash payments, right? And a crime bill with protections and stuff like that, and a place to put our funds. Foundational Black American people to sit in the spots and run and make sure everything's on the up and up. It's very quite easy. Like what I'm working on, it's very easy. It's seven things like that, but each thing has to be thoroughly talked about within it to avoid the studies and I like to think about me winning and everything is a competition. So I think I just put on my competitive spirit and just get to the business. How are we going to stop them? We just have to catch it every time we catch it. Catch it, cancel it. Catch it, put it on blast, cancel it. Things like that, because until we say that we catch it, cancel it, right? If it's a detriment to our people, if it's going to harm our people, if it's going to leapfrog over our positions and alignments of what we're trying to do, which is the Black agenda, which is cutting the check of reparations, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, so that our generation that's like 19 to 21 up in there, like, so that they don't really have to continue to go through what we're doing, and their children's children or their children won't have to suffer. So we're looking at our grandchildren's grandchildren, basically, something like that. We don't want them to suffer. It's not like the boomers didn't have plans for us. Now, like, we're cleaning up the fucking mess and moving forward for a generation or two that don't like us. Okay, no, don't respect it, like, because we're not so freeing and we don't play those games. We just try to figure it out. And we gotta save them from being. You gotta save the youth from going into jail and or getting groomed or dead. You know what I mean? Oh, we got a lot to work on. They're gonna try to take away and misappropriate our funds and our overall identity.
Take away what exactly? Let me know what you were.
I know that you need to shut up, goddammit. Nobody asks you for your opinion. Oh, I don't have to get your goddamn smartphone creeping on me and shit. Oh my god. They're gonna try to culturally appropriate our identity, and they're trying to erase us on the internet. So if you're lucky to have a family line where you can see with your eyes how your family worked in their family tree, count yourself fucking lucky. You know what I mean? Any other thing like that is going to be difficult. I'm speaking for example. I don't know. I started this search. I can't even find my motherfucking billing. I can find only 2 lines on my paternal side of things. My paternal side and my father's mother's side. All right. But let me look into anything else. Like the woman that bred me, negative. No go. I'm at a genealogy brick wall. Okay? I'm like an orphan. Real shit. And it's not my fault. You know what I'm saying? However, I do know that I'm not a tether. I do know I was born on the soil. Californian soil. I do know that my villain and my family that I was raised in, that I only thought was for family, has always been from America. And that's just that. Yeah, that's all I know so far. Right? And trust me, I'm only looking just because. You know what I mean? Just because. Mostly for context. Right? And to end a certain argument at my crib. Other than that, I could give 2 fucks. You know what I mean? What I'm doing is for the betterment of our people. We're not going to be able to stop any of this appropriating unless we all stick together and if we see an issue, to cancel it. Like certain people like Godfrey should have been canceled. You know what I mean? Things should be canceled. Keep in mind, that's it. We are the culture. We are the ones. We're going to be the ones to take this into high gear. But that's after we learn how and learn what we can do. For example, another example, I cannot pass my 7 bills, my 7 thing, let's just put my package for reparation, right? I can't do it until it's back in session. Then I have to find somebody to sponsor it, and the people I wanted to sponsor it are not going to be in office this coming time, or didn't win. So I have to think better out. I have to think more outside the box. I can only put my name on this shit one time. That's all they'll let me have as the architecture of it. You know what I mean? Meaning, once they get it in their fucking prime little sweaty, cultural appropriating fucking people are going to strip it to the bare bones, to the white meat. And it's going to be for everybody and not for specifically for. So, as you know, trust is a big thing. I bet everything and everybody. I don't care who like it. So, I'm scared to do that. Now, if Jesse was to win and be in the House seat, I can move it forward and he can sponsor it and walk it through. See why it's important. But if you don't get picked for a House seat, or you don't get picked, you don't win the election, well, he has to sit it out for another 2 years. Right? You win the election, he'll be one of the youngest FBA in all 3 branches. Right? He sit at a House seat, so he can look at every bill. He can be disruptive. And he can pass our shit through. Colorado is a metropolitan city now. Or Denver is, I mean. So whatever happens here goes nationwide. So it's just the same thing like everywhere else, right? that the Democratic Socialist, she's all over the news nationwide. So this would be a beautiful thing we get going. But we can't do it unless we have, in each state, unless we have one FBA person in there. It's not going to be able to happen like that. Then we live rent free in people's heads. They're swagger jacking and lying us and trying to prevent these packets and shit going through. That's what we're trying to do. Preventative measures beforehand. Because the play is real. The only way I can think of us doing it is just keep looking at it, signing it, and staying away from those who. Let's see. Yeah, look, they were talking about us like, let's say, Brer. We've been watching and listening and learning how to tell who's with us, who isn't with us, who's not on the train to reevaluation and recodify and re-educate. You're too busy talking and not enough listening. So we've been able to just have to pay more attention and just listen. And then you'll start seeing things change the more on code you get. Yeah. Really. And reading is fundamental. Read. 90% of the time, motherfuckers don't even read. And that's how they're getting away with it. With shit. So. It's an excellent question, though. Let me see.
Was going to do this and everything else, because I think what happened was that some of these sports entities kind of got involved in all of this and everything else, and they were doing a little bit of politicking and everything else. Mainly the U.S. Soccer Federation, and how they're doing this is that they're allowing some of them players, kind of anchor their baby away and everything else, and then just be allowed in the U.S. soccer team and everything else, like they always do out in Europe and everything else. That they, for example, like France, Belgium, and all that type of stuff. So I think there was a little bit of politics kind of played a role in all this from some of these sports entities.
Okay.
Shout out to you, little
Okay. Well,
eyeballs.
thank you so much, brother.
Thank you for watching.
Yeah, thank you. Happy birthday, brother.
Thank you, brother. Okay.
Like and share and subscribe. Thank you.
All right. Let's get Crew. Yo, Crew, hop on in, sir.
What's up, Tyree?
Hey, Crew, how you doing, brother?
I'm good, man. Happy birthday.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
I decided to make that little growth video for you with your style, like you be doing the root work.
Oh, cool. There it is. There it is. What's going on with you, brother?
Man, so the rulings right now, they're crazy, right? Because Roberts and everybody that Trump appointed, they broke bad.
Oh yeah.
Barrett and what's that dude with the K name? Calvin or whatever.
Kavanaugh, yeah.
Kavanaugh. They broke bad. And then even yesterday, they broke bad. Like they had two rulings against the FTC and the FDA. Well, no, the Fed, the Federal Reserve, both under Trump, right? But they used the original list in one case, and then they used blah 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 tether splaining in the next case. So they're not consistent. And then I don't like how Kavanaugh and Barrett just threw Trump under the bus.
Oh yeah.
That's our brother.
Also, I think see now how we've been saying Clarence Thomas was a coon.
Yeah.
Clarence Thomas stood on FBA business heavy in his 91-page dissent.
Yeah, he did. He did. Yes, he did. I gotta give credit. Thank you, brother. I gotta give credit where I give credit where credit is due. Clarence has said some Samboish stuff over the years, but he stood on lineage business though. He stood on that. Can't hate on that at all. Watching. What's up, Watching?
What up, Tricc?
How you doing?
So I'm good, bro. So ever since this delineation been happening, and then we've noticed that the Africans and the Caribbeans, they get upset just by us delineating. And then I'm start thinking of why. Why would you get upset at something so simple and basic of another ethnic group? And so I figured out two reasons why I think they get upset. These aren't the only two, but I think they play a part. The first one is because when these Africans mainly go around the world, they cosplay as Black Americans because the idea of what a Black person is in foreign countries come from Black America. That's what they see on TV. That's what they see as cool and hip. And so when these Africans travel to these foreign countries and they dress like us or they try to talk like us, they get the clout that we would get. Oh, damn, that's a cool Black person. Oh, they're so awesome. And so they cosplay as us. And then when we have to make a distinction of saying, where you from, they hate that. Because us being the trendsetters and the people who run pretty much the global culture of what's cool, other people will start to try to make a distinction of asking them, hey, where are you from? And then they have to either lie and say they from America, but the accent can't fool nobody, or they have to really say what part of Africa they from. And then all that clout and being cool shit go right out the window.
Yeah.
And so that's one of the reasons why they hate it. The second reason why they mad that we have a delineation is because audacity. The audacity of Black Americans. It's something that most people have never seen, because especially in Africa, because we have the audacity to make white people do shit they don't want to do.
Yeah.
And they couldn't picture that in their head, having that sort of audacity to do something like that.
Yes.
They couldn't even imagine. They worship them like they gods, bro. And so these Black people have that much audacity. They hate the fact that we could do it. They hate the fact that they don't have the balls to do it. And then they just love white mommy and white daddy, bro. Those are the two main reasons why they hate, not the main probably, but those are two reasons why they hate delineation.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Very good points, brother. Very good points. Let's get Oja Jero. I can't pronounce your name, brother.
Yes, I would just wanted to say, why do you guys keep us in your mentions?
We're not really about you, but what are you talking about?
I mean, you guys are mad about the Supreme Court ruling.
Mad? Where have you heard any anger? No, we're cool as a fan. We're not mad at anything. What would we be mad at?
Okay, you might not be mad, but
why would we be disturbed by it? This is a law that's been in place for a couple of 100 years already. So what you talking about?
You're mad because the white man accepts us because we're educated.
You FBA niggas.
No, seriously. You know, I will.
Let's. Okay, hold on. Okay, so okay. You're from Nigeria, right?
You know, like we're mad.
That's besides the fact. And I'm actually.
Why is it beside the fact, sir? If you're so educated, why are you so ashamed? You're Nigerian, right?
No, I've been in America since I was 6 years old. So I've not.
You're an immigrant. So the white people like you? Tell us how they like you.
Well, because one, we are the most educated in Houston. We come here and we open businesses.
Like what?
We have plenty of Nigerian food chains. And not only that,
in Houston?
We are the most educated.
Where? In Houston?
Yes, Houston, Texas.
In Houston? Don't nobody put that in Houston? I've been in Houston several times. They ain't going to your spots like that in Houston, sir. Don't even try to push that lie.
White people, they would rather eat with us. They would rather be around us because we are not violent. We don't rap and we don't come for people because they are not cool or.
You know, in your homeland, y'all just had a festival, right?
That's besides the fact.
It's besides.
The fact is, you guys continue to talk about us because you are African too.
Who African?
He failing to mention that
you are African too.
I'm not. Wouldn't be here because of us. You wouldn't have that fence.
We're not. We're foundational to this country. We don't live in Africa. There's no DNA that can trace us to nobody in Africa. no African nation protects us. We've been here longer than those African nations, sir. Damn near all of them, with Ethiopia as the exception. Our lineage is older than your damn country, sir. So what you talking about? Wait, did he leave? Okay, God damn it. I wanted to cook some tether meat. I wanted to cook. He left. Good freaking grief with that horse crap.
The conversation.
Did he try to lie on Houston like there's a bunch of Nigerian restaurants down there?
He did try to lie on Houston. But in Houston, and trust me, I don't really eat out like when I go traveling, but I used to travel a lot back and forth to the South. And I would go to certain places. Nigerian food was just not on my level here. Just didn't want that. I wasn't eating that. I might like something else. It depends on what I was feeling like. I was traveling with a whole bunch of people, so it's be different. He failed to mention that because of us, he can open a business. Because of us, he has a fancy little education. You see what I'm saying? And he was giving real white man pick me energy. Was he trying to deflect to us? Like, everybody thinks we're upset. No, we're not upset that you can have babies in your own goddamn country. Like, you know what I mean? You can come over here, and not only is that's like another mouth we gotta feed. Like, no. Are we hurt? Not even a little bit. Thank you. Go have babies in your own country. Go non-vaccinate them. Go do whatever the fuck you want to do in your own country. Hold your own motherfucking nuts. You know what I mean? The disrespect, like, it's a lot. And of course he fled. He fled the first time when he got over here. It only makes sense. Let's move along. Move back to the next one. They act like they're so valuable, like we just bring them up. Keep us in your mentions.
It was... Give me a second, guys.
Tiffany Winston says she's still learning how to live without her oldest son.
Some days I'm angry. Some days I cope. Some days I just cry. It's just, how long am I gonna have to feel like this?
On May 7th, 13-year-old Daquan Harris was riding a rented VO scooter to football practice when he was hit by a car at Colfax and Knox.
Oh shit, that's right here.
To know that my son got hit by a car is just like, jeez.
I forgot. That's right here in our city. Let me just say this real fast before I play that. I forgot. I didn't forget. I had heard about a young man that got killed off of one of the scooters and pedestrians. Let me just put it this way: them folk, they like to not pay attention to the street like they were out there. I've gotten hit twice in my own fucking neighborhood. You know what I mean? And there's no fucking excuse. And it was both times by white folk. And I was using the crosswalk. So I was actually in the right, doing the right things. I was driving correctly according to the streets and the bike lanes and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And it still managed to hit me, and it still managed to get away with it because I'm when I say so. They managed to, with the help of other enablers. Like, for example, if I tell the police, "Did you see that camera right there? The answers are right there." Oh, that camera doesn't work. Why it be there? Come on, it's stupid. It always works. Or it only works when you want to catch us doing crimes. Like, come on. You can't, catch the motherfucker that took off from the scene, because that's what happens. But he's a young boy. I live in Aurora. This is in Denver, okay? This episode is in Denver. I live in Aurora. There are motherfuckers constantly getting in accidents right where my street is. Like, it's like a main street. It's constant pedestrian hit and runs. I'm always worried about it because I follow the rules. Like, I walk according to the signs, or I move according to the signs for that particular reason, because they will hit me intentionally. They can say whatever it is, but I feel like it's intentional. In my own neighborhood, like where I like move around a lot in, I feel it's very intentional. But I've also seen these certain, these people take off from hitting black people in the street. So this isn't like this case. I forgot. I didn't read into it. I just heard about it through the radio thing I was reading. That's it. And then Aurora, I'm not hitting nobody.
Sound like your last words to mommy was, okay, mom, I love you, drive safe. So it's just like the pain is just like, it don't stop. It does not stop.
Now Tiffany's asking why it was so easy for a 13-year-old to access a rental scooter.
You always think it can never be you until it's you. I never in a million years thought I would be here. Never. Because I was always so strict on my kids. A child does not know street laws. So for this to be so accessible for children is unfair. All you do is scan the code and you can get on. It's too easy and too available for our children.
For Tiffany, grief doesn't stay in one place. It lives down the hall in a room she passes every day and can't bring herself to enter or to change.
His room, I don't want to touch it. You know, I just want to leave everything like it was. But then again, I want to move it. It's a lot of emotions, but it's like it's torturing me to have to walk by and see his room and know that he's not there.
She knows nothing brings Daquan back. What she's hoping is that one other parent hears her and asks one more question before handing their child a scooter.
And if you can prevent it, prevent it. Because I thought I prevented it by telling my children to watch their surroundings and be careful, and I still didn't.
You can watch Tiffany's full interview tonight at 9 and 10. I reached out to VO for a statement on Daquan's death. They did not get back to me, but there is a user agreement that addresses kids. So we want to take a look at that now. It says in part, the online services are not intended for persons under 13 years of age. By using the services, you certify that you are at least 18 years of age, or in the alternative, you certify that you are the parent or legal guardian of any minor permitted to use this services, you authorize them to use them. So, you know, Tiffany is just hoping that her story is going to spark change, but I think it also raises some legal questions, and that's what we want to talk about now. Could companies that rent electric scooters face liability when children are able to access them? Joining me now, 9 News legal analyst Whitney Traylor. Let's start there, right? You've watched this case, you've seen every.
Wait, put back that truck up real quick. Let me tell you this. We were using Lime scooters before they changed it over. This VEO scooter shit is the replacement for Lime. Lime scooters were good for the people. Anybody can get one because or rent one for the day or a couple hours to work or whatever through Medicaid. Okay. So you just, you book it. For example, when the car took me out, it did hit me. I didn't have no mobility device. I didn't have a charger because it took me at the corner. Fucking this broad hit me and tried to get off on it, get away from it. We wasn't having none of that. That was the second time I got hit. So for the whole year, that I couldn't get another power chair, and I could barely get any of the settlement. I was using Line. I filled out the little form online, and I told them what I needed. They did. They do scooters, bikes, and adaptive wheelchairs. Okay, so I was using the adaptive wheelchair thing. They come, drop it off at Jesse's. I'd have it for the whole day. In the morning, they come pick it up. Right? Very friendly staff. It's free. Then this same free shit, anybody can get it to use it for whatever, to get the medical appointments, jobs. It was like a good service for the people, because the people were the ones that using the hell out of it. The staff, they knew it was for me when I booked in. You know what I mean? I was like, damn, they're the only one using it on that particular product. But then we got others like the unhoused. I'm not blaming this on the unhoused. This is a circle. This is a poverty circumstance, right? Sometimes I would scrap them and take the battery pack out of it, use it for something else, right? And that's serious shit. because they probably used it to feed themselves, or they could build something else. You know, there's a lot of tinkering going on. So that was that. People were just throwing their carts all over the sidewalk or whatever. Then we'd have some one of Jesse's friends his job was come round up the carts and pick them up and take them, service them, put them back out, you know, line them up. Well, when the contract came up, they had some meaningful little pretend bullshit votes, whatever. We had a lot of people talking about, don't take this service, it's for the people. The people need this, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That was one of them. Jesse's one of them. The gentleman who was working for him was one of them. You got countless fucking white people who said they needed it, and unhoused people that were now housed that needed it, right? So before the vote went down, I had wrote Taylor Watson a fucking serious email about the benefits of why they should keep it. And I said, why can't you do both? You want to be a greedy fuck? Fine. Take it for the money, because that's ultimately what this is about. When they switched over to the company, that company particularly, till you book a scooter, you pay like $5. Okay? Whereas Lime, you didn't pay nothing but your time. Okay? So, and their little scooters never fell apart or nothing. They did, they come and got it and fixed it if you ordered it. Like, that's the serious shit. So, he didn't listen to anything. I said, look, you're going to be complicit in, you know, taking away a vital necessity for the people based on $5. Or like, Jesus Christ, you could do both, because when you want to be corrupt, you can maximize your total efficiency by doing both. You're giving the people what they need, and to make sure that they stay in the programs that they're on, and or you're fixing the problem for the disabled. You're giving them freedom to get out, and you're being a corrupt bastard on top of that by adding another company who's going to be just as disrespectful. These people were disrespectful with these fucking scooters, period. They fly down the sidewalk. They don't pay attention. Nobody's looking at them. We're talking about downtown. That's just a little boy on his way home from school. He's just saying, but there's these scooters, if you're not paying attention, you'll get hurt. And people like to hit everybody out. They treat it as a game. And the more fucked up you get, the less you get. So there's not a real good answer to it, except this is how that happened. So now we're working on, now you know where we've been. This is the first death of the scooter, on the scooter. Okay? First death. So now you know how we got to VEO. Okay? Now I'm going to let it play.
Everything that kind of has unfolded.
Yes.
Do you think there's a lawsuit here?
Yeah, there certainly is the possibility of a wrongful death lawsuit. This is such a tragedy, and obviously it's very early on, and so attorneys and investigators will get into it, and really they're going to determine, was there negligence by somebody, and did that negligence lead to his death? And so there'll be a substantial investigation, and there could be liability for a number of different people. And I understand they didn't file criminal charges against the driver, but that doesn't end the analysis at that point.
And let's kind of dive into that, because who is liable here? Is it the city, right? And I think what's so tragic, I mean, there's so much that's tragic about the situation, but we reported on this for weeks and months. VO was going to take over Lime and Lyft scooters, and this rollout happened on May 1st. Daquan got on that scooter and passed away got hit, I should say, 6 days later.
Yes.
On May 7th. Within 6 days, a child's life is taken. I mean, that is just striking. But is that, is the scooter company, is VO liable? Is the city somehow liable? Right. We've even done some reporting. These scooters are being seen all over the place in front of schools, elementary schools, middle schools, high schools. DPS themselves have gotten dozens of complaints. They have told us dozens of complaints from parents. Who's liable here?
Well, that's going to be the question. And this is what you call complex litigation. There won't just be one defendant. And even if there is just one defendant, they may be bringing other people. So you're correct. There certainly will have to look at the scooter company. And you just read the user agreement. What's interesting about that is it says this scooter is not suited for someone under 13, but they require you to be 18. So the question is, how much effort did they go put in?
That's easy answer, cuz just go back and run that beautiful B footage back. You can see which side he took, which side the little boy checked, because he's the one that checked for the scooter. So whatever he put in there to make it work, he filled out the user agreement. He had to check one box or the other, right? And how old was he again? He was like, what, 14, 13? He's right on the cusp of 13 years old. So the liability falls on the plus. You see how they worded that agreement? That's a complex, distracting ass agreement. It's not very clear. It's all over the place with the language. So that's one part. Two, the kid is using it to go back home or whatever to school. So can't really blame him for wanting to get there faster than his feet were going to allow him to go. Okay, so that's one part. Who it falls on, it is a pedestrian accident. So meaning it falls on it falls on the people that hit him, right? They hit him. They talk to them and their insurance, because they got to pay out for that. They have to take care of that young man's issues or whatever. You know what I mean? They hit him. They killed him. It falls onto the city council for approving the scooters, especially when they had a solid one that hadn't killed nobody. No one had died, unless they died by some other interrupting force. Nobody died on these scooters, right? So falls on city council, who approved that contract and canceled out the other contract that was beneficial to the people and actually helping the people. You know what I'm saying? So it falls on BEO for having a faulty contract or agreement. It falls on the people that hit him in the middle of the street. It falls on the people who are not reviewing the cameras, like the people who are running flock and shit. It falls on them too. This is a serious thing. And city council and their contract. So saying the contract they have with them, they're gonna have to settle out or do something else, because it's dangerous. And what were like? You think when they issue another contract to somebody new, what's the backup plan when they fail? You see what I'm saying? Then they not only gave money to this contract, city council, now they have to factor in a payout for the family if they want to keep such a scooter company with us. You know what I mean? I told Taylor Watson too. I said, you can have both, right? You could be a greedy fuck and take the money and have another scooter company, but leave the one for the people's, because that one hasn't hurt nobody. It's the work. You know what I mean? They're easy to talk to, et cetera, et cetera. I said, but you have to enforce punishment on the people that abuse the system, meaning the people that take apart the machine, or the people that throw the scooters right in the middle of the street, or the people that aren't paying attention to walking pedestrians as they're going like super fast down a rickety ass sidewalk. All these sidewalks around here and all these little bus biker shoulder biker biker lanes, they're all messed up, meaning they're like all on the verge of falling into the city. So it's not very safe anyway. As they're running high, like meaning they're going at excessive speeds. The city is not, the streets are not they're all broken. The streets are like a couple of like maybe one more winter before everything opens up as a sinkhole. See what I'm saying? The streets are just like that too. Like sidewalks are cracked everywhere. I mean, there's deep grooves, there's holes, big boxes, like big squares cut out of the sidewalk. It's not safe. So there's a lot of elements with it. And they know this, but they wanted the money. They didn't want to deal with safety and the consequences. They don't want to deal with punishing somebody who violates the privilege of having a scooter in the city. And keep in mind, this is all part of the agenda with the mayor. Okay, everybody wanted a city that you get to on feet or scooters and all that, but then here you go, the scooters are killing people or getting people killed or whatever. Now they're going to be worried about it. Now they're going to have something to say. They always have something to say. All these changes come from the mayor's office. You know what I mean? It's like to have a greener city. That's like work.
Into maintaining these young people not having access to it, because they're saying if it's not suitable for someone under 13, then you know, presumably that means you know they could harm themselves. But if you don't put any friction, you don't put any safeguards so that these young people don't have access to them, then you could be liable. So certainly they'll look at them, potentially the driver, even though it sounds like he went on a don't walk sign, the driver distracted or negligent and otherwise, or speeding. And so this is where these cases get into discovery, and these are the issues that will be hashed out before trial and then certainly at trial.
See how they
and I'm curious, talking to Tiffany, whatever damages or potential, punitive damages could come out of this, talking to this mother who lost her 13-year-old child, that is the least of her concern. She wants there to be some systematic change with how these scooters are rented. Can you see something like that happening? And I mean, I don't know how these things work, but it just seems to me it's so easy. It's 2026. Where's the facial recognition, fingerprinting? That might sound like, something far in the future, but it just seems so easy. It's so easy.
No, and that's a great point. And that will be an issue. That will be a factual issue. What did you do to ensure that these young people didn't have access to it? And this was one of the main issues in the social media cases that just went to trial recently, and they were saying, hey, these young people are addicted, and Instagram, you can't be on if you're under 13, but all you had to do was check a box. So they call that frictionless. There's no checking of government IDs or things like that. So here, that's the question. How did he have access to it? And if it was just a matter of putting in your information and then it unlocks, that's going to be a major problem. And the other issue as it relates to this is called tort law. These are torts, right? Civil torts. And the question is it foreseeable? So if there, for example, we did a story recently with all the accidents at the one stop sign, at the stoplight. That then becomes foreseeable that there is going to be an accident, and that increases the liability. So here, where were these accidents happening? Are you having a number of young people under 18 who are renting these and getting in accidents? And this is easy data to determine in terms of who's renting them, what's the frequency of accidents and things of that nature. And so all of this will come out in discovery. And if they don't resolve this before trial, if they don't settle it, someone like me is going to come in and have a heyday in cross-examination and in closing, saying you knew this wasn't suitable for young people, but you allowed them to have access to it. You didn't do anything to prevent that. So that's the crux of the issues that will come out prior to trial and certainly at the trial.
Mm-hmm. Just wanting, I know Tiffany just wants to save lives and not have another child be, just this is about as devastating as the situation gets. It is heartbreaking.
It's heartbreaking. And that was such a beautiful story. And really that is the potential silver lining here, is that they make changes. And a lot of times those changes, if a company makes remedial changes, somebody gets injured on their property and they change it, that can't be brought up at trial because they want to encourage people to actually make those changes. So in this case, that could be the silver lining for sure, that some things, other children are prevented from getting injured in the future.
Well, lawsuit or not, we are going to be on top of this. We will be asking VO the questions that need to be asked and doing our part to make sure another child doesn't lose their life senselessly on one of these bikes. Whitney Traylor, thanks for being here.
Yeah.
I can say with confidence that you are not African American.
Shit, that's a big hunchback of Notre. Goddamn.
Goonies looking motherfucker. And he got a bib on his chest, look like it made out of human skin. Who the fuck is this? The Nigerian Chainsaw Massacre? Ooh, I know he eat niggas for breakfast. If you think I'm bullshit, listen to the chat he was saying. A nigga gon' get a nigga gon' get Looking at this, you would assume the most dangerous one is the giant. But I think it's a nigga a little more dangerous out there. Who is that vacuum seal nigga right there in the back? I'm talking about that boy extra lemonade. That boy look like a Krispy Kreme donut. That nigga look like the deleted scenes of a Diddy party. That nigga look like he waiting on the Terminator to come. That nigga like the nigga Silver Surfer. I really want to know why he oiled up though. Do the giant use it for chapstick when his lips get dry? Fuck going on here?
Please don't jump on my feet if you're not from Africa, because this is only for Africans. My pretendian brothers and sisters, I respect your right to self-hatred. I respect your right to claim that your ancestors didn't come from Africa.
All right, this is the last topic for Front Line Blacc News tonight, this morning. Just wanted to let you know I had to check.
Even though you can't even name them.
Might have to drop a dime on them.
For sure.
You know what I'm saying?
Stop.
I don't like that shit.
For sure, bro.
I don't like that shit.
All right, y'all, we back with another video, man. Y'all know how we do. Always pushing health, wealth, and a better understanding of self. So we got more proof that we did not come from Africa.
You are not African American. Yeah, I said it, but before you run to the comment section, let me explain, because by the end of this, you will have a completely new perspective about the term African American. If you're new here, we just don't make claims without backing them up with evidence. So there are 3 big reasons why I can confidently say you're not African American. But before I tell you, let's just use a little common sense. Let's just say you look at the state of America and you think, I'm done with this. I'm going back to my roots. So you take a little DNA test and book a one-way flight to the country with the largest percentage of your DNA. But when you hop off the plane and set foot in that African country, you realize that that DNA test did not give you one name or village for you to reach out to.
Okay, this is a back to Africa theory that they've been pushing on us for so long, and we are so tired of people calling us African American, where it's disrespectful. It's disrespectful to call us this. Now, we understand the political play at calling us African American. As y'all see, I did a video with that guy, Matt Nuclear, and he's from Angola, and they called him an African American.
Now, I'm sure that the African people in whatever country you choose to go to will be hospitable, but they will all tell you that you are not African. But what about the evidence? Because I did say we back up on claims around here. So here are the 3 reasons.
Please don't jump on my feet if you're not from Africa, because this is only for Africans. My pretendian brothers and sisters, I respect your right to self-hatred. I respect your right to claim that your ancestors didn't come from Africa, even though you can't even name them. I respect your right to self-hate. I respect your right to disidentify from being an African. No problem with me. I am not in the business of forcing people to be African. So pretendians, you don't have no problem with me. Me and the pretendians, we get along. We get along well. We disagree, but we get along. But I'm going to respectfully ask all members of the pretendian nation to please stop coming on my live telling me you're not from Africa. I understand. You're not from Africa. Stay your ass off my live. This live is for Africans. This live is for Africans. If you are not an African, you are not welcome on the live. You have a right to self-hatred. You have a right to disidentify from your Africanity. And when the ancestors catch your ass, I feel sorry for you. When your ancestors who you are disowning, when they catch your ass, I feel sorry for you.
Yo, I don't know if it's just me, bro, but
I can say with confidence that you are not African American. The 3rd one's gonna mess you up the most. Number 1, that DNA test you just took can't connect you to a single living person on that continent. And that's not a coincidence. You see, when Africans came among the indigenous people, all you had was what someone whispered to the next person before they died. My mother used to tell us that our grandfather used to say he was Cherokee. And I believed her, but she didn't have a document or paper trail because they didn't give enslaved people paper trails. All they had was each other's word. And now the history books want you to believe their narrative instead of your own family tree. Number 2, and this is where it starts to get crazy. They were already here. You see, when colonizers came over to the Americas, they wrote down what they saw. And they said that they saw dark-skinned, melanated people thriving on this land way before slavery. That's not a theory. That's in their records. But here's what they don't teach you in school. In addition to bringing slaves from Africa, they also enslaved the indigenous people who were already here. So after the 250 plus years of slavery, our lineage became blended with some Africans and the indigenous people. Number 3, colonizers changed our family's names, which helped confuse our lineage. When Africans arrived on this soil, slave traders renamed them and gave them their own European names and reclassified their lineage. Because when you see someone as property, you don't preserve their identity. You erase it and replace it with yours. They didn't just change what people were called. They deliberately changed family trees so no one could easily trace back where they came from and who they actually were. Your last name right now might not be your ancestors' family name. It might be the name of whoever they worked for or the family they married into. They renamed and reclassified many of your ancestors to make them forget who they are. And we are the children of their grandchildren. So no wonder why some of us are confused, because the odds are your ancestors were here before this country was even named America. And they were the foundation who built America. So that's why you're probably not African. You're a foundational Black American, whether you like it or not.
It makes sense for him. Okay, anybody that has some African descent and they're here, I think it should just be one country. I don't think you should be able to have 2 countries on the title. That's just me though. But we're seeing that everybody want to push this title African American on us, and they hear us. I know they hear the videos and the content that we push out, that we do not want to be called African American. Okay, we want to be called Black Americans. Okay, foundational Black Americans, Black Americans. We don't want to be called that term. You know, none of our grandparents have ever said anything to us about that country. We always hearing that from the YT history books. Jesse Jackson started. But we gonna see that somebody is gonna have to recognize this. We haven't had anybody. Anytime they talk about us in a political forum or any politicians, they do not recognize that it's some of us that never came from there. And they know this. They know that we got people that a majority, 95%, okay, of us never came, don't have no trace to Africa. But for political reasons, they still want to tie us with that. And it's just getting so annoying, so annoying, so annoying. But it's going to change. Change going to come, okay? So make sure y'all subscribe to the channel, hit that like button, push me on the algorithm. I greatly appreciate that. Let's get it.
These were the findings from Ely et al. In 2008, although they used language to intentionally misrepresent their findings. The study examined mtDNA sequences from 74 samples of the Gullah Geechee, as well as 97 African American samples from the Army. The authors compared the Black American samples to a database constructed of nearly 4,000 mtDNA sequences. These sequences represented every region in the continent of Africa, except North Africa, of course. The study found that 38% of the Gullah Geechee samples could not be matched to any sequence in their African database, and 40% of the African American Army samples could also not be matched to any African sequences in their database. However, what the authors frame as a positive finding for their study is actually the smoking gun. This is buried deep in the discussion. Essentially, about 53% of the samples, more than half, match multiple regions in the database. So instead of just matching one single mtDNA sequence, they match several of them. When we're talking about mtDNA, the entire point of analyzing different sequences is that a single mutation creates this new branch. You are tracking a defining set of mutations in order to determine the lineage. Therefore, if the Black American samples are matching multiple different sites, that also means they're not matching the core mutations needed to determine that lineage. So if you're matching multiple, then you are matching none, especially given that different positions, the mutations at different sites can be found across the globe. The Gullah Geechee are supposed to be the quintessential example of Africans that retain their culture within the United States, yet 91% of that do not match any African lineages. This study is just another case of showing us that these regions in Africa were receivers and not the source. Did you know that 95% of Black Americans cannot be matched to a specific geographic region in Africa?
I think when you're looking at a lot of the Blacks, you're looking at Native Americans, because the slave ship history is nonsense, in my opinion. I think that they, obviously there was a slave trade, but I don't think it was very big. I think it was just as big coming out of Ireland as Africa. I think it was thousands, not millions. In my opinion, I have a right to, hang on. I believe that the slave trade is grossly over-exaggerated, and many historians have actually went to Africa looking at the slave trade, and they have hit many dead ends, and they believe that there was no real slave trade. And if you right now are absolutely furious at me saying, how dare you, there's a slave trade, ask yourself, is all of your information only from a Rockefeller-funded school, Hollywood, or a Ashkenazi Jewish run publishing business? And if the answer is yes, then you might want to sit back and shut your cunt mouth and maybe listen to someone who has mastered his skills at deduction and pattern recognition.
All right, so we got to still do more work to put that African-American term to rest. But I like how, you know, some of the immigrants are asking, like, what benefits do they feel that they are stealing from Black Americans? And number one, like I went over on the last video, crime hate bill. We don't have a hate bill for us, and we went through so much more hate in this country. Then it's taxes. We pay the same amount of taxes, but we have to foot the bill for immigration. It's okay for an immigrant to foot the bill for immigration because you're an immigrant. You should have to pay way more than what we have to pay for all of this immigration. If you're an immigrant, you should be paying more. You should be paying immigration tax for all of this. We shouldn't, people that's from this land should not have to be paying for, you know, all of these immigrants that's in our politicians, and that shit stop. We shouldn't have no immigrants in our politics. Why? You should be, you can't even, your country isn't even in good standing. Why should we trust someone that's from another? A lot of treason is happening. Mm-hmm. So a lot of people don't understand the problems of them coming here and the resources that, you know, we got to pay for that y'all getting. And they think that, you know, this is cool. Like, you know, you should be able to go in people's country and get the same amount of benefits as the people there. And this happens nowhere else. Okay, only in America. And it's only politics because they're using these people. They don't care about these people for real. They're using them. So we're going to keep, you know, our foot on the neck with this immigration and how it's diluting our resources that we receive. So we're going to keep pushing, man. Make sure y'all subscribe to the channel, hit that like button, push me on the algorithm. I greatly appreciate that. We definitely go live. We're going to be going live tonight. We're going to be going live tonight. This video going to drop on a Thursday, so we'll be live. And that's what we give out the Discord. We give out some information and some plays that we try to make. We don't want to do it too much on the videos. We like to do it live to see who in there, but I may have to start private in those lives. But all my members, man, make sure y'all sign up and become a member. I got something special for y'all, some content just for y'all. I appreciate y'all, man, supporting the channel. Shabazz, I appreciate you so much, man, supporting the channel and, you know, doing everything fresh always. Call Dog, everybody who's sending me content, I really appreciate y'all, man. It's all love. And we standing on business all year, man, until we get some results. So I catch y'all in the next one. Peace and love.
A community must have three things to have a community in it. You must have a wholly independent economic structure that can provide goods, service, products, and things for your own people. and jobs and tax bases for your own people. You should at least control 4 basic things. You should be trying to control water, food, medicine, and energy to be able to.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. All right. Thank you for staying up. I appreciate you. Yeah. So I gotta be some hater always. Don't worry, I guess you don't know, so it doesn't even matter, right? Thank you for watching Front Line Blacc News. Join us this evening, I think for Jesse's part 3 or whatever. Join us this evening. So thank you for watching. Y'all have a great afternoon. And yeah.